everybody, and welcome, welcome. We have been over at my previous live, and I hope all of you come on over into this one and join me. We are waiting for the trial to resume with Mr. Tellis or Tez, however he wants to say it today. Um, Happy to be here. Happy to see you. It has been an interesting day. I can't explain it. It's been interesting. But that said, it's going to be a good day. I declare it a good day. I declare that said that we are going to have a good day, some time together. It's been a good day. Okay, let me get that off. I need to get my Facebook up. I need, don't go anywhere. I need to do birthdays. Who has a birthday today? Anybody have a birthday today? Please let me know. Let me know. Because I am getting ready to do our happy birthdays. We've got some birthdays today, and I want to make sure we get them in before we get going too far, too much. So let's hop on over and do the birthdays. Let me get the happy birthday going.
Happy
There we go.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, everybody.
To you.
Happy birthday. If you are online and have a birthday and I missed, Mickey Mouse, it's your 18 years anniversary. Happy anniversary, Carla. Happy anniversary. Happy birthday, Carla. Helen, happy birthday. Looking good, dog. Julie, enjoy your birthday week. Barbara, happy birthday. I hope you have a good time with family. Andrea, looking beautiful, dog. Birthday. Rebecca, happy birthday. Sherry, happy birthday. Megan, enjoy your day today. Katie, happy birthday to be 35. Me, hey, happy birthday. Go out with the hubby. Have a good evening. Denise, happy birthday. Sharon, enjoy your birthday. Hey, the orange looks good on you. Paige, happy birthday. And Jerry, happy birthday. Everybody, happy birthday. And happy anniversary, Case. I'm sorry. Happy anniversary, Haley Mouse. Y'all go do something fun for your anniversary. Please do go do something fun for the anniversary. Y'all, I'm starting to rock this what is it? 3 screens. I don't know what I did without them. OMG, y'all. I can put Discord up. I can put all the comments up. I think I'm going to put them over here on my right side. Let's see if I can narrow this down. Squeeze this down. Squeeze that down. Well, I need that more here. We can do this. And what room are we going to be in comments? Let's see. Mod managers. I'm going to be in the mod managers for comments. If I need you guys, if y'all need to let me know anything. Yay! I got it all worked out. Yay! Oh, order out. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with having a good time at home. Stay in. Avoid all the horrible crowds, man. So on this screen, I got full size video, which is good. It won't stay like that. When I get my lovely Blackmagic ATEM Mini Extreme set up, that will be on this screen. Guys, I have not had a cup of coffee. I haven't had anything to eat. So if you will bless me for a moment while we're waiting on trial, I'm going to put on some happy music. I'm going to go grab me a cup of coffee. So while I'm doing that, why don't we hear a word from our sponsor? Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. I'm back. I can do this. I also got, I was, my daughter loves Goodwill. Okay. I have a child that loves Goodwill. And there was a little coffee bar shelf that was $3 in a box. All the pieces still there, perfectly brand new. And that tag was the 50% off day, so I got it for $1.50. And it's nice. And do you know my coffee boxes from Hitchman Homestead Coffee fit perfectly in this thing? It's like a 3-stair step thing. All my coffees, it is so organized. I love it. So, but anyway, I can now just go over here and, I have my coffee set up and I can store stuff behind it. Yay, me. I got to stand up. I got to see what I'm hitting here so I can get my cup of coffee. Y'all, if you don't get your coffee in the morning, you know how bad it can be. So, I hope some of you, I hope y'all, if you haven't already, first of all, everybody, thank you for joining me. I know I'm a little high strung at the moment. I haven't had my coffee and it's so difficult to get myself in a balanced mood without it. But, how many videos have we done yet? I am approaching 200 videos. We hit sorry. I have 192 videos in less than 4 months. Not bad. And we hit 50,000 views. 50,000 views. Now, I don't know how YouTube is for everybody, okay? I did not think I was going to hit that kind of number of views so quickly. And that's all because of you guys. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your love and support. Oh my gosh. And all my mods, all my mods, all my mods. My camera is wiggly. It's loose. I think I bumped something in it when I was trying to put the monitor up. All my yeah, I can't stand it. It's crooked. But that's better. All my mods, lovelies. Don't forget to get your jelly beans. Please. I don't want to be the only one playing by myself. Quick pop in to say hi, Squeaky. Squeegee. I'm sorry. Squeegee. Hi, Squeegee. How's everything going? I'm excited. I finally got my 3 monitors set up. Squeegee, y'all are so awesome. We're excited to have you. Thank you for putting in the captioning. It is greatly appreciated. And I'm getting my cup of coffee. Everyone's doing good. I think it's a good Monday, surprisingly. Well, my son's not good. He's homesick. So, you guys, I'm going to ask that y'all give me a little grace today because it's his business is it's just him and I am this camera's driving me crazy. It's just the two of us, and when he's out sick, I will have to hop up and get the customers, but we'll survive. Okay? Oh, shoot. We'll survive. I am so blessed that he has this business and gives me the place to do this. So, he's a good kid. Very good kid. I love that tester stream. Really? Well, I am native. I do powwow. I have regalia. Some of it you can see back here. You see my little feather plume back there? Uh-oh. That's not good. Sorry, y'all. Have to fix. I'll just, there we go. I'm very, very, very picky and careful with my feathers. Oh yeah, yeah. And in fact, once we get court going, by the way, I start college today. Yeah, I start college today. So when this is done, I'm doing homework. And it's criminal justice, and I'm already having a little get up in the go because the teacher or the head of the department is a little concerned that I've registered for a class that I should have 2 other classes prior to taking. And I said, "Well, this is what I was suggested in taking by my advisor. So why don't we all 3 get together and figure this baby out?" But this semester I'm taking research, analytics, and then I'm taking criminal justice 101. Oh, sneaky. It's been a long week. Finally got to the vet appointment and my dog's. Okay, so you're going to go to the vet appointment. Please let us know how your fur babies are. Yes, they've not been feeling that great, and we've been praying for your fur babies. So yay, yay, yeah, yeah. Um, I wonder if Miss Diane's going to be joining us today. Let me see if I can grab her. So I may have to mute you guys for a second because I don't want to blow you guys out. So let me grab her and I'll be right back. Okay, I guess she's not available at the moment. She may have another job, but that's okay. We'll do just fine without her. We'll figure it out. So none of my mods commented. Squeegee Justice, it was rough for you, but the content was very cool. Yeah, I don't cry very easy. And part of the problem is I knew it was the anniversary of my father's death. He died 3 years ago that day. And I had gotten this and I was so excited to get this because it was a gift. It was a gift. And I was heartbroken, heartbroken beyond heartbroken that I could get everything visually to work, but we had no audio. And I had been up till 2, 3 the morning, Saturday morning working on this. I had gotten up early Saturday and came down, worked on it all day. I hadn't eaten anything. I hadn't drank anything. I didn't realize it. Was on the phone with RA. I mean, I was so frustrated because he was so kind to call me while he's at a pool with his family to try to help me. He couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure it out. And I'm pretty decent at figuring things out. So I called the person I got it from. They couldn't figure it out. And in fact, unintentionally, they made everything worse by no video, no audio. And so I had a live at 7 o'clock. I had conceded that I wasn't going to go on. So, but I was doing test lives to see if y'all could hear. So while I'm banging on buttons and trying to fix everything, I needed some feedback. And so what I did about 5:30ish, maybe 5:45, something like that. I don't remember the time. I disconnected everything and put it back to the way I have it now, which is the way it was previously, which was a lot of work, guys. This is not just one cord. It's rerouting everything. And I put everything back together and I still had no camera. And then finally I got the camera. And then I go live with you guys trying to get the sound to work because I had 0 sound. And so, on the soundboards, you could hear me, but I had no soundboard. I could not hear what was playing in my ear. What I mean by hear is feeling the vibration. So it was very, very difficult and frustrating. And I don't know what button I pushed. All of a sudden, there was sound. All of a sudden, there was sound. And I just started crying. And I cried on YouTube. Like I took it down. That it's gone. Hopefully they'll give you something that'll help your babies. Yes, yes. Hug and kisses to the babies. So we are back to the old system, which is okay. But I will tell you the camera quality is better through the switch. I call it the switcher, but the ATEM. And it's nice because I have about 20 different little squares and I can preset everything. I can connect my laptop if I had it. I could connect iPads. I mean, I could have 3 or 4 iPads running if I had all the connections for them. So I was so wanting to have today's stream with everything new and all of that. So, but unfortunately, life happens, and I'm going to be patient. And but I in the back of my head, I knew my father's anniversary was that day of his death. I was not able to be with him when he passed on, so that is something that's been difficult for me. So I just think everything just hit me at that moment, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart for breaking down and crying alive. And just know I'm human too. I have good days, I have bad days. Some days I'm in pain, some days I'm not. Things work, they don't work, but that's just how it is. And this it just went to show, probably shouldn't have taken it down, but it goes to show I have a customer, but it goes to show this is not an easy job. I mean, I love it, but it's not easy. I'll be right back. Hit share screen. There we go. Go get her. Go get her. I'm back. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so very much for waiting for me. We appreciate you a ton. Are you there? Test, test. I don't know. Oh, that's why. I turn it up in my ears. Hello, Miss Diane.
Hello. I've been thinking all day it was Sunday. Don't ask me why. But I
Hi, out and
thought it
about with
was
Diane. That's scary. Oh my
Sunday.
God. Oh, let me see. What did she say? Miss Saturday Night.
Huh? Hmm.
Yeah, that is wild. I couldn't go live because I had a situation as a chaplain Saturday. So,
Where did you
they're getting
go?
ready to come into court. Miss
I've
Diane, I
lost
am
you.
so sorry that they may not hire you,
Hey, it's life. God is God. You
but
know?
they may now because I did make a good argument.
Yes, you did. Where did you go? I have lost you.
Do you understand what I was
Mhm.
trying to accomplish? And they were sitting here going, but
But
they don't get it.
yeah, I got it. They don't get it. Where are you? I have you up. I just can't find you. All right, we'll do it this way. Messenger, 80K. All right, I'm coming in again. You can
Wow.
get rid of
DD
me on one.
There's his wife.
All right, I'm trying.
That is crazy. That
I'm
is
coming in
crazy.
a second.
Okay,
Get
do
rid
you
of me
see
on
me?
first,
The second one or the first one?
the second one because I can't find the
All
first
right,
one.
let me kick you out of studio. I'll pull you in this one. Are you good?
I'm good. I'm not echoing, so yes, I'm better.
Well, Miss
Now
Out and About
what?
with Diane, you Out and About with Diane, you probably need to get some of that nice, wonderful misting stuff that kind of can make people cry, and maybe need to get you a lead shooter, even a little one. Marco. Polo.
Hire me. Hire.
Well, Diane, we're gonna keep working on it. We need to get a hold. Did you ever get a hold of that guy? If not, I'll call him.
Nope. Who not
I'll
getting?
call
Who
him.
not
I'll
return my
call
call?
him when
I
we get
guess
off
he's just
today.
really busy.
Well,
Yep.
I think he's taken over that business or something like that's happening, and they're trying to get all that lined up and figured out. And so,
I'm sure.
this thing is driving me back crazy. I am waiting. I've ordered a new mount, but they're out of stock. So, since Port Arthur, right? New pew pews, just lots of sharp things.
Yeah.
Port Arthur? I know where Port Arthur, Texas is. Y'all know where Port Arthur, Texas is?
No, but I know where port protection is.
Port protection. Yeah.
Port protection.
Well, how did I do with that little ooh, I'm hot. Let me see if I can fix it. There we go. For those of you who were on my previous live, how did I do? I've never done that kind of live before. So, kind of nervous on that one. I did my own personal breakdown on the situation of what I thought, whether I how I felt about a specific person.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, mm.
Mm-hmm.
Let things aren't legal here since Port Arthur. I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, there's something I gotta be you know what really works good?
What?
Really is something you can have in your home and really works good in close quarters in an
What?
altercation. One of those
Bear
meat
spray.
hammers,
Oh
tender
yeah.
rising
Tenderizer.
hammers with one smooth and one a rough side. Let me tell you, those can do some serious damage.
I'll
Just
tell you
saying.
what else can do some serious damage.
Be careful how you phrase it.
It's called bear spray.
Bear spray is fabulous. It's better than the other misting spray.
And I got a big can. It's wonderful.
We don't have that around here. I had to order mine. I keep one in the car, and they're really good if you have any kind of feral animal, even puppers, that come in your yard and try to unalive your doggy.
Mhm.
I'd rather do that and both dogs get hit and mine live. But I'm a licensed lead shooter, so yeah. I have a lead shooter right here.
Mhm. I have a
We had
joke I'm
for
going
some of
to
you who
send
don't
you.
know, we had a person walk into the shop at 9 something at night, and we didn't know they came in until they came into the back part of the shop because I was doing a live. It was my first only members live, and I had to call the local popo and have them come out, and yeah, it was a little unnerving to say the least. Quite unnerving.
I'm sure.
Well, if you notice on the screen, we are missing a key person. Who is missing
Yeah,
on the
Mr.
screen over here?
RG.
Yep. Mr. Tellis is not there yet. I would have plea bargained my butt out if the state would allow it. But look at his lawyer. He looks exasperated. Look at him. He's on the
Well,
phone.
where is he?
He's still in jail, so they have to transport him. It's
Oh,
late.
you
They were
know, you
supposed to
gotta get
start
out.
already 30 minutes ago.
Can I tell you a joke?
Yep. I'm watching his attorney. His attorney is not happy. Sure. What's the joke?
Okay. An elderly lady went into the store. She wanted to buy 3 cans of cat food.
You
She
need to
got to
sign
the
it too.
register. Oh, I forgot. Old woman went to the store to buy 3 cans cat food. Okay. She got to the register. Woman said, "Can't sell to you. Must bring proof have cat." Old woman went home, came back with cat.
You froze. No. You froze it, came back with cat. Now you're back.
Okay.
Woman came back with a
So
cat.
she came back with the cat, bought food fine, went home. Next day, went store, wanted to buy 3 cans dog food. Woman said, "Cat must proof dog." Woman went home, came back with dog. Fine. Bought food, went home. Next day came back, had small box with a little hole in the lid, and said to the woman, "Put your finger in the hole." Woman said, "No, you may have a snake in that box." She says, "No, there's nothing in the box that will hurt you. Honest." So the woman put her finger in the hole and she pulled it out and she goes, "Ew, that smells awful." And the woman said, "May I buy some toilet paper, please?" And that's my joke for today.
I thought you were going to say cat litter.
my joke for today. That's cute. Old
Oh my
people
gosh.
don't
Well, let me
get.
reiterate for some of you who weren't on my last stream. I talked a lot about Mr. Tellis and my humble opinion of him. And, you know, what gets me is the fact that he's sitting there saying, I am a law-abiding citizen. I couldn't do that. I believe in the law. I support the law. And yet I didn't realize this until recently. He had a perjury. He's had a DV with his wife. He was her that got dropped. That's why the defense hasn't, that's why prosecution couldn't bring it up. He said that in 2019, at one point, he was willing to take bribes. And then what was the third one? There's four of them. Let me see my little notebook here. Oh, had the affair in the office, but yet he couldn't commit a crime. He's above a crime. And something that was said that there's a woman in court, and I can't remember her name. Lauren? Is it Lauren? I watched her the other night. And yes, Lauren. I don't know her last name, but I watched her the other night on YouTube, and I agree with a lot of what they said. But something that the cameras didn't catch was there was a time. Well, during the time, there's only I think a lot. We got Court TV. Law and Crime did not show it, but I think Court TV did. That when he was looking at the um, photos of his home being disheveled from the investigation, he literally had crocodile tears. And then, he had zero reaction when he said for the first time he saw the photos from the accident, I mean, from the investigation and from the autopsy, and he'd never seen the pictures of the victim until that day, and he had no response. Y'all, I don't care how nasty it is and how desensitized you become, you still have some kind of response the first time you see something, even if it's just, what? So it was interesting. I find
Yeah.
something fishy going on this morning. His attorneys are there, but he's not there. And his lawyer's mannerisms are odd. Oh, I know. They are on the phone. They are going 100 miles a
They know.
minute. I'm not wondering if he didn't plead.
Maybe. If he's smart, he will.
The state may have offered, but if I was a state and this is a 99% shoe in, I wouldn't offer nothing. Oh, sidebar. He could refuse to come. His lawyer
Yeah.
is eyeing that phone like a hot, unaccompanied blonde on a Friday night. Sneaky, you are so true. You are true, my dear. He is. This is interesting.
What she's
Very interesting.
saying.
And all those people behind are not supporters in any way,
What
shape,
she.
or form.
What she's.
She said his lawyers are eyeing the phone like a hot, unaccompanied blonde on a Friday night. Miss Kevin, I sure do appreciate your trains of thoughts and your jokes and the way you see things. You're my kind of sense of humor. Isn't that cool? The lipstick has an actual mirror and a light.
That's
You can
great.
see.
What kind of lipstick is it?
I don't know. It was just gifted to me. There's no name on it anymore. It's rubbed off.
Well, that's
You're
not
using
good. Don't
that?
help.
What, the same one? Isn't this
Doesn't
from
help
an
me a
Emily D.
bit.
Baker? Oh, there it is. Law Nerd. It's her brand. It just says Law Nerd on it.
LAUNDERD.
No, that's not the brand. It's an Emily D. Baker one. But here's the thing, guys. I know she likes it, and I got it a long time ago to support her. But I like my brand better. It lasts longer.
I can look it
This
up
is mine.
online.
It's almost out. I already
Do you
have a
have any
package.
news?
I already know what I'm bringing you when we go to conference.
Well, that's nice. That's nice. That's lovely. I have got to get to a Radio Shack and get a extension for my earphones, for my beautiful earphones that some wonderful
I do
lady
too.
gifted me.
I got to get an extension too. But
Yeah,
the
they're
thing
tough
is
to
we're
use
not going to
without.
have the setup like we had last year.
I know, but still, I need an extension.
Well, do you know what? If I can
Good.
swing it, I still
I hope
haven't
it's
gotten
not.
that portable system. And I might, if I can afford it by then, I'm going to get it. No.
How does it feel not to have any kids in? Well, you still got a kid in your house.
Huh?
I was saying, how does it feel to not have any kids in your house? And then I said, oh, you still have one, your
I don't have
son.
any kids. I have an adult
That's what I
who
know.
I'm not happy with at the moment.
I can see the floor of my closet. Hallelujah. Glory
Yay.
to God. I can't see my bed, but I see the floor of my closet.
Uh,
Why are you going round and round? Don't go round and round.
y'all, we also need
Oh,
oh, I need to create my banner. Okay, so some people wanted to know. I'm on Twitter, or what is it? X, whatever. I
X.
X. My makeup. Here's my makeup line. It is fabulous. My makeup line, the makeup line that I use, and I when I do my professional makeup, has been around since about the 1950s as a professional artist makeup company. They do Broadway movies. Um, Dancing with the Stars uses makeup artists use it on Dancing with the Stars. Madonna, Beyonce uses our foundation. That kind of stuff. It's really good. We still call it Twitter's the norms. People can call it. Okay, good. Because I never know if I should call it Twitter or X, and I'm kind of like,
Uh, it's a 20X.
hmm?
It's a
We can
it's
call
a
it TwitX,
TWI Twit or
Twit
X Twit.
X, TwitX, like FedEx, but TwitX.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand why X, TwitX. I wish there was some kind of banner with an
Who
exclamation
knows?
underneath this telling us what the Sam heck is going on. And this guy in the back with the jacket that's walking
They
with the
know.
beard and that beige shirt. By the way, that color doesn't
Yeah.
look good on him. It washes him out. It's just going back and forth.
He's pacing. He's waiting for a baby to be born.
I really was hoping to be able to get the portable system. I don't know why I'm having so many issues
Mhm.
with this. I should not be. Everything looks good on my end. Let me exit live screen play. Um, there may just may be too many people on the live feed. That can happen sometimes.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, it is sketchy. Do we know what's going on, Squeegee? Do we have any idea why the delay? There, well, guys, there could also
Yeah.
have been a problem in the jail They could be on lockdown. There could have been all kind of reasons for the delay. And he is
Maybe
still in
somebody
jail.
tried to
So, huh?
maybe somebody tried to unlife him, de-life him.
Well, that's a possibility.
Uh-huh.
That is a possibility. Just saying. That is a possibility. Y'all, while we're here, if you are not a part of Discord, Discord is a great place to go and have communities. And As the Gavel Drops is a fabulous community on Discord where you can gain access to a lot of information about trials. It is what I call trial junkies. All of you are my trial junkies, by the way. But you can go and join their Discord and be able to access a bunch of information. You can also go to my Discord if I can just find
Find
it.
it?
Oh, wrong one. I'm in the wrong place. New Discords new unread. Wrongful death. Oh, we're going to read this
Okay.
while we're waiting. Wrongful Paul O'Keefe as personal representative. So the O'Keefes are suing CNC Hospitality, CF McCartney's Waterfall Bar and Grill, and Karen Reed. The plaintiff, Paul, is surviving brother of the late John O'Keefe and is duly appointed personal representative of the estate when John Joseph O'Keefe III died on or about January 29th of 22. At all relevant times, material hereto descendant. Okay. I'm just laying out the mother. Okay, so it's Paul, the mother, the niece, and others are suing all of these above entities. The defendant, Waterford Ball and Grill, is a domestic corporation, usual, okay, or resigning. Okay, so they're going through the facts. Plaintiff repeats reallegation incorporates by reference as set forth here into their entirety and all prior paragraphs of the complaint. The decedent, JJ, was the middle of 3 children. Okay, we don't need to hear that. We know all that. After the tragic death of JJ, Margaret took guardianship and custody of the grandchildren. All the relevant times before. Okay, we got that. I just want to get down to the nitty gritty. I don't want to replay the entire trial. Oh gosh, it's like 20 pages of trial.
Wow. Go to the end.
The defendant, C.F. McCarthy, violated Massachusetts drum shop laws, complacency safety policies, and was otherwise negligent for numerous reasons, including but not limiting to its decision not to hire competent employees, i.e., bartenders and servers, its decision not to provide adequate personnel to work at relevant times, i.e., security, bouncers, its decision not to provide adequate safety or training of the employees, staff, bartenders, or servers, its decision to violate its safety training, its choice to retain unfit employees, choice not to supervise adequately. The defendant, C.F. McCartney's, acted not only with indifference to its legal duties, not to serve intoxicated patrons, but also with other forgetfulness of said duty. The defendant C.F. McCarthy acted with gross negligence. Defendant C.F. McCarthy acted with willful, wanton, and reckless disregard for the safety of others when it served an intoxicated defendant Reed. The defendant C.F. McCarthy deliberately ignored the prescribable risk of voluntary incurred a risk of serving a defendant, basically serving Karen Reed while she was intoxicated, continued to serve the
Wow.
defendant Reed while she was intoxicated. Relevant times when Reed was while she was intoxicated. As a direct proximate result, the C.F. McCarthy's negligence, gross negligence, or willful wanton disregard for safety, J.J. sustained serious injuries of the body, mind, and conscious pain and suffering, fear of impending death, loss of earnings, medical, funeral, burial, and died. As a direct proximate result, the negligence of gross. Okay, so they're suing the bar and grill. Count two, they're doing the same thing, the estate with the Waterford Bar and Grill, the same exact thing, stating that after Reed was visibly intoxicated, they continued. They're doing that. We're going to go through in more depth, but right now we're like on page 12 of 22. Here's the Karen Reed section. Plaintiff represent,
Wow.
okay, on the date of the crash, all relevant items, defendant JJ, public at large duty not to have drive drunk. The driver, she drove her vehicle drunk. Just restating the case. We'll go through it more.
Wow.
More again on the CF McCart. Now, here's the thing. There's like, you've got each member of the family gets to have the same counts. In this case, there are 13 counts. So, John, Paul, the mother, and the niece. I don't know. Well, he was raising her. All three of them are suing, and they all have the same counts repeated again and again. So it's a lot of repetitious. But it
Yeah.
doesn't give a dollar amount. What relief are you seeking, my dears? Let me go back up to the top.
I sure hope the lady's insured.
So we'll go through more of this later. Thank you, I'm a Jedi, for that. I greatly appreciate it. That was very nice of you to shoot that over. I did not see a dollar amount to this. So right now that has not been entered. So they are suing. Woohoo. Oh, we got 11 comments since I last. Hi, Texas Nana. Hello. Hello.
What is
Yeah, I'm not going to
Indy?
call it text. Thank you, Sneaky Side, for posting that. Maybe he finally crapped himself. Suing the bar is ridiculous. It's like suing McDonald's because your relative dies in diabetes. Yeah. Well, there is a legal obligation here. If you are serving alcohol, you must have a license to serve. And with that, you do have an obligation to not serve someone if they are at a certain point of intoxication. That can be very subjective, though.
You're supposed
Yeah,
to cut
Karen
'em
Reed,
off.
it's never going to end for her. Hi, Lefty. Welcome. For those of you who are new, hi, Miss Ronnie. For those of you who are new, please, please, please do the YouTube thing. We appreciate it. By the way, we have new memberships starting at 99 cents. We also have a 199. And then at 4.99, you get access to the members only live. And this one's going to be fun. You know why? We're playing the Bemoozled game. All
The
right,
what?
my lovely mods. I hope you guys are getting your jelly beans. Please. I don't want to do it alone. It's no fun.
What's
Gosh,
behoozled?
hello. Oh, I heard jealous. Oh, I heard Dallas is brushing his hair, which is why Court is late. John took an open beer out of the waterfall. Yes, into Karen's car. That is the only way I can think the waterfall might get hit. Exactly. Hi, Karen. Nice to see you. That is exactly it. The bean-boozled ones, the ones that it's either milk, soured milk, or coconut.
That's bad.
Oh,
That's
it's
very
fun
bad.
because you spin the wheel and it tells you which one to get, and two of them look alike. One may be butterscotch and the other one may be barf.
That's really bad.
It's kind of like
That's
bean
really, really
roulette,
bad.
jelly bean roulette. If a customer, oh, like
Well,
someone after leaving the establishment, yes, the establishment is responsible for the employee that served the customer, but I honestly don't think that's the case. Well, the only thing that I can see is the fact that an alcoholic beverage left, and it wasn't in a glass bottle, it was in a beer bottle. Because when you look at the video, you see him walking out with the beer, not a glass bottle.
I really think they should have Hogwarts jelly beans.
I have to pull them up to show you guys so y'all know what I'm talking about.
Have you ever had Hogwarts jelly beans?
Yep, that's pretty much what these are.
Good. I remember when Dumbledore ate one. It was not funny. It was you like,
Okay, let me share this. This is what I'm talking about. Now, they're not that much. I don't know. I've got mine for cheaper. Ha ha ha! You've been summoned by the Hogwarts jelly beans. Yep, that's exactly what
yep.
this was based off of.
Mm-hmm.
Alas, it's earwax.
I remember.
I played it before, and I think out of all of them, I only had 4 bad ones.
That's pretty good.
I don't think this is gonna be that kind of night. I might even get a little moonshine on that one.
Huh? Yeah.
Minimal. Hey, Saturday
I'll
night,
turn again.
I
Give
mean,
me
it's a Saturday night. Bring your own drink.
bring your own whatever.
B
I tell you what. If
Y
any,
O D. Bring your own drink.
I tell you what.
And
If
B Y
anybody
O
was,
J B D. Bring your own jelly beans and drink. How about that?
that was, if anybody was to walk in my house and kind of go through my cupboards, they would swear I was an alcoholic. Because I
Why?
find pretty bottle. Because I find, well, number one, I have some lovely, lovely wine racks on my walls that are beautiful, and they all have full bottles of wine in it, really different colors.
So are the wine bottles covered in dust and turned into vinegar?
Nope, they're not.
Do you drink them?
Nope. I drink them occasionally. Occasionally. But I have
Well,
some
Miss
really
Kevin,
nice
just
ones.
buy the normal jelly beans and don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
You can buy the normal jelly beans and eat them with us, okay? You can do
How
that.
are your kids, Miss Kevin?
How are the kiddos? Oh, they went on a vacation this weekend with the family, I guess to a beach. It didn't look like a beach because it had a lot of rock. There was some sand, so I guess there was a beach.
Yeah.
What is he counting for? I don't know what's going to happen, but they're counting seats now. They went to the lake.
The lay, lay,
Yes,
lay,
we're going to
lay.
test your acting skills. I got the real ones. They sitting on my nightstand waiting for me to bring them here. But here's the thing. I have got to take a test before that night, 2 of them. So this week is going to be a little busy for me. So as soon as I'm done with lives, it's straight into school. And then in the morning when I come in, I'll take a test. I'm really anxious about this first week because I don't know how these professors are. I've not used the programs they're using for the testing. It's just a little awkward for me right now. Um, Trying to set up accommodations has been a little difficult. Oh, there's the man. I mean, the man.
This
Oh, he
tie's
has to be
crooked.
fat. His tie is crooked. Dude, you're OCD. Why is your tie crooked? And what is it
Really?
with the ties as thick as his neck? He's all like, okay, Your Honor, I'm here.
I'm here. Let's get
Oh,
this
now I get
show
to
on the
stand up and
road.
get some water. It ain't jailhouse water. Oh, it looks like coffee.
Mm,
Maybe water. I don't know. His tie is too thick for his neck.
the man is
He
the
has to be
man.
nervous because it's either today or tomorrow. He's going to be. It's it. That's all, y'all. That is all
Have they
she
done
wrote.
everything?
They're doing closing arguments today.
Okay.
Baby girl, no one's here. Go place. Yes, I said go
Go
place.
play
Go.
today.
Go place.
How's the kitty?
How's the kitties? The baby
Mm,
kitties found homes.
all of them? Don't they?
My bigger baby kitty that we've had is still here, but the two little ones did. Oh, look at
Well,
all the people
good.
piling in. Is that family
Whoa.
members?
Well, they're
Did they got
bold.
oh, I thought that was her sunglasses. I thought that was a bottle of beer. I have that on my head, my brain. I don't even drink beer.
I have never had a bottle of beer in my life or a drink of beer. I don't like the smell.
Well, my grandfather, when I was about 5 years old, 6, I kept begging to drink what grandpa drank because I had no idea. And he finally said, let her have a sip. And I took a sip
That's
at
all
that
it
and
took.
I almost threw it. And so I've never had a taste for it since.
Nope.
Yes, share
Never had.
pictures in Discord. We've seen a few, but we'd like to see more.
Yeah. I don't even know what the Discord website is.
Well,
What is it?
girlfriend, we'll have to connect you.
Yeah, you do.
But you know what? They're not
Just
putting me up there anymore. They haven't had me up here since the 20th. My last actual court was the 17th. I need to get a hold of her. Is she on?
well, I had nails last week. This week I have one. Right here. This one. I don't
Yep.
have any more. My product is lousy. So I have no nails. And the jewelry is coming in.
Well, I just got a hold of them and said, "Hey, what's up? Can't get my lives up." Oh gosh. So we've got Well, you put some pictures up, Miss Kevin. Why do we not have sound? It's not on me. I show full
Not on
sound.
me either.
That's weird. Oh, it looks like y'all had a great time. It really does. We have no sound. Let me go to another feed, y'all. Hate to do it, but I got to.
All right, rendering direction yours.
Is that soft to you?
Little bit.
Hold on, let's see. Nope, I don't hear it there either. But I've had other videos playing just fine.
It would be a violation of your oath to be impartial on any other view of the law. than that given in the instructions of the court. Instruction number 2, ladies and gentlemen, the state stipulate to the presence of the panel and the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's better.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, Officer Hawks is handing out the jury
It is very
instructions.
soft. I've got it ganged up
Each
all
of
the
you will
way.
have a copy of the instructions. You'll be able to
That's all I
take them
got
with
from
you
the
when you
chair.
go back to deliberate upon your verdict.
I can hear it really well.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to back it up.
It is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this case. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Instruction number 2, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Number 3, an indictment is but a formal method of accusing a person of a crime and is not of itself any evidence of his guilt. In this case, it is charged an indictment that on or about the second day of September 2022 within the county of Clark, state of Nevada, contrary to the form, force, and effect of statutes in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Nevada, the defendant committed the crime of murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, as follows: did willfully, unlawfully, with malice aforethought, kill Jeffrey Gearman, who was 60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gearman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by lying in wait for the said Jeffrey Gearman, and or 3, perpetrated by abuse of an older person. It is the duty of the jury to apply the rules of law contained in these instructions to the facts of the case to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. Number 4, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either express or implied. The unlawful killing may be effected by any of the various means by which death may be occasioned. Number 5, malice aforethought means the intentional doing of a wrongful act without legal cause or excuse, or what the law considers adequate provocation. The condition of mind described as malice aforethought may arise from anger, hatred, revenge, or from particular ill will, spite, or grudge toward the person killed. It may also arise from an unjustifiable or unlawful motive or purpose to injure another, proceeding from a heart fatally bent on mischief, or with reckless disregard of consequences and social duty. Malice aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of any considerable time between the malicious intention to injure another and the actual execution of the intent, but denotes an unlawful purpose and design as opposed to accident and mischance. Number 6, express malice is that deliberate intention unlawfully to take away the life of a human being, which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Malice may be implied when no considerable provocation appears, or when all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. Number 7, the indictment alleges alternative theories of murder of the first degree, as allowed by law. In addition to willful, deliberate, premeditated murder, the indictment alleges the defendant committed the murder by means of lying in wait and or by abuse of an older person. Number 8, one theory of murder of the first degree is murder which is perpetrated by means of any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. All 3 elements, willfulness, deliberation, and premeditation, must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before an accused can be convicted of first-degree murder under the theory of liability. Number 9, willfulness is the intention to kill. There need be no appreciable space of time between formation of the intent to kill and the act of killing. Number 10, deliberation is the process of determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action, considering the consequences of the actions. A deliberate determination may be arrived at in a short period of time, but in all cases, the determination must not be formed in passion, or if formed in passion, it must be carried out after there has been time for the passion to subside and deliberation to occur. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not deliberate, even though it includes the intent to kill. Number 11, premeditation is a design, a determination to kill distinctly formed in the mind by the time of the killing. Premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It may be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. For if the jury believes from the evidence that the act constituting the killing has been preceded by and has been the result of premeditation, no matter how rapidly the act follows the premeditation, it is premeditated. Number 12, the law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberation and premeditation, as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. Number 13, another theory of murder of the first degree is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. The elements necessary to constitute lying in wait are watching, waiting, and concealment from the person killed with the intention of inflicting serious bodily injury upon such person or of killing such person. Nothing requires that the lying in wait exist for or consume any particular period of time before the act which causes the death. It is only necessary that the act causing death be preceded by and the outgrowth of lying in wait. Where a killing is accomplished after lying in wait, the state is not required to prove premeditation or deliberation. The killing constitutes murder of the first degree so long as it was committed with malice, either express or implied. Number 14, another theory of murder of the first degree is a kind of murder which carries with it conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of murder is murder committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional or unintentional or accidental. This is called the felony murder rule. The intent to perpetrate or attempt to perpetrate abuse of an older person must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 15, any person who abuses an older person is guilty of abuse of an older person. Abuse means willfully causing unjustifiably pain or injury or mental suffering to an older person. An older person is defined in Nevada as 60 years of age or older. Number 16, although your verdict must be unanimous as to the charge, you do not have to agree on the theory of guilt or liability. Therefore, even if you cannot agree on whether the facts establish the defendant is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder, murder by means of lying in wait, or felony murder by means of abuse of an older person, so long as all of you agree that the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt of murder in the first degree, your verdict shall be murder of the first degree. Number 17, all murder which is not murder of the first degree is murder of the second degree. Murder of the second degree is murder with malice aforethought, but without the admixture of premeditation and deliberation, nor by means of lying in wait or by means of elder abuse. Number 18, you are instructed that if you find the state is established that the defendant has committed first-degree murder, you shall select first-degree murder as your verdict. The crime of first-degree murder includes the crime of second-degree murder. You may find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder if, 1, you have not found beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree, and 2, all 12 of you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime of second-degree murder. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or of the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of that doubt and return a verdict of murder of the second degree. Number 19, you are instructed that if you find the defendant guilty of first or second degree murder, you must also determine whether or not a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the crime. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of such an offense, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting with use of a deadly weapon. If, however, you find that a deadly weapon was not used in the commission of such an offense, but you find that it was committed, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting that a deadly weapon was not used. Number 20, deadly weapon means any instrument which, if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, will or is likely to cause substantial bodily harm or death, or any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. 21, the state is not required to have recovered the deadly weapon used in an alleged crime or to produce the deadly weapon in court at trial to establish that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the crime. Number 22, in arriving at your verdict in this case as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you and should in no way influence your verdict. If your verdict is murder of the first degree, you will, at a later hearing, determine the issue of penalty or punishment. Number 23, to constitute the crime charged, there must exist a union or joint operation of an act forbidden by law and an intent to do the act. The intent with which an act is done is shown by the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Do not confuse intent with motive. Motive, what prompts a person to act. Intent refers only to the state of mind with which the act is done. Motive is not an element of the crime charged, and the state is not required to prove a motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. However, you may consider evidence of motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in the case. Number 24, the defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. This presumption places upon the state of Nevada the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the crime charged and that the defendant is the person who committed the offense. A reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Number 25, the evidence which you are to consider in this case consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, and any facts admitted or agreed to by counsel. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who claims to have personal knowledge of the commission of the crime which has been charged, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is a proof of a chain of facts and circumstances which tend to show whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. Therefore, all of the evidence in the case, including the circumstantial evidence, should be considered by you in arriving at your verdict. Statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorney stipulates to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuations suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must disregard any evidence to which an objection was sustained by the court and any evidence ordered stricken by the court. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Number 26, in this trial, you heard evidence of other acts regarding the defendant, Mr. Tejas, in the articles written by Jeff Gehrman. You are not to conclude from this evidence the defendant is a person of bad character or is predisposed to commit crimes. Number 27, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by their manner upon the stand, their relationship to the parties, their fears, motives, interests, or feelings, their opportunity to have observed the matter to which they testified, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength or weakness of their recollections. If you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of their testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 28, witnesses who have special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in a particular subject have testified to certain opinions. This type of witness is referred to as an expert witness. In determining what weight to give an opinion expressed by an expert witness, you should consider the qualifications and believability of the witness, the facts or materials upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons for each opinion. Opinion is only as good as the facts and reasons on which it is based. If you find that any fact has not been proven or has been disproved, you may consider that in determining the value of the opinion. Likewise, you must consider the strength or weaknesses of the reasons on which it is based. You are not bound by any opinion. Give each opinion the weight you find it deserves. You may disregard any opinion if you find it to be unreasonable. Number 29, although you are to consider only the evidence in the case and reaching a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience, keeping in mind such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 30, during your deliberations, you're not to communicate with anyone in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text, messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You're not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished not to conduct any investigation, test a theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 31, when you retire to consider your verdict, you must first select one of your members to act as foreperson who will preside over your deliberation, will be your spokesperson in court. During your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits admitted into evidence, these written instructions, and forms of verdict prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. As soon as you agree upon a verdict, the foreperson shall sign and date the verdict form and return with it to this room. Number 32. Now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your minds the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it and remember it to be, and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may open and close the arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. By June of 2022, Jeff German had caused a lot of problems for the public administrator, Robert Tellis. He had written articles accusing Mr. Tellis of an inappropriate relationship. He had written that he was bullying in the office and had created a hostile environment in the public administrator's office. He had written an article saying that the management of Mr. Tellis was so bad that the county had to bring in a private consultant in order to assist with the management of an 8-person office. After Mr. German wrote those articles, Mr. Tellis lost his primary race and would not be the public administrator after that. And not just that he lost the race, he lost the race to a rival within the public administrator's office itself. And from the text messages of Mr. Tellis, we learned that this was deeply, deeply troubling for him. He wrote to Mr. German, I don't know what to say. I told you how much this all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you, I think this is a typo, proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over. I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes it sound like I'm the guilty one. That wasn't fair or balanced. He told Mr. German, I'm distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message. He told Mr. German that he was adding to the pressure of his life. I've done so much for that office. I've told you that I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't. However, clearly she was. It seems to me that you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life. Now, Mr. German's response was a response that you get probably from many reporters. He says, sorry you feel that way. My editors and I feel the story is fair and balanced. Mr. Tellis's response, I don't know that you could truly feel that. You have concrete proof I provided you of what is really going on. You acknowledged much of it. You mentioned none of it. if telling yourself that you are fair helps you sleep at night while you're trying to destroy good people, that's your prerogative. And Mr. Tellis does attempt to fight back from these articles. On his campaign website, he posts this letter discrediting the paper and discrediting the allegations in those articles written by Mr. Gehrman. He goes on Twitter and he accuses Mr. Gehrman of being a bully. He says Mr. Gehrman had threatened him. He told other people on social media in this first screenshot that because of those articles, I had to increase my medication to cope with it all. He tells someone who reposted the article or sent it that he was deeply disappointed that they had done that. And he's generally following the fallout of those articles on social media. But the reality is he lost that primary election after those articles were written, and he attributed it to the articles written by Jeff Gehrman. He told his best employee, Nicole Lofton, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies. He told his best employee, Nicole Lofton, I'm so sorry. I'm devastated that everything we worked for is going to be done. I hate them and what they did. And after all that happened and losing the primary, his concern was that another article might be coming. He explains, I'm going to pull the trigger on the supervisory changes. I'm going to go with the original plan. I think if I do any more than that, they will say I'm interfering with operations. And then he added, she is probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter. And he sent another text after that there's more garbage being gathered for a news article. And Mr. Tellis testified to you that after the primary took place, he actually half drafted, he didn't file it, a lawsuit where he was going to sue his rival, Rita Reed, and he was going to insinuate in that lawsuit, coincidentally, that there was a conspiracy that caused his problems in the election. If you look at point 21, he wrote, upon information and belief, several employees conspired to make false allegations of mistreatment by Mr. Tellis. These employees contacted the Las Vegas Review-Journal to share false and defamatory statements in support of news articles against Mr. Tellis. So he was clearly incredibly upset that those articles were written and that it resulted in him losing that primary. In July, Jeff Gehrman, though, isn't done with his stories and his examination of what is going on with Mr. Tellis and the public administrator's office. In July, he sends that request for the public records of the county, where he's asking for communication between Mr. Tellis and Roberta, and then ultimately it expands to other individuals in the county. But he wants all team messages between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. He wants cell phone messages. He wants essentially all of their communications as of July, and that's after those 4 articles were written. Mr. Tellis, of course, is informed by this, informed of this request by the county, and this occurs on August the 8th, and they explain, hey, look, this reporter's seeking all of this information. So the message underlying all of this is another article is forthcoming. Mr. Tellis messages back that he wants to review those communications prior to them being released to the reporter. But as of August 8th, he's on notice of another article coming. And if you look at this email, he responds about 20 minutes after that first email was sent to him. Now, looking at the August calendar, you can see that on August the 8th, that's when he receives the notification of the public records request. And by August the 12th, there are images from Google Maps of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood, Bronze Circle. We don't know the date they were created, but we know they were modified by August the 13th, meaning they had to be created sometime before that. Now, this doesn't mean that Mr. Tellis physically went to Bronze Circle on the days leading up to the modification date of the 13th. It simply means that he went and accessed Google Maps and Bronze Circle is the area that was searched and accessed by his phone. And those images are, of course, where Jeff Garriman lives. Now, the next date to keep in mind in our series of events in August of 22 is August the 15th. In August the 15th, that is when there's images of all of those cars that are kind of driving along the access road to Jeff Garriman's neighborhood. Now, once again, we have a modification date. That doesn't mean that the images were all taken on the 15th, but they had to exist before the 15th to be modified on that date. And if you recall, just Detective Gaddis figured out where this was, and it's right off of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood. His house is right here on Bronze Circle, and she figured out by looking at the photographs where it was located in Las Vegas. And she figured out it was located right at this Popeyes parking lot, and that slanted wall ends up being in almost all of the images. And there are a lot of them, of several cars driving by the access road to Mr. Garriman's house. So we have the notification on the 8th, we have accessing Google Maps on the 12th, we have those screenshots of all of those vehicles in conjunction with Mr. Garriman's neighborhood by the 15th, and then by the 23rd, there have been searches of Mr. Garriman's personal information on Mr. Tellis's computer. This is Mr. Tellis's work computer at his desk. If you look at the screen on the right, you can see like there's a bottle of hand sanitizer, there's an arrow pointing to it. Here's a closer view. And the screenshots from his phone, you can see that the same cap to that bottle is in the screenshot as well. So these were clearly taken on his work computer while he was at work. And you can see that he's looking up personal information of Mr. Garriman, the kind of car he drives. He ultimately is able to get the address of 7216 off his work computer. And once again, those photos were in existence by August the 23rd of 2022. So all of those events, the notification, the accessing of Bronze Circle on Google Maps, the screenshots of the car, and then using the work computer to access personal information of Jeff Garriman all occurs in August of 2022. Moving to September, that's when Mr. Tellis on September the 1st receives notification that the county is getting ready to release all of those documents that were subject to the public records request. He's notified and Ms. Kennan is notified on September the 1st of 2022, and the murder's the very next day. It's about 15 hours later. Now we know that on the morning of the 2nd, Mr. Tellis left his house and proceeded into the area of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood, and that he kind of meanders around there, but ultimately ends up on those cross streets and then proceeds on foot to Mr. Garriman's residence. Mr. Tellis's residence is at the top of the screen there on Spanish Steps. He goes down that Silk Tassel Road and then goes on Red Hills Road. And he leaves at 9:12 in the morning. Now, eventually, he's in the area of Rock Springs Drive, which is near Mr. Garriman's neighborhood. The time on that video is incorrect. It says 9:42 a.m. But you heard from Detective Mogg that the corrected time for that particular camera is 10:26. So he's in the area of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood at about 10:26 a.m. in the morning. What's the next thing that happens? Well, you know that this is Mrs. Tellis's Apple Watch, and she sends that message to Mr. Tellis at 10:35 a.m. You can kind of see it says Friday, 10:35 a.m. And the message is, where are you? Well, he's sitting in Mr. Garriman's neighborhood, so he's not answering this text message. That text message goes unanswered. Mr. Tellis at 10:40 a.m. is now on Winter Green Drive, which is the cross street to Bronze Circle. He's on Winter Green Drive at about 11 a.m. and the murder itself takes place at about 11:18 a.m. Then Mr. Tellis is back at his own neighborhood by 11:51 a.m. And this is video from that Piggott Elementary School, which Detective Mogg indicated that that timestamp is correct. And what does he do? He gets back at 11:51 a.m. and then he's able to get his BMW and proceed to Planet Fitness. So there's his BMW leaving. It's 12:03, and then you know from Detective Gaddis's testimony that it's about a 4 to 6 minute drive. He's able to be at Planet Fitness by 12:09. So by 9/3, which is now the day after the murder, it has been reported that Jeff Garriman has been murdered. And then Roberta, who's working, has heard about the murder and she's starting to get concerned. She tells Mr. Tellis, I'm working tomorrow now. I don't want to be in the office alone. I'd rather be with the crazy women than alone right now. She's concerned about Mr. Garriman getting murdered and she's scared about being in the office alone. By September 5th and 6th, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has released images of the assailant and also of the Yukon itself. And Roberta becomes even more concerned. She messages Mr. Tellis, Rob, WTF, please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while. This is on the September the 6th. He answers, whoa, that's crazy. She says, please tell me your Yukon is not that color. He answers, it is similar, if not the same. She says, I'm freaking out, Rob. He answers, my car has all matching wheel patterns. I think they are saying that there's a difference between the front and the back of the assailant's vehicle. But Roberta looks at it and says, ugh, your car is identical. And it actually turns out that Roberta is the one that is correct. His car is identical. From that lighter spot on the passenger side, just below the windshield wiper, there's sort of like a lighter rectangular shaped portion of the car. You can see that in the video. From the differentiating tint between the front and the back of the vehicle, that part is identical. And from the wheels themselves, they weren't different. They were the same. The wheel rims on the front and the back are identical. It is his Yukon. He is the one who committed the murder. So let's talk about the charge of murder. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either expressed or implied. And all that means is an act of ill will. When you go back to deliberate, you'll be asked two overarching general questions about the crime. And those are, was a deadly weapon used in the commission of the crime? And was the victim of the crime 60 years of age or older? So as you heard from Judge Levitt, a deadly weapon is simply an object capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. We obviously have that in this case. The knife wounds inflicted on Mr. Garriman were definitely not caused by human hands, and they were capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death, because that's ultimately what happened. You may be asking, well, where is it? Like that knife didn't come to court, but the instructions tell you that the state is not required to have recovered a deadly weapon used in an alleged crime or to produce it at trial. You just have to be able to gather from the evidence that a deadly weapon was used. Obviously, the injuries of Mr. Garriman indicate that this was not caused by human hands. A deadly weapon was used to accomplish his murder. So that overarching question about the crime is probably an easy one to answer. Probably the easiest one after that is, was Mr. Gehrman over 60 years old at the time the crime occurred? And he was 69 years old at the time it occurred. So let's talk about first-degree murder. As Judge Levitt explained to you, there are three theories, three pathways that you can reach a verdict of first-degree murder. The first one is a willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. The second one is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And the third one is murder perpetrated during the course of elder abuse. Now, the first form of first-degree murder is probably the one you're the most familiar with. And that is a murder that is willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And you'd have to find all of those elements in order to find Mr. Tellis guilty under that theory of first-degree murder. So let's talk about what each of these mean. Willfulness is very simple. It's simply an intent to kill. Do your actions demonstrate an intent to kill?
Yes, ma'am. Can you take a break?
Ada K.
Yes, ma'am. You're really choppy at the moment. Say that again.
Okay. Bathroom. Bathroom. Bathroom.
Oh, gotcha. Go.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay.
You want me to interpret? I can do that.
So this part of the video takes about 2 minutes. The entire time of that 2 minutes, Mr. Tellis is attacking Mr. Gehrman with a weapon. So that demonstrates an intent to kill. He's stabbing him repeatedly. Mr. Gehrman is clearly trying to fight back, but Mr. Tellis doesn't stop. It keeps going and going and going. And it's kind of a long time to be inflicting injuries on another individual. He finally walks out on the side. But the duration of that time, the entire time, Mr. Gehrman is being attacked. So let's talk about deliberation, which is the second element. Deliberation is determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action. Well, what do we know about Mr. Tellis's actions prior to the murder? Well, we know back in August, when he got notification that another story was likely coming, he kind of goes into research mode on Mr. Gehrman, where he's located, what kind of car he might be driving, searches on his computer. All of that demonstrates deliberation. Even if you didn't have all of these actions back in August, the length of time of the actual attack itself is sort of a shorter version demonstrating a course of action to kill, right? In the course of 2 minutes, you were stabbing someone multiple times, you could change your mind, but he doesn't do that. He keeps going and going and going, not even withstanding all this pre-planning. Now, premeditation is the last element of that first theory of first-degree murder, and that is simply a decision to kill before you do it. Before you came in and sat as jurors, you may have thought that premeditation is always a case of pre-planning and months in advance and that sort of thing. And that is definitely a case of first-degree murder and kind of exactly what we have in this case. But you're told by the instruction that premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It can be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. So what that instruction tells you is, in the law of Nevada, for premeditation, if I make a decision to kill you and I do it a month from now, that's premeditation. If I make a decision to kill and I do it a week from now, that's premeditation. If I do it an hour later, it's premeditation. If I do it a minute later, it's premeditation. If I do it a second later, it's still premeditation. And you have a video of the attack on Mr. Gehrman, and clearly there's a decision made to kill him. But beyond that, you also know that Mr. Tellis took the step of leaving his phone at home prior to the murder. That's indication of premeditation and planning. You know that he bothered to disguise himself by wearing the hat and the orange outfit. That shows premeditation, a decision to kill. And you also know, most of all, that he brought a weapon over to Mr. Gehrman's house, and that shows premeditation as well. So that theory of first-degree murder has been established in this case. Let's talk about the second theory of first-degree murder, which is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And the instructions explain what that is. Another theory of first-degree murder is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And what that is kind of taking on a place of concealment in order to inflict injury or death upon another person. It's sort of the second paragraph. It says, watching, waiting, and concealment from the person killed with the intention of inflicting serious bodily harm upon, or serious bodily injury upon such person, or of killing such a person. And in this case, you actually see the actions of Mr. Tellis literally lying in wait. He goes into Mr. Gehrman's yard and recedes to the back in order to be in a place of concealment in order to attack him later on. And that is literally lying in wait. So that theory of first-degree murder is established as well. The third theory of first-degree murder is murder occurring during the perpetration of abuse of an older person. And this is kind of like child abuse, where if you abuse a child and a child happens to die in the course of abuse, it's automatically first-degree murder. The same is true for individuals who are over 60. If you abuse an older person and they die during the course of that abuse, that is an automatic case of first-degree murder. And it's sort of a policy judgment to protect vulnerable members of our society. The instructions tell you another theory of first-degree murder is a kind of murder which carries with it conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of murder is murder committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of an older person is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional, unintentional, or accidental. We have that in this case. Mr. Gehrman was over 60 years old. So by abusing him and causing his death, it is automatically another theory of first-degree murder. So this is a picture of the verdict form that you'll have back in your deliberation room, and you can kind of see on the top in all caps it says murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. That was those very first two questions I discussed with you at the beginning of the closing that you would answer as jurors. And then as a jury, you should ask about the individual theories of first-degree murder and vote on them. So you have to vote if all 12 of you think that this was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Do all 12 of you find that it was perpetrated by means of lying in wait? Do all 12 of you agree that it was perpetrated in the course of abuse of an older person? If you find all of those, then you mark those boxes. If you are in disagreement, say only 3 of you think it was willful, deliberate, and premeditated, or some combination, you have to take a vote to decide if all of you believe that it's first-degree murder under some theory. And if it is, you mark that last box and say, we don't find unanimously under any of those 3 theories, but all of us agree, 12 of us agree that it's some form of first-degree murder. The law tells you, although your verdict must be unanimous as to charge, you do not have to agree on a theory of guilt or liability. So if all 12 of you agree one form of first-degree murder, then you mark that last box. But it's the state's position that all 3 of those theories, willful, deliberate, premeditated, lying in wait, and elder abuse, clearly apply in this case. And really, Mr. Tellis isn't disagreeing that this is a case of first-degree murder. He's just saying that it was a Compass Realty assassin who did it. Now here we see Mr. Tellis leaving his house at about 9:12 a.m. And it's the state's theory, of course, that at that point, he's left his house and his cell phone is sitting back at his house on Spanish Steps. The state's theory is that Mr. Tellis leaves his residence, leaves the phone at the residence, and is proceeding to Mr. Gehrman's residence. And as we've discussed, the Yukon is seen at Rock Springs at about 10:26 a.m. Here's 2 different images of it. Meanwhile, Mr. Tellis's cell phone, which is sitting back at Spanish Steps, is getting some incoming messages. There's an incoming and unanswered message at about 9:44 a.m. about a work case. There's an incoming and unanswered message at about 10:16 about another case at his work. There's an incoming unanswered message from his wife saying, "Where are you?" at 10:36 a.m. Now you'd think, given that some of the allegations in the articles, this might be one he'd answer pretty quickly. There's an unanswered incoming call from his wife at 10:43 a.m. that doesn't get answered by him. And there's another incoming call that occurs at 11:16 a.m. Meanwhile, he is at Mr. Gehrman's house. So ask yourself this: if this was really a Compass Realty assassin who was committing the murder at Bronze Circle, how would that individual know that Mr. Tellis, with his phone at his house, wouldn't have answered a call, or wouldn't have gotten in another text string, or wouldn't have made a call himself? How could anybody but Mr. Tellis be the killer? No one would have that level of assurance, because if any of those calls had been answered from his house, it would be clear that he wasn't the one involved. Now we know from the video evidence from Bronze Circle that after the murder occurs, Mr. Tellis actually returns to Mr. Gehrman's house, and he goes to the side area of the yard where Mr. Gehrman is located.
I agree with this comment so much. I'm loving the way she's doing this. I love her opening and I'm loving her closing. She's good, very clear, very easy to understand. Like her a lot.
And then he returns back to the Yukon. And eventually does that U-turn and drives away. But if you're wondering why there isn't blood in the Yukon, he had to walk all the way out of that crime scene, and anything that had been deposited on his shoes would have come off in the rocks. Besides that, the crime scene itself is not drenched in blood on the ground. These are Mr. Gehrman's shoes. There is some blood on them, but they're not exactly drenched, and he's the victim. So after Mr. Tellis leaves Bronze Circle for the second time, he goes east, he goes on Wintergreen, he goes on Washington, he goes on Rampart, he goes on Apple, and he goes back to his neighborhood at 11:51, and then he leaves again to go to Planet Fitness at about 12:03.
Y'all,
You also
I'm getting
know that
scared
Mr. Tellis is
I'm
the
looking at all
killer
my homework
because of the
assignments
DNA
for the
evidence in
week.
this case. Remember how this comes into play. They collect the samples from the scene, and the Metro DNA analyst has this result of foreign DNA being present on September the 5th. They haven't even collected a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis until the 7th. So it's not like Metro or Compass Realty has a sample of Mr. Tellis's DNA to come insert in this crime scene. It's Mr. Tellis's DNA in this scene. It's literally on the body of Mr. Gehrman. The items from the search warrant also tell you that Mr. Tellis is the person responsible for this crime. Those shoes that were found in the house, they weren't planted, they were hidden. They were cut up. Anyone who planted the shoes would have no reason to cut them up. The cutting up is to benefit Mr. Tellis so he can get rid of them. If you were just planting them, you could leave them alone. And they're clearly his shoes because 1, they're in his house. 2, his DNA is present on them. And if you don't believe that, there's pictures in his phone of those shoes on a day when he apparently went rock climbing. You have the bag that was located and ultimately the hat as well. And you heard a lot of testimony about how all of this evidence was collected from the scene. There's the detective who physically finds it, working with other detectives who are also doing the search. There's the detective that's assigned to be the scribe to write down where everything is located. There's a crime scene analyst assigned to photograph it in place. There's DNA analysts who actually analyze the physical evidence after the fact. And all of this occurred, this whole search occurred while his wife is sitting in the house and aware of what they're doing. None of this evidence was planted. There's the bag, there's the hat, that was the location of the hat in his house. Finally, you know from the searches, the Bronze Circle, where he accessed the Google Maps, Mr. Gehrman's house, that he is the one responsible.
struggling.
He's not friends with Mr.
He knows he's
Gehrman.
getting his
He
butt
doesn't have
handed to him
business to
on
do with
silver
Mr.
platter.
Gehrman. There is no reason for images of Bronze Circle to be in his phone prior to the murder occurring. You also know that he is the one responsible from the sort of amateur surveillance that occurred in August prior to the murder itself. There's no reason for any of this to be in his phone, but that he's attempting to gather information on Mr. Gehrman. And finally, you know he actually used his work computer to gather information on Mr. Gehrman as well. At the end of his testimony, I think yesterday, Mr. Tellis explained that, he's really a victim in this. He's been victimized by the whole process. And he told you that he was wronged by his coworkers who didn't appreciate his changes that he made in the office and didn't appreciate his management style. He was wronged by the county who didn't understand that he was being a good leader. He was wronged by Zach Schilling, and by Kristen Riffle. He was wronged by them as well. He was certainly wronged, according to him, by Compass Realty. He was wronged by Steve Wolfson. He was wronged by the patrol officers who preserved that scene at Mr. Gehrman's house. He was wronged by Metro Police, in particular, Detective Gaddis and Detective Jappy. He was wronged by some mysterious, illusory phone hacker. He was wronged by DNA analysts at Metro who found his DNA on the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman. And then, of course, he was obviously wronged by Mr. Gehrman too in the articles he wrote. Or maybe it's not that he was wronged. Maybe he's the one in the wrong.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary, do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you. All rise. Next speaker, please, George.
Wow. What do we think of this little cookie? Oh my gosh, y'all. If I was him, I'd just stand up and say, guilty, get it over with. Save court time and money. Guilty, get it over with. He's making ugly faces to try not to fall apart and cry. I know. She's phenomenal. He's like, yeah, get me out of here. I want to go to the bathroom. I want to go suck my thumb. I want to go cry. Just make sure there's nothing sharp because he's already done that once. So we need to make sure he doesn't do it again. Oh my gosh, y'all. Whoa. Wow. Interesting. Hello, Miss
in.
Diane.
Let me in.
I'm getting us.
Let me in. Knock, knock,
Girl,
knock.
I'm
There's a
doing
little red hen.
I'm doing 4 things right now. All of a sudden,
So,
all of the assignments hit. I'm having a coronary.
don't do that and watch your words. Watch your words.
I'm not having a
Listen to my-
coronary. I'm having a mental coronary, not a physical
That's
one. Oh, Lordy.
Bah.
How am I going to get all this done with no
Oh, I need a
accommodation?
5-hour. I hope they accommodate you soon.
Am I mistaken, or is
Oh.
it somewhere that in the ADA law that if I request a specific interpreter, they need to provide that one if they're going to hire any interpreter?
I believe so. I do believe so.
Well, if you can find that, I don't want to throw that, but I may.
Well, I'll just have to look up the ADA law on that.
Because the client has, if you're going to hire an interpreter, so long as it is not a financial difference, you know what I mean? So long as you're not like
Yeah.
$50 more than they are an hour, then don't they have to provide that interpreter?
I do believe so, but I shall, as you said, or as we said, we shall look for it.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting question. And I'm going to have to bring up a timer. but I can't do that on screen yet, but I will. And I got the
No,
counting app. I just got to
not
learn
yet.
how to figure it when I get the ATEM set up. But we will have a timer. I'm sure they'll have one too.
Ah,
So,
I
yeah.
am tired.
Yeah, I'm thinking about 2 hours. I could put a poll up.
Maybe.
That's what I was gonna do. Ay, 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 ay. I
Yeah.
came over here and I was gonna do something, and then I'm looking at it. What the heck am I going to do? I was like, I gotta do something. What was I
That
gonna
ay
do?
ay ay goes. Ay 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 ay. I am the Frito Bandito. Give me Fritos, corn chips, and I'll be your friend. And I forgot that line. I'm gonna look in my bookcase. I may have an ADA book. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
I love me, Miss Diane. She's something special. Well, you can't be. I have had you on the charger. 45 minutes to an hour. Oh, that's good to know. I got to put that in my thing. I forgot. We could do less than an hour. Duh. Less than 1 hour. 1 to 2 hours. 3 to 4. And then if it gets to end of today, we'll do that. And if it goes through to tomorrow, we'll do those tomorrow. Okay, got it up. Y'all can start your polling now. I want to thank everybody for joining me. You guys are simply just awesome. And I just really, really appreciate all of you. Oh, I'm anxious to hear the defenses more than I am the prosecution, but she was fabulous. It was clear. I mean, there's no question. And the way she lined up the evidence, we have the footprints, we have the DNA, we have the hat, we have the shoe, we have the bag, we have the car, we had the watch, we had all the searches, we had the house, the car searches. I mean, honey, how many nails do you need to close the coffin? This is more than sufficient. I agree with you on that. 100% agree with you on that. If it goes past today, I too will be
Very
shocked.
long.
Yeah, I would be utterly shocked if it went past today. There is no doubt about that. But what is it, baby girl? No one's here. Nobody's here. Sorry. Oh, she must see a bug. Kitty's running. Miss Kevin, your baby is so sweet. I just love babies. She sent a picture in Discord, stuck here under a napping baby. And I went, oh, best place to be.
Okay, ADA rights. Let's see.
I mean, I make a good argument in the sense that not every interpreter signs the same, nor does every interpreter use the same signs. And I'm comfortable and used to you.
Yeah, let's face it, we've been doing this.
You are
Oh,
very,
and
very, very
here's the
choppy today, my dear.
well, it's because of the
I can't even. Oh, ah,
I will pay the bill.
huh?
I
Do me a favor.
know.
While we're on this break, go ahead and close
No,
out and come back in. Reboot and come back in.
I,
Yeah, the yeah, I kicked her out, y'all. I'm so mean. I kicked her out. I'm just so mean. So, I watched the movie The Help. That is one of my favorite movies. And the interesting is the house that I had when I married to my husband had a you come in the garage, and as soon as you hit the garage door, right behind them, you opened it this way. Well, I don't know why I'm doing this. I might as well do this. So when you open the door this way, going in from the garage, you stepped into the laundry room. He had 2 steps up to go into the galley kitchen and the rest of the house. If you kept going straight, you went into like a mother-in-law's wing. When you open the door, you don't see it. You just see washer and dryer and cabinets and stuff. When you close the door, there was a toilet, just a toilet. And I was all like, wow. When you got 15 steps and there's a full bathroom. Well, the house was built during the time of the segregation. It was built like in the late 50s, something like that. It was built in the 50s. I think it was 54. And so they had a servant's bathroom. It was so interesting to find that out. Didn't figure out until after I was out of it what that, why that bathroom was there. But I have to say, with 2 very young children, it was a blessing because the youngest one went to the closer and the older one went to the one just a little further. It saved a lot of headaches, let me tell you. It was nice to have. But I think out of all the movies I've ever and all the information I've ever watched on that time period, this movie nails it in a wonderful way. So if you've never seen The Help, go watch it. Eat my you just did. Eat my what? You just did. Love it. Love it. Never know if that actually happens or not. Just say it. No interpreter yet. I see the window, but I don't see her. So, there's the beautiful gal. You're frozen again. Why are you freezing, my dear? Your internet is running a wee bit slow, my love. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but it's not my next store today.
Shut, na,
Call.
the, hey.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't seen that one,
Because
Ronnie.
oh, that's a scary movie. It's part of
It is.
Insidious.
I don't want to watch a scary movie.
Oh, it's good. Very, very good. I like
How
scary
scary is
movies.
this?
It's not that bad, but it's good. Um, now will be better.
Huh?
Did you get that?
No. Go into the private chat and type it. Over here on the right-hand side of your screen, under all these things, you see private chat. Type it in there. Do they really sew their eyes and mouth shut? I can't do that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Hey, Ronnie, I don't know if I can do that, but we'll see. Oh, it's just a dream that she had. Okay. Even then, ugh. You can't watch The Orange is the New Black at night? I struggle with a lot of the relationship stuff. I understand that's a very prominent thing in prison, but I think that movies are going too far and showing way too much.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Diane. Maybe too much crime, law and crime. Too much law and crime. Why do I have that up? Unread. Member chat. Oh, yep, there's all the photos. That looks like so much fun, y'all. I want to read something to you guys that made me cry. Like I said, I don't cry often. Uh-oh, they're coming back. I'll read it in a minute.
Thank you, everyone. Please proceed. Please come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the
What is she
defense?
drinking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Traskich, you may begin your closing argument.
Thank you.
Purple Zen? What is she drinking? It's purple.
Am I on?
You're true. Am I on? The guy next to Tellus was sweating it.
Proof
I wanna
beyond
know
a
what
reasonable doubt. It's the highest standard in this country. It's not presumption, preponderance of the evidence. It's not clear and convincing. It's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This concept was borrowed from the Old English common law. Our founding fathers thought that it'd be better to it's better to let 10 guilty men go free than to wrongfully convict an innocent person. Additionally, I would submit to you that it reflects the reality that very few people have the resources, the means, the wherewithal to prove their innocence. The means, the wherewithal, testimony by narrative by their innocence. Mr. Tellus. Generally, you don't discuss a person being in custody, but he testified truthfully from the stand concerning his incarceration. He had testified that he'd been in custody for 2 years and that he wanted to tell you his story. Jury instruction number 27 discusses a witness's manner upon the stand. You and you alone are to judge every witness's credibility. In jury instruction number 3, it states that you are to apply the law to the facts. As we had stated at the beginning of this trial, you are the sole judges of the facts in this case. We had asked you at the beginning if you would keep an open mind, and we're certain that you have. This case is not about who called the most witnesses. The state did. This case is not about who had the most exhibits presented to you. the state did. We had asked you that at the close of evidence and at the end of this trial, if we were to sit at counsel table with Mr. Tellis and not ask a single question, not discuss a single document, not to submit a single document, if you had a doubt, and if it were a reasonable one, he'd be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Let's talk for a minute what the state hasn't proven. And again, there is no burden whatsoever on that man. Jeff Garriman DNA wasn't anywhere but at the scene of the crime. And this is significant because we heard a very able explanation of the state's evidence from their point of view.
What was under the fingernails of
There was no blood or DNA evidence concerning Mr. Garriman in Mr. Tellis's home, in or on his vehicles, in or on his clothing. None of that would implicate Mr. Tellis. There had been discussion on the state's closing wherein there was blood everywhere in this, in the bronze circle address. Obviously, it was a stabbing. You can see through the exhibits that you will have with you in the jury room. There was blood everywhere, on the bushes, on the bird dish. Nowhere in Mr. Tellis's vehicle do we find blood. You recall the testimony, blood presumptive negative on both doors on the driver's side, the seat belt, the brake pedal, the gas pedal, the mat, nothing. There was no blood on his person, clothing, anything else. You didn't hear from any witnesses concerning any personal knowledge to contradict Mr. Tellis's version of the events for September 2nd. There was not a positive identification of the subject vehicle or Mr. Tellis at the scene. There's no evidence whatsoever of any gloves being recovered. And you've seen, and it's fairly clear from the video evidence that you've been presented, that assailant was wearing gloves. There was no recovery of a murder weapon. That vest with the reflective strips, you didn't see that. And the pants, we had pants that were recovered. You saw the blue pants. Obviously, that didn't bear any evidence to implicate Mr. Tellis. And I would submit to you that the facts in common sense would dictate that had he been the murderer, there'd be evidence of it on these articles, on that getup.
Sneaky side, I just invited you to, as the gavel drops.
This is a point that I would urge you to consider, because I would submit to you that's crucial in determining whether the state, and again, it's the state alone that bears the burden, has proven their case against Mr. Tellis. There's no surveillance or eyewitness testimony showing that Tellis left his house that day headed to Mr. Garriman's home. We did hear evidence, and it was uncontroverted, and that came through Detective Gaddis, that on the day of the stop, September 2nd, it's Metro policy to have body cam. The officers that stopped him in relation to the warrant that was obtained with Mr. Jappy's, Detective Jappy's participation, it was issued at 2 a.m. on the 7th. The officers that stopped Mr. Tellis, the officers that detained Mr. Tellis, didn't have the body cam on, and that was requested multiple times. Ultimately, there was an order from Her Honor on July 18th of 2023, and after that order. And you recall going through the CAM, the reports, the CAD reports, there was intervention, but again, that key piece of evidence was overwritten, it was destroyed. Again, is that indication of some wide-ranging conspiracy? And I'm not going to stand before you today and necessarily argue that there was. But what that shows is that Metro makes mistakes. Metro officers, Metro detectives are human. You think of the old proverbial idea of police officers, their brass buttons, blue uniforms. They're human beings underneath their titles, underneath their uniforms. And they're just like all of us. They make
That'd be true.
mistakes. That shows you that mistakes are made on behalf of Metro. And the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is not infallible. Let's talk about Robert Tellis's blood, or the lack thereof, at the scene of the murder. You had seen some pretty good videos capturing that person leaving Jeff German's house after the stabbing. I would submit to you that it's the state's argument that Mr. Tellis cut himself through that incident. You heard his testimony. You are the sole judges of the facts concerning that. What we do have, in addition to the state's video,
Really blood on him.
is we have this assailant walking away from the 7217 Bronze Circle.
But he's so far away,
address.
you wouldn't
That
see
finger
blood
was
on
cut.
his hands or his clothes.
That finger
Not
had
that
been
far away.
damaged by a knife or otherwise severely injured.
You wouldn't see it?
blood? Wouldn't common sense dictate that there'd be blood in the bushes surrounding Jeff German's body, in the rocks which were recovered, in the sidewalk outside the house? Nothing. And again, it's the state's burden to present you every bit of evidence in their prosecution, and you should take into consideration the evidence that they've presented to you. But by the same token, you should take into consideration determining whether or not they have proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have the sole burden for the production of evidence. Ask yourselves what evidence is missing. Let's talk about Robert Tellis's body in relation to a struggle that the state would have you believe occurred between these
Good
two
one,
gentlemen.
Andrew.
Recall the evidence that we had brought in during their presentation of evidence, and I believe a number of these pictures came
He's
through Detective Gaddis. And there's a lot. It's defense exhibits B through V. This is just kind of a capture of these photos, and there's a lot of them to evidence that there were no injuries to his body. Neck, front, and there's more. And we could stand here and click through each and every one, but we're not going to. You can look at them.
Please.
You can ask yourselves, well, if there
Let's
was this
embarrass him a
struggle,
little more. Look at him. He's all like,
where are the
I'm
markings?
about ready to cry because
Where's
you
the
showed me
bruising?
in my underwear.
Where are the scratches? Defense exhibits B
Y'all,
through V
where's that when he goes swimming?
will demonstrate that there were no such injuries. Let's talk about the cell phone usage on 9/2/2022. You know, the state would have you believe that Mr. Tellis's lack of responses to junk messages mean that he was occupied with murder. And through analyst Aguero, you heard, and you had the opportunity to see through the course of this gentleman's testimony, it was uncontroverted. We went through the messages during the key hours, the key times of September 2nd. The vast majority of those messages were automated. They were spam. How many of us respond to spam? It wasn't like he had every person reaching out to him, family, friends, repeatedly. Where are you? What are you doing? It's not. The vast majority of those messages were of no significance. They were junk. Additionally, the state did not establish a pattern of phone use behavior, which would indicate that Mr. Tellis' communication activity on that day was anything different than his normal behavior. They had the devices, they had the access. You heard no testimony that his accessing his phone, his using his phone on September 2nd was anything different than the day before, the day following, the weeks before, or the weeks following Mr. German's murder. And let's talk about the deleted messages. You recall that was quite a big point that was underscored and argued through the course of testimony, and it was actually through Mr. Aguero, our expert, the issue concerning this deleted message. And you recall then we had the subsequent witnesses in the state's rebuttal that came forward with and it was through Mr. Tellis's testimony.
And
You remember
now that's going to
the watch,
stick in my head
the
all
Apple
day.
Watch. Then there was questions asked, what about the other device
Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. That is on my mind now. Thanks, Andrea. Thank you.
That presumably these messages were being received on.
Eyes
We didn't
and
get the
ears
benefit, and again, it's
mouth
their
nose.
burden to
Toes,
compare
toes,
the
toes,
Apple
toes,
Watch
finished.
with a Pixel phone. We didn't have that. But what we did hear from that detective is that he couldn't say one way or the other. You remember that question, where are you? Obviously, if someone's home, they can speak with one another. But we didn't hear and we couldn't hear any evidence. And for you to just make a judgment based upon their own expert, their own witness who has special training and knowledge, say, I couldn't say one way or the other whether that message was deleted on the Pixel device, the device that they have alleged was Mr. Tellis's phone. That's significant. Let's talk about what the state does have. They've got a cut up straw hat and shoes.
Found in his house.
There's really no reasonable explanation, rational explanation one way or the other. Obviously, if this person's the murderer, why not get rid of the shoes? You'd have to
Kinda
presume that
sorta
he had
did.
knowledge of the shoes and their whereabouts. Let's talk about that hat. Why wasn't that hat discarded? Again, we'd have to presume knowledge
didn't
on the
have
part
time.
of Mr. Tellis where that hat was. And again, neither the shoes nor the hat tied him to Jeff Gehrman's residence. We had a shoulder bag with balls in it. You recall that exhibit? We had basketball and a football that looked like some sawdust, and you'll have all of these exhibits. What's going on with that? I guess you're to use your common sense, which is one of the latter instructions, and assume that this bag is somehow implicated in the murder of Jeff Gehrman. And then
Well, wasn't it just within 24 hours that they caught him or decided to go and investigate him? I don't know, but to me, I don't think he had enough time, nor did he know how to appropriately dispose, and I say appropriately, meaning in a way that he doesn't get caught, all the evidence, hence under the couch for a little while and, in a box in the garage. And yeah, I don't think he didn't think all of this through very well. I think it was an irrational thought and response. And if you're going to sit there and plan this, you better plan how fast and how quick you can get rid of the evidence without getting caught. So if it wasn't his, then why is there blood on the shoe? And why is this shoe under the couch cut up? And why is this similar, almost identical looking hat, cut up and hidden? No brainer.
it winds up
Humble
in
opinion.
a storage area in the family
Highway
home
Joe.
with a basketball and a football, and what I would submit to you looks like sawdust in the middle of it. The image artifacts from the cache of Robert
Sawdust is
Tellis'
basically the
phone, as
broken
well
up
as
straw in
the
the hat.
vehicle and the address inquiries on Mr. Tellis' work computer, it was fairly clear through the course of the testimony that that work computer had access to the Google account that would presumably be accessed by his Pixel phone. If one has password to that, one can have access to the devices. Matt Havaness said that he could not say the date of the cached images on the files of Mr. Tellis's Google Pixel phone. We were shown a calendar for you to draw inferences. We don't know specifically who accessed, who searched for those images.
You're on a roll.
And we don't know when they
today,
were created. And I would submit to you that that's significant and the state should explain that to you. On Defense Exhibit 03, Robert Tellis's user accounts on his Dell Omnipex located the public administrator's office. Again, this is the report. You have it. This is Mr. Aguero's summation of his analysis. Again, it shows that this Google account where these damaging photos and images are shown, it's the same. It's the same account. It can be uploaded, accessed by both the cell phone and the work computer. Obviously, we know what was going on from the testimony of multiple witnesses, what was going on at the public administrator's office and the turmoil. I would submit that's something that you should consider and determine what the facts are and what the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a positive DNA hit for Mr. Tellis related to Jeff German's fingernails. And you recall at the beginning of the state's presentation last week, you heard from the crime scene analysts, and I would submit to you that it was fairly clear that there was a little less than an airtight investigation because, after all, police officers, detectives, crime scene analysts make mistakes. Reference to the lab techs, Ms. Brown and Ms. Bojanovich, they were trainees at the time that they did this DNA collection and the processing for presumptive negative or presumptive positive blood evidence. This is significant. It was Claire Manning. She had testified, she was young, blonde. She had testified that she couldn't recall who bagged the hands. That was at the scene of the murder. You never heard testimony as to who initially bagged the hands of Jeff German's body. One would think, and common sense would dictate, that they'd be able to tell you that. They couldn't, not from a single witness. She testified that she took custody both of the fingernails and the evidence concerning Mr. Tellis, but again, she couldn't tell you who bagged the hands. Again, this Google search on the recipe, you heard that this the last day of trial, like that was somehow significant. Do you recall in the recross of the detective, there was at least 2 computers at the Tellis home that were not reviewed. They weren't checked for those recipes. So again, I'd submit to you, we have a wash.
All right, say hello for the people who want to see you looking better.
He's now retired. He's an analyst. He lives in Texas. You recall at the beginning of this trial, he gave what appeared to be fairly detailed testimony concerning the whereabouts of the subject, Denali. Do you recall on cross, it was addressed that at 9:10, that vehicle was entering in from the Piggott Elementary. And again, you saw the map. It's in evidence. You can see that this right here is not the entrance to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. It's streets away. It's not close. He gave you testimony that apparently he drove through the neighborhood where Mr. Tellis lived, off the Spanish Steps address. He said to look for things of evidentiary value. We heard nothing. We heard nothing concerning other vehicles in the neighborhood. Do you recall the testimony that there was at least 67 red Denalis? We heard testimony that that number at one point perhaps was greater. Perhaps it was at 67, which nobody contradicted, but we never heard what was ultimately narrowed down to. We had Detective Mogg, and I'll refer to him as detective because in essence he still is. He testified and just said he was sure that it was that man's Denali, period. Do you recall the testimony that was shown concerning, and I would submit to you because you are the sole judges of the facts, that there was something peculiar about this Denali, something in the right-hand window area, that plastic stripping. You have the photos. Please look at them. We were given testimony based upon his analysis. We have at the same part near Piggott Elementary. We have this vehicle leaving at 9:12:32. But what's significant about the 9:10, where we see it entering the neighborhood or the area, again, it's not Mr. Tellis' specific neighborhood. We're not told where it was before that, who was driving it. What's important, and I want to back up, is at 9:10, we have this vehicle entering the area. And you have to ask yourself, what's occurring between 9:10 and 9:12? If we're to take the state based upon the evidence that they have presented, what went on during that 2 minutes and a few seconds? We don't know. Did it even make it to the Tellis' house or some other neighbor, other house in the area? But as to the 9:10, it's important because it's the state's theory, and we heard it argued that Mr. Tellis left his phone. Well, we have, and this is Defense Exhibit A3, we have that phone receiving messages. Look at the times all throughout the morning. We have that phone receiving messages 7:44, 7:45, 8:47. You can see, and this will be given to you. It's close to the cell tower next to Mr. Tellis's home. So then you have to ask, well, where was this vehicle? And I'd ask him specifically, did you follow this vehicle? Did you see this vehicle prior to the 9:10 time taken from Piggott? He didn't. But we can see, based upon the evidence that was provided to you by the defense expert, that phone is in the area all that time. It's in the Spanish Steps area. So obviously the argument, and I would submit to you, common sense would dictate, well, if that is going to Mr. Tellis's home and it's not arriving in that area until 9:10, why do we have all of these other pings at all of these other times close to the home, if not at the home? He laid out very specific detail, and he had talked about this approximately 5.3 mile trek.
Haley Mouse,
He
never on
wants you to
purpose.
believe was Mr. Tellis's vehicle, and that vehicle was occupied by Mr. Tellis. His video analysis takes 2 hours. It covers 2 hours and 39 minutes. State couldn't show you what happened during that 2 hour and 39-minute period. 5.3 mile trip to and from. They basically show you closed circuit TV coverage, which it wasn't. There was a lot of dark spots of the vehicle driving there. But then the vehicle driving back, and I won't say it was driving to and from Tellis's home because we have no evidence of that. We're to believe the state that there's no ring cameras in a fairly affluent neighborhood. I'd submit to you, does that make any sense? What we're going to ask you to look at, and please do, you've done a lot through the course of this trial. It's your duty to be here, and you have fulfilled that duty. You've taken notes. Through the very last witness, it's been apparent that you've been paying attention, that you've maintained an open mind. Oftentimes we suffer, especially law enforcement, from what's called confirmation bias. You reach a judgment, sometimes early on in the case, and you work backwards to confirm what the judgment that you've arrived at the beginning should be at the end. And I would submit to you that that's what happened. This was the 1405 wintergreen. As you recall, there was an issue concerning the timing. This was channel 3, all right? This is State's Exhibit 372. You have that. You'll be given a laptop. Look at this. This was an image that was not part of his presentation to you at his testimony and during his testimony. This laptop has the ability to pause. It has the ability to zoom. Watch this. We're going to slow this down now. You have this evidence
That is
as part of this presentation, but it's been provided to you. Look at the profile.
Dang.
What's that look like on the top of the head? I'd submit to you that looks like hair.
He could have had a
Mr.
wig.
Tellis, he gave testimony from the witness stand.
He could have had a
Does that
toupee.
profile match the profile in that vehicle?
Oh. Oh,
I mean, it's no
Matt.
secret. The man's bald. Look at the face. Look at the eyes. I'd submit to
Breaking
you that
news.
those look like glasses. And again, this is part of the evidence collected by the state. It's been presented to you. It wasn't addressed during their case in chief, and it wasn't explained by Detective Cliff Mogg. I'd submit to you, look at that image. There's hair. There's glasses. Now, the state in rebuttal, and we'll address the significance of that, they have the opportunity to come and address what I've presented to you, but that's undeniable. What I'm going to show you next is the image on channel 2. That's the same video coverage, but now it has the vehicle coming from a different direction.
Why didn't they bring this up in testimony and not in closing arguments? Closing arguments is not testimony.
It's part. Do you remember the testimony from Mr. Martinez?
We could
I think
pin
it
the
was
toupee
John
on
Martinez.
Saturday.
Of no significance. It was fairly unmemorable on that date. He said he saw the person. Nothing caught his attention because nothing was memorable. There's no talk of disguise. Glasses, nothing. It's bland. Nothing was memorable. Take a look. Oh, hang on. That's Mr. Martinez that I had discussed. Look at this image.
Too far away.
You know, I remember saying it looked like hair.
Look at the profile.
Well, you're right, because hair again.
Hair.
I remember them talking. I remember
have two
saying, hey, that
captures.
looks like hair.
From
In the
two different
beginning.
angles. The profile does not match the profile of Mr. Tellis.
But a toupee would, and they are not
They're
expensive.
consistent.
You notice I said,
Not
why
open to
did the
dispute.
defense not scream about this during trial? Why did Tellis not hammer this point when he was on the
You know,
stand?
you've heard testimony and you heard it
There's your
primarily
reasonable doubt.
through
It's going to be a hung jury.
Mr. Tellis. You heard it from Nicole Lofton. Mr. Tellis was fairly concerned about the goings-on with Compass Realty in relation to errors, in relation to the trampling upon the legacy of errors by the mismanagement of the properties that were left through intestacy. I would submit to you that Detective Jappy inserted himself into the murder investigation. And again, I want to draw, a couple of arguments from this Compass Realty testimony. I mean, we know that Mr. Tellis was very concerned about Compass Realty. He was the whistleblower. He was concerned about the actions of Compass Realty. You know, during the 2 years that he's in custody, I mean, what would a man do? He's fixated on that. He's ruminating on that. I would submit to you that common sense would dictate, and your experience would dictate, well, he's going to focus on the involvement of individuals who he was focused on prior to his being arrested. I mean, really, what are his alternatives? And again, this goes back to the burden on the state and not the defense. What can you really do when he's locked up? He's going to focus on Compass Realty. It's easy to dismiss him as being crazy. Oh, that's Looney Tunes. But hey, he's been in custody for 2 years. He was worried about Compass Realty prior to being incarcerated. He was worried about the goings-on with the old guard, about his work at the public administrator's office for financial reasons. He testified concerning, and you've heard testimony supporting that. Why wouldn't he continue worrying about that? Why wouldn't he keep thinking, well, I'm being framed, I'm being charged with a murder that I don't think I committed, I didn't commit. He's going to focus on what he was focusing on before he was arrested. You know, we heard testimony from Detective Gaddis. Do you recall the exhibits, the information that was presented about the release on September 5th? The video release of that individual walking, they started getting tips.
You're right, Andriel, about
You
that
recall the
hang tie.
email
I
that was
can't
in
think.
her
Drives me crazy.
70-page officer's report where she had communicated with Detective Jappy predating that. The first communication that we have on record and that's referenced is September 4th. Detective Jappy, when asked, did you incriminate him? Did you give him, did you give her evidence implicating him in this crime? And he said, I gave her information. But then we heard from Detective Gaddis that she had a communication with him again on September 5th. And again, she was given motive. In Detective Jappy's mind, she was given motive to focus on that man and his alleged motive to kill Mr. Gehrman. So he wouldn't agree from the stand that he implicated Mr. Tellis, but to call a detective or to email a detective on September 4th, and then again on September 5th and say, look at this guy. He's got a motive to kill. How could it be anything but an implication? You heard crime scene investigator Baxter. Her testimony concerned the goings-on at the public administrator's office during the execution of a warrant on September 8th, 2022. Her testimony, and it was adopted by Detective Gaddis, she stated Mr. Jappy, she said Detective Jappy, was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence during the search warrant at the public administrator's office on September 8th. And it wasn't a mistake because it was asked of her on cross, and it was confirmed what she had said before you, the sole judge of the fact, by Detective Gaddis, the primary detective concerning this homicide investigation. We had heard testimony that Mr. Tellis, as a result of the warrant obtained by Detective Jappy on August 17th, 2022, that man was under surveillance. It appears until Detective Jappy inserted himself into this investigation, we had dual investigations, a short one and a much longer one concerning Robert Tellis. We know from Detective Jappy's testimony that he was exonerated. There wasn't this kickback scheme. He had been implicated by an agent who was a real estate agent who was a detective at the time. That provided to Detective Jappy in part the probable cause to get that warrant. So we have a member of Metro giving another member of Metro evidence, testimony, opinions about a kickback scheme implicating Robert Tellis. We also had heard through testimony that Compass had a direct line into the public administration office. And again, I discussed Mr. Tellis as being incarcerated because I would submit to you it's understandable why he believes there's this wide-reaching conspiracy. What other options does
Kind
he
of
have?
looks like a hoodie, not hair.
I do know that the district attorney's office refused to pursue action against
Because look at this. Hold on.
You guys, I think this is a hoodie.
Look at this right here. It looks to me like a hoodie right here. See? Not hair. Because his chin, this is not, his neck would not be this big. This looks like a hoodie that's coming up right here. See, there's a line right here. It looks like a hoodie that comes up like that to me. That's just what I see. But
being good jurors. But again, My job is to argue that.
And that is not
the
enough
law
to
and, in
undo
essence, facts
the
to
mountain
what we think
of
is-
evidence
As
against
I said at
him.
the beginning of my remarks,
Maybe.
the state's burden alone to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This is our last opportunity to discuss matters and discuss the evidence and the inferences to be drawn from the evidence. Mr. Hamner now is going to take the floor and he's going to argue concerning matters that I perhaps didn't bring up. Address those on your own. Look at the evidence. You've got over 36 exhibits that were marked and admitted through the defense in this case. Watch the videos. Look at the drive concerning those images of that gentleman with hair, which Mr. Tellis does not have. But since the state carries the burden and the state alone, they get the opportunity to get 2 bites of the proverbial apple. Mr. Hamner now can stand and argue why you should convict Mr. Tellis. And I'm going to ask you with your open minds and your attentiveness to address those concerns. And at the close of this process, you find Mr. Tellis not guilty.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hammer, you may begin your rebuttal. Sure.
I don't know, but it's possible. Let me look. Well, that's weird.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
I bet you're tired, love.
I'm very tired.
It could have been her. I didn't hear it because I couldn't see it, but I did have YouTube running up in the background. How long have y'all been hearing it? Or was it just a quick thing? I may have accidentally, when I was typing, hit something that allowed the background to come up. Oh, rebuttal that shows the hoodie. When I saw that, and then all of a sudden, I pulled it up on my screen and I zoomed in even closer on my screen. And do you know how hoodies will kind of stick out a little bit? And then there's that line and then it comes down to the zipper. I'm wondering if that wasn't a hoodie.
I don't think it was, but that's just me.
Really?
Hey,
y'all shouldn't be hearing any of that. Okay, good to know. Well, there you go. She and I are on the same page. I can't, hold on. Let me finish this real quick. I cannot understand what they're saying when I'm live. You may hear them, but I can't. So if you hear people talking, I can't hear the videos. I can only hear the video that's playing, and that's about Poquito. Goodbye.
Hello. No, let me take a break. My brain is going.
Yep, take a break. Love you. Bye. Come back when you want. I'll leave you on the screen in the background. So I need to explain the way the setup is. When there's a video on, like, trial, and if anything is accidentally in the background, y'all may hear it. I didn't know that. But I did not have Brandy on the foreground. I was going through and deleting all the extra things running. And so y'all can hear this? Well, I can't hear it. Can you hear that?
For the people who want to see you looking better soon. We love you. You can get some nails drawn. All right, say hello. For the people.
Okay, so y'all could hear that? See, I'm not even hearing it. How interesting. Okay, hi, Stacy Ray. Okay, interesting. Well, sometimes I have a lot of things in the background. Have you heard things in the background before? Because this can be embarrassing. You know, 'cause sometimes I'll have praise and worship. I wonder if that's why I got nailed. on a live that I didn't know of. Oh my gosh, that explains it.
It's quite the
Okay.
setup.
So one time I had Cece whining in the background and on, and then I had to hit live real quick and I
Okay.
didn't turn
May
her
I
off.
proceed?
And I got a music copyright strike.
Well, it's been 2
and
weeks.
I'm like, I didn't play any music.
You guys have heard a lot of evidence.
That makes sense.
Thank you for your patience, and I will try to be as brief as I can. But as you've seen,
Okay.
with witness after witness after
Oh, I know.
witness,
But
the
hey,
evidence
Brandy
is
and I are on the
absolutely
same page.
clear. The defendant murdered Jeff Gehrman. He murdered him because Jeff's writing destroyed his career. It destroyed his reputation.
Probably.
It threatened probably his marriage, exposed things, and even he admitted he did not want the public to know. And he did it because Jeff wasn't done writing. He was informed on August 8th that a records request was being made by Mr. Gehrman long after he had lost the race, well into his lame duck remaining administration as a PA. And he learns that Jeff wants to write more. And when he learns about the subject of it, it's not about him and Alicia. It's not about him and Rita. It's not about anybody except him and Roberta. And what you see unfolds over the course of a month. We learn from his phone expert that he shut off all location data, even though that phone, as we learn from his expert, 13 years of location data magically disappears for the month of August. Why? Because of the August 8th email. He's over it. He's building a reconnaissance case. He starts to go on to Google Maps. He starts doing surveillance at Popeyes. He is using the power of his office and their computer software to find private details about Jeff, so it can culminate in murdering him. And that's what he does. But as I've told many, many juries, especially in the last few years, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder in the digital age because you leave too many breadcrumbs behind. And he's no dummy. He's actually quite smart. He is thoughtful. But you will see during this rebuttal, there are mistakes that he makes. And there are things that he simply cannot account for, that when a police starts to look into an investigation and deploys the tools that the police have at their disposal, it uncovers the inconsistencies. It uncovers his mistakes. But I got to start with what he got up and told us about, the alleged conspiracy. When Mr. Tellis got up here over the course of, I think it was 3 days, and testified, it was remarkable what he had to say, and not in a good way. His testimony was incredible and not in a good way. He explained, or at least attempted to explain, this conspiracy. What we learned over the course of the 3 days, and actually the course of this trial over 3 weeks, is the conspiracy grew, and it grew, and it grew. Who's exactly in it? It starts with Compass, nebulously Compass Realty. We learned that Adam Fenn can't be ruled out, right? Because he makes donations to Rita Reid. Cindy Sauerland gets mentioned at one point. In some of those briefings, you'll see her name is mentioned. She's a source of consternation for the defendant. It expands to the old guard, as they coin that phrase. Rita Reid, Alicia Goodwin are all part of this, right? The conspiracy, and let's remember, it's a conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman. We then learn it expands to Derek Jappy. He's in on it as well. When he testified, he's not really able to link up why Derek Jappy would want to help Rita Reeder, Alicia Goodwin, or Compass Realty, or Adam Fenner, Cindy Sauerland. That testimony is lacking. A lot of times when I pressed him, and I pressed him, and I'm going to explain to you one of the reasons why I cross-examined him so hard. When you stand on the stand under oath and you make allegations about businesses in our community, government service workers, and the police department, we deserve answers. I genuinely wanted to know, how is all this connecting? Explain it to me. And respectfully, Mr. Tellis absolutely failed in doing so. It didn't make sense. And that is one of your instructions, which is to use your common sense. It's got to make sense. And it actually has to link up with evidence. But a lot of times, the most common answer I would get back from Mr. Tellis was simply, well, no, I never saw Jappy take a bribe, but I think that. It was a lot of times just like, that's just my gut feeling. That's my opinion. That's not evidence. That is not evidence. But yet, it was Mr. Tellis's answer for almost everything when it came to this conspiracy. But let's continue. It stretches out to include Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis, the entire DNA lab. He said there were also patrol officers in it. I asked him which patrol. I don't know which ones. And then it literally culminates with Steve Wolfson, like the DA. It culminated with him. He can't quite link it up, but he threw that name out there. And here's the thing that struck me when I took over this case. I would submit to most people, probably before ever hearing about this case, had no idea what a public administrator was. He is not a U.S. senator. He is not a governor. He is not a congressperson. He is a duly elected official who manages an office of approximately 8 people. And their job is to assist people who pass away, who don't leave a will and leave property behind. The public administrator's office is not at the forefront of everyone's mind in this community. No one learns about this until who brings the office to light? Jeff Gehrman.
And nobody knows what that office does.
And what's amazing is if you believe that story about this conspiracy, all of these people and all of these entities were willing to sacrifice their reputation, their business, their police department, even the public administrator's office. They're all willing to put it on the line to kill a reporter, to get that guy, even though he's leaving in 3 months. Does that make a shred of sense? Absolutely not. But what it does give you a window into is what's in his mind. That is how important Mr. Tellis views himself. That every single one of these people, every single one of these entities were literally willing to kill another human being who is not him, just to frame him. Does that make sense? And more importantly, where is the evidence to support that? Where is the evidence that you received in this trial that supports that? And the answer is you didn't. There isn't any evidence of that. Why would Compass conspire to frame him? Why? I asked him. I wanted to know. He couldn't give a good answer. His best answer was, well, I was going to do a lot of work in the next 3 weeks or next 3 months. Has anyone ever heard of any sort of legal filings, lawsuits getting settled up in a brief, tidy 3 months? That's not a thing. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen. There was no need to frame him because they already succeeded getting him voted out of office. And all they had to do was donate a whopping, I guess, 15 grand at best to get him out of office. They didn't need to kill him. He was on his way out the door. He is a lame duck. And lame ducks don't matter. What incentive does Metro have in this conspiracy with a real estate company to frame a lame duck? That's an even bigger one. Why would they do that? What did we hear that would show us that Compass is like, hey, guess what? Hey, Metro Homicide, we need you to join us to go frame this outgoing politician. I mean, we killed the reporter. That's not important. But I want you to join us in this, and let's go frame this guy. And all of Metro is like, sign me up. Sounds great. Does that make any sense? Absolutely not. It makes no sense. And it's not supported by the evidence. And again, if Compass is literally willing to kill, why not just kill him? Just kill him. Why does Jeff have to suffer? It makes no sense. And it gets even worse. Well, before we get to that, here's the thing. When we go back, when you think about the Compass question, right? Isn't Compass in cahoots with Rita Reid and Alicia Goodwin, right? They're funding Alicia Goodwin, right? Or no, Rita Reid. They're funding her campaign against him. And who do they get to help write the story? Jeff German. Like, why would they kill the guy who wrote the stories that got this guy out of office?
Amen.
Why would Compass do that? That doesn't make sense. And then, yeah, if it's really a frame job, the murder weapon should have been in the house. The orange shirt should have been in the house. The DNA should have been all over the place. Like they're claiming, well, why weren't these things located? The state would submit to you, he got rid of them. He got rid of the murder weapon and the orange shirt. He cleaned the outside of his Yukon. He even admitted it. And here's the thing. We only know that he wiped down his Yukon because on that one particular day, he was being watched. He wasn't watched every single day after the murder by Metro. Did you hear that testimony? There are other days he could have wiped the interior of his car if he wished. And I've always thought about the shoes. Like the shoes to me was kind of an interesting one. My co-counsel's right. Like the only one who benefits of like chopping up the shoes is Mr. Tellis. It's this awkward amateurish way of getting kind of rid of the evidence. But I thought to myself, maybe Mr. Tellis didn't even think to like bring an extra pair of shoes. Because like what happens if he walks in and he's totally barefoot? Wife would be like, why do you have no shoes
noticed.
On? He probably had to bring his shoes back in. He doesn't need the orange shirt. He doesn't need the murder weapon. It is his kid's bag.
Black lady behind
right?
him.
I mean, you said those were that's my kid's sports bag. So like you probably need to bring that back.
And looking at
Not sure what he was doing with the hat, I'll admit. But clearly he's chopping it up to try to get rid of it, just like his shoes.
That is so funny.
And why kill Jeff?
Put it back on Tellis.
This is the question that is so destructive to this defense. It's his writing that shines a light on his behavior. He is sought out by the co-conspirators to do this. And he admitted on the stand, one of the rare times he admits it, he admitted, yeah, his writing was the difference in the election. That's why I lost. I got that out of him. He was at least willing to concede that.
See this girl in the red
But for
shirt
Jeff German,
right there,
he's still a public
pearl
administrator.
necklace or whatever that is.
His writing
Yep,
is why the
her.
defendant is out of the job. And therefore, under this theory, he's got to be the one who's killed. That's his reward. He's collateral damage. Like, really? Rita and Alicia are like, sorry, Jeff, you got to go. It's been really nice. Thanks for the help, but you're out now. We got to clean up loose. I mean, is that really what's being suggested here? And the answer is that is what he's suggested. But it defies common sense, and it's not supported by the evidence. And here's the other thing. Jeff's putting together a fifth article. And now what we can tell from the records it's just about Roberta and him. It's the salacious stuff.
The lady in red. Look at the
So
lady
who
in red.
in this realm, if you think about everyone in the conspiracy, and you think about Mr. Tellis, who is the one that wouldn't want another article written about him engaging in an affair? You think Derek Jappy cares? Cliff Mogg? Adam Fenn? No, it's him. He's the only one that would have a stake in making sure that article never got written. no one in the conspiracy would want to prevent that coming out, especially not the Rita Reeds and the Alicia Goodwins. If they want that exposed, I mean, they went to have that exposed. They wouldn't want that being not put out. And I'm sure Compass Realty wouldn't either. I'm sure they would wanted him discredited. Like another article would in theory be great. They wouldn't have killed him. And then we have his walk. Like he's got a little hitch in his getup where he kind of leans to this one side. You can kind of see it. There's something that is about his little walk. And look,
That is true.
you don't have to take my word for it. You can evaluate whether you think what Zach and Christy had to say about it. They've hung out with him. They've walked with him. They thought, and think about how they saw it. They were like, man, they kind of knew the background between Gehrman and Tellis. And they were like, wouldn't that be funny if that was him? He's got those same goofy gray shoes. Like that was the thing. Like they noticed the shoes, which I think is really interesting, you know? But they don't act on it at first. But it's only when they see the Yukon that they kind of flip out and they're like, well, we probably should call on this. The only other person who came and said that wasn't him is Nicole. And listen, you'll have all of Nicole's texts. The state would submit to you that, look, there is no doubt she has a kinship to Mr. Tellis. You can see it in the text messages. You can see it. You can go read through them. The state would submit she has a bias. And like, she cares about him. And I think he was probably good to her in the office, which is understandable. But look, you can judge it on your own. You can judge the testimony of those other people. You can make that call for yourself. But I would submit to you, when you look at this, think about all the other evidence in the case. Think about all the other evidence, the motive, the physical things found in his house, his DNA underneath the nails. When looking at this and being like, is that him? And the state would submit to you, when you put all that together and you watch this video, absolutely, it's him. Professional killer versus amateur killer. Mr. Tellis would like you to believe that this was an assassin with combat training. The state would submit to you, you don't need combat training to stab people. You don't have to go to knife school. You don't have to do that. If you're angry enough, you can stab people pretty good. You got enough hate in your heart, you can really go at people. And I would submit to you, the state would submit to you, that Mr. Tellis had enough of being exposed, written about, publicized, embarrassed, and he wasn't going to have it done again. Because at this point, the state would submit, Gehrman had taken everything from him. Everything. Everything that he worked for. He worked his way up through law school. He got himself elected, and this guy took it all from him. And so he wanted to take something from Jeff, and that was his life. Professional assassins don't use their personal vehicles. They don't use their personal phones or work computers to conduct reconnaissance. They don't wear attention-grabbing outfits. They don't flee the scene and then double back to pull right up to a murder scene to look for possibly dropped evidence. And they don't leave items of clothing or apparel they use in the murder inside their own house. Professionals don't do that.
That's the truth. Oh my God. Culinary school.
That what this was an amateur attempt by Mr. Tellis
Butcher
to pull
school.
off this killing. But here's the thing.
Grocery store
thoughtful.
meat cutters.
It is deliberate. He really did a thoughtful job about it. I give him credit. But in the world of the digital age, we leave behind too many breadcrumbs. And when you're not a professional and you are an amateur, you tend to make mistakes. And that's what he did. For example, really smart idea. He knew about IDI Core. Hey, I've got a really easy way to look up personal identifying information on people. I'll use my work computer. But what does he not realize? That we can, as the police, download the computer and literally see your keystrokes. How could he have known that? He wouldn't. It's an oversight. It's a mistake. It's a slip. And it's evidence that we collect against him. What else?
He's like, no,
he does
man,
the Google Maps
I'm so
surveillance.
screwed.
Really clever. What an easy way. You don't even have to go to the neighborhood. Just pull it up on your Google Maps. He does the Popeye surveillance. He takes the photos off his work computer, right? but he forgets to delete his cache files. And let's just make this clear once and for all. Matt Hovanetz told us what? He said that these are not created photos. They would say created in a date and a time, and you'd have it. Those don't exist on the phone. I wonder why that is. Why do you think there aren't all those images? Forget the Google Maps surveillance, right? That's just, those are probably images that the program pulls up. Sometimes it's referred to as tiling. But like the Popeyes photos, which are coming from the phone, and the one from the work computer, why don't we have any created photos? The state would submit to you that Mr. Telles, being the smart guy that he is, the techie, as he describes himself, deleted them out of his photo album. But the problem is he didn't delete his cache. And we learned from Matt Hovanetz, the caching of photos is what happens. The example that we heard was, say you want to send an email, and the computer will shrink down the actual image to get down data size lower so it can go out. He didn't delete the cache. He deleted the actual photo, but not the cache. And so those dates tell us that essentially in the month of October, he is doing all of these things. He tried to get rid of it. He couldn't get rid of all of it because he's an amateur. He conducts reconnaissance in August, but doesn't realize that the police are going to acquire the 8/8 email about the public records request, right? Like, did he really? Maybe he probably didn't realize that we would go into the PA's office and say, hey, we want what communications are out there, and we get the email. Now we understand the significance of why these things are all happening in August, because we get the email. He didn't account for that. Here's another thing. He shut off all his location services in August, but doesn't realize it's going to stick out like a sore thumb during a location services analysis. And here's the crazy part. His expert gave it to us. His expert said, I have 13 years of location data on this phone, but for the month of August, it's a 0. It's a bagel. Why? Why that month? Because it's right. It's when he's planning the killing. He knows he's going to those spots. He doesn't want to be tracked. He's no dummy. He's smart. But the problem is that is an electronic breadcrumb. An entire month, no location data at all for anywhere that he traveled. That was the testimony of his witness. And he didn't claim that that information was hacked or compromised. What else? He decides to wear gray Nikes, but forgets to delete the shoes off his phone. And then he fails to get rid of the shoes in time by the time the cops do the search at his house. Maybe life just kind of gets in the way, right? He's maybe doing it late at night when the kids are asleep. His wife's, doing a little, I don't know where he's planning on sprinkling
Look at the look of
bits of
disgust
shoe,
on him.
but like clearly he wants to do that to shrink it, and maybe it's harder to find. Like he's putting it in a place that only he would find it, like underneath the recliner. And like he can't account for like the one random photo where like his murdering shoes are right there when he's out rock climbing. Like he can't plan for that. And all the hundreds or thousands of images are there. He can't plan for that. Creates the disguise of the construction worker, but it doesn't account potentially for an interaction.
Okay, I got something real tacky to say. If you're going to unalive someone, go the week or two before to a flea market. Buy the cheapest, crappiest shoes you can find and clothes. And when you're done, you put it all in a bag, put that in a bag, put that in a bag, and dispose of it in a dumpster somewhere. Hello. Don't use the clothes you've worn already or your shoes. Dude.
And then again, he leaves his phone
Right,
at home, which is smart, right? So we don't see the movement of the phone kind of going with the Yukon, right? But the problem is that when you go radio silence for like 5 hours and you start ignoring your wife's calls and texts, that's a problem. And then, great example. He gets up here and he tells us the whole story about the chicken fried rice. He was so happy to share that story. I was making my daughter lunch because she doesn't eat the school lunches, and I cut the tip off.
I'll never look at
I
chicken
started
fried
bleeding,
rice
so
the
I went
same
and got
way
the super
again.
glue and I cut it and they got it. And so that's why the DNA, that's the one time he was fine with DNA. But like, he doesn't realize that all we have to do is start checking it. Is there a Google recipe for chicken fried rice on your phone? And there wasn't, because that's what he said he was doing. He didn't just say I was making a meal. He specified how he was doing it. He was like using a recipe, and that's the most logical place you would do it. People are not bringing their desktop computers and putting it in their kitchen when they're cooking fried rice. Like, that's not how that's going down. Like, he was, if that their story was true, and we've submitted as not, because it's not there in the phone, he probably would have sat there with his phone on the counter, hit the YouTube or the Google recipe, and then he's working. So it should be there, but it's not, because that was something used to explain why in the world would my DNA be on the scissors. Again, another example. He goes to great lengths to park down the street. And then it all goes down the drain when he leaves because he realizes, oh, I probably forgot something. So he wheels back and parks right in front of the house. That's a huge mistake. It's an amateur mistake. Here's another one, and I just noticed it while watching it. He left the garage door open. If you watch the video after he does the killing, he walks away, the garage door is totally open. And then when he drives back and he gets out, he has 2 opportunities to close the door. What did we learn about what prompts the neighbors to worry about Jeff? It's the garage door. The hitman, the assassin shuts that garage door. But not an amateur like Mr. Tellis, because in the panic of the moment, he's just like, I got to get out of here as quickly as possible. It's a slip. It's a small slip, but it's reflective of who we're dealing with. And then he forgets to get rid of the hat. He forgets to get rid of the bag. He forgets to wipe his phone entirely. Next time, factory reset, full factory reset. Hopefully that'll clear it all. Probably be up in the cloud. But the point is, he doesn't do the things he needs to do. They're amateur mistakes. It happens. That's why it's hard to pull off the perfect murder in the digital age. And about that gray bag, the defendant told us on the stand he'd like to think he wouldn't have removed his children's basketball and football to use it in a murder. Remember that? And there's the bag. And there's the bag. And there it is. And the defense in his closing arguments said, we submit that there's sawdust inside the bag. Well, let's take a closer look at the sawdust. See that bag? Let's take a closer look. Remember the big sun hat? Is that sawdust? Doesn't look like little chopped up little bits. Looks more longer and rectangular and flat. Here's the hat.
I'm sorry, that's hat particles.
Here are those bits.
I beat a lot of straw
Long,
cowboy hats. That hat
David
particle.
Smith to you, he put his chopped up hat in that bag.
Mm-hmm.
And transferred the bag into the Sprouts bag, put the basketball and the football back inside. That is not sawdust. I want to touch on some things that were brought up in closing argument. That Garen's DNA is the only one at the scene. Well, our response is, well, his DNA is underneath Garen's nails. So that's a huge problem. Not in his vehicle or in his clothing. He got rid of his clothing. We submit he cleaned his car. He also wasn't surveilled 24 hours a day. There was no positive ID from him at the scene. And that is correct. And listen, that's why we have this instruction about direct and circumstantial evidence. Because in Nevada, the law doesn't make a difference between the two. You can weigh it as you wish. Some cases have incredibly powerful examples of circumstantial evidence. Sometimes
The majority of criminal cases are convicted on circumstantial evidence.
you've got a combination of both. Sometimes it's all direct. But there's tons of direct evidence. Like him in the Yukon, like that's to be tracked from literally Silk Tassel all the way to his house and then all the way back is incredible. You heard about how many officers it took to track and go business to business to business to business. That's direct evidence. You've got the circumstantial evidence of his DNA. You've got the shoes with his DNA that's chopped up. You've got the hat. You have the surveillance in the phone. You have the whole motive laid out from the articles. I mean, okay, you're right. We didn't have one person standing out going, I watched Mr. Tellis Stab Mr. Gehrman, you're right. But we got a whole lot of other evidence. There's no surveillance of Tellis exiting his home. You've heard testimony about it repeatedly.
Yes,
there
K-Twan.
wasn't cameras in the area. We just have surveillance of the street that's perpendicular to his driveway. And I thought I had pulled up, maybe I didn't. I apologize. I tried to put the image of that, but I want to address that. It might be still in here. Go back and check the map, because the way it actually works is Piggott Elementary, when he's coming in and out in his red Yukon and going to the gym in his BMW at the end, the street that comes down perpendicularly to turn out along the Piggott Elementary, that street is Silk Tassel. And when you look at a map, if you follow Silk Tassel, it perpendicularly, it runs into his driveway. Like all he has to do is like drive out of his driveway and he's already on Silk Tassel. So you're right. Like we don't have him getting out of his car from his driveway, but we literally have the only street he needs to take to get to Piggott Elementary. It is not streets and streets and streets. It's the street before his driveway. There's the argument, well, Metro makes mistakes. There's that deletion of a traffic. Well, as I've just pointed out, Tellis made a ton of mistakes himself. So we will own that, you know, on one traffic stop, we didn't mark a proper event number. And you can give it whatever weight you want. Tellis cutting himself while cooking. You know, again, we've talked about the chicken fried rice thing. That's not backed up. Wouldn't there be blood from the cut? Not necessarily. What if he had gloves on and he's kind of cutting his tip? It may not be pouring everywhere. And again, look at that scene. The majority of the blood of Mr. Gehrman is actually just kind of pooling from where he's resting. Mm-hmm. It's not splattered all over the house walls. It's not.
Unless you hit an artery, big vein, you may not have splattering on a stab wound. Truthfully, I've seen stabbings where they're putting the person in the ambulance and there's almost no blood. Literally. Then I've been where they've been stabbed and it hit a major artery and it's everywhere. And it depends if he was already in a down position when all this went down, everything's going to go back because of gravity. It's very possible,
that type of
very
scene.
Probable.
I mean, Gehrman's shoes are such a good example of that. Like he's the guy who gets killed. He's the one stabbed 11 times and his shoes are relatively clean and he's not doing a lot of walking. A lack of responses to junk messages. That's true, but there are work messages he's not responding to and his wife is reaching out to him and he ain't responding for hours. That's a problem. That's a problem for him.
That's not
Especially,
his normal standard mode of operation.
When you're not in the murder window, go look at the communications. So like when his daughter reaches out to him in the morning, he responds like that. No issue. Like at 3 o'clock or so, or 2:30, when Tonya, his ex-wife, responds with a question about the kids, he responds immediately.
Yes,
and what did he tell us on the stand? What did he tell us on the stand about being at Summerlin Area Command? What was his big worry? My family doesn't know where I am. I was so worried about being detained there because I couldn't reach out to my family because that was the most important thing. And what do we know on the day of the murder in the murder window? His wife wants to know where he is, and he's not telling her.
And
that
after you have an affair situation,
look outside the murder window,
that's serious.
He promptly responds to family members about family matters. But he goes silent with his wife when he's literally in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, remember his face when I showed him the Apple photo for the first time? If anybody remembers, store that one away. Because he was very comfortable on direct talking about the timeline. He had his story all lined up. And when I showed him the photo, that the message that wasn't there, that face really changed.
Squirrel that one away.
You can weigh that, evaluating his credibility and his responsibility for this. And then there was the argument about DFL analyst Hovannes couldn't say one way or another if it was deleted. Well, you're right. He's like, I can't definitively say it. What he does say is, I can see from the photos the message is there. I can see in the timeline it's not there. Sometimes there are situations where people delete things deliberately and it's marked as deleted, so it'll appear in an extraction report. But sometimes people delete messages and it's not. But he can't definitively say for certain. So I would submit this to you, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all the surrounding evidence in the case. And then you can reach a conclusion about this. Because, ladies and gentlemen, circumstantial evidence is a chain of facts that lead you ultimately to a conclusion. It's like connecting the dots. And so if you're wondering about this, look at the phone evidence. Look at the motive. Look at the physical evidence in his house. Look at the timeline of when he's gone. Look at when the Yukon is where it is in relation to just nothing is going out on this phone. And then you decide, you can make a call about whether, and his manner on the stand, listen to him testify, and then you can decide whether he actually deleted that message. And I'm going to get to the significance of why maybe that message was deleted in a bit. And again, claims Hovannes couldn't tell you the cache date on the phone. The state would submit, and you can check your notes, that's not his testimony. He never said, I can't tell you the cache date. He said, I couldn't tell you the creation date. He said, the cache date is something different. That's what the report is showing me. That's the last time this image interacted with the phone. So that's the time that those smaller images are interacting with those phones, all those dates in August.
The more,
not wagging the hands. And
the more he shakes his head, the more attention he draws to himself, the worse it gets.
That was an argument being made. Like, no one could tell us exactly who. So I would say, what means what? Has there been testimony that the DNA evidence was compromised? There was no evidence of that. What is being asked of you? You're being asked to speculate. And you have an instruction on reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Speculation doesn't get you there. It's improper to speculate. Here it is. I couldn't forget it. Colin was streets away from his home. That's not correct. That's his house. This is the road. When you're watching that Yukon come in and out, and his BMW coming out, this is what you're seeing. So you're right. We didn't get any homes in this area with camera footage. But we got about 5 miles worth other than that. There was an argument, does it make any sense that there aren't any other cameras in the neighborhood? And my response would be, did you see Mog's presentation? Does this appear to be a case of Metro's not interested in collecting video? There's like 28 sources. The state would submit to you, if there was a camera that was working, that was closer to his house, they would have gotten it, and we would have wanted it. And then there was the video that they showed of this other car, right, with someone presumably with hair and glasses. The state would encourage you, by all means, go compare it to the rest of the videos. Compare it to the rest of the videos. And compare it with all the other evidence, and then you get to weigh it. Because we did hear from Mr. Martinez. What did he also say was going on in that neighborhood? There was a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour construction project where they're repairing a sewer line. I asked Mr. Martinez, what did you guys wear? We wore orange things, right? And in that video of that car, there's someone in an orange thing. Is it possible that that's one of the workers from the sewage project? He seemed to be coming down the road in that first video. He's coming from the road where Mr. Martinez said he was waving people off. Remember? Martinez said, I saw that when we saw the first video, right, of the car approaching and the white truck pulls up, he said he was going out there to tell that person, you can't come down this other way. And the video that the defense shows you shows a car coming from that other way. And if we marry the testimony of Mr. Martinez, the state would submit that's the construction area. In all likelihood, that's just another worker. But you get to weigh it. You get to weigh it with everything else. Then there's this argument about Jackie mysteriously inserting himself in the homicide event. Really? Is that the testimony? Detective Jappy told us that he had to attend the Metro briefing that night. Why? It makes sense. He's literally a detective that's working on an investigation on him. Does it make sense that Metro would want all people maybe involved or some kind of connection? Absolutely. But did you really hear a situation where he was injecting himself into Justine Gaddis's investigation? The answer is no. Detective Gaddis talked about contacting him from time to time, and when contacted, he either met the person or responded, but there really isn't any evidence of him interfering with an investigation. And then here's the other thing. There's testimony from a CSA saying he was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence. What is the significance of this? We do know from Detective Jappy, he is conducting 2 investigations at that time for Compass and Telus. It goes on until January of 2023. So is it possible he is collecting information tying to one of those? It's possible. But the better question is this: what evidence do we have that Jappy's presence being there compromised any CSA's collection of the information they needed to get? Did you hear a CSA say, like, he didn't let me pick up that computer that I needed to take? He didn't let me take Roberta's computer. Did you hear anything like that? That he was some sort of obstacle from the CSA's doing their work in the PA's office? The answer is no. So what is the point of bringing this up? It is an argument or suggestion asking you to speculate, because there isn't any evidence that he interfered with their collecting of evidence at the PA's office. It's not there. And then the DA didn't pursue charges, and I would submit that was significant. That's what he said. Respectfully, the defense doesn't expound upon the significance. He just said it was significant, but doesn't expound why. Why is that significant? He never explains it. It just stops. And the state would submit to you the testimony of Derek Jappy is really significant, because Mr. Tellis would have you believe that, like, he's being framed by Derek Jappy and his complaints about Compass are not being taken seriously. And he got up on the stand and Derek Jappy told you the exact opposite. He exonerated Mr. Tellis from what he was hearing from Reader Reed and people in the PA. He exonerated him. But he's supposed to be the head co-conspirator for Metro. Why would he exonerate him? And then he did go to the DA's office and said, I think we should pursue charges against Compass, and was told, listen, due to this loophole, it's not going to work. Like, you have inconsistent information about what these people are notified or not. And the court records do show that, Cindy Sauerland is identifying, when they want to file on this case or, notify next.
What's
like, there's records
that little
that match
smirk?
up. So even it's just like, it's literally the exact opposite of what Mr. Tellis wanted to have uncovered by Jappy. And like, he didn't, if he really was out to get him, like, he should have just stopped when the arrest was made. We could be done. But that's not what he does. So I want to get to the defendant's testimony. There's a credibility instruction. You were instructed that you need to consider witnesses, and since he testified, he's a witness, consider his manner upon the stand. Think about what his fears, motives, interests, or feelings are, and the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength and weaknesses of his recollections. And then here's the kicker. Under Nevada law, if you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of their testimony, which is not proved by other evidence. The state would submit to you that arguably, Mr. Tellis' testimony, he might have been our best witness. Based on his manner on the stand, based on the things that he said, he spent 2.5 hours on that first day, and almost 80% of it is talking about things he did in the public administrator's office. It's not about the actual murder.
Yeah.
Or what he's doing on that day. He just wanted to regale you with all of his achievements as a public administrator and how he fought against people standing in his way. The state would submit to you, as my co-counsel told you in opening statements, that's not what this case is about. It's not about whether he was a good manager or not. It's not about if he had an inappropriate relationship. This is about whether or not he had a motive to kill Jeff Garriman, and did he in fact do it? And he did. Think about his difference in how he spoke to you.
I love how the lady
direct
in red just gives him that eye. She's all like,
versus trying to answer my questions. How many times did I have to repeat, sir, my question is this, bring you back to my question. Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no. Think about that for a second.
Amazing.
And think about this. What are his fears and motivations in this point in time when he sits on that chair and he's talking to you? And we're going to get to something about that I think is very significant. And it's right here. He took the stand and he admitted on cross-examination that he lied during his May 11th, 2022 interview with Jeff German. I asked him, what was it the part that you were untruthful about? And he said it was about my relationship with Roberto. And he said, and I said, he said, I didn't think the public should have to know about that. And it was really important to conceal that information from his family. This is really significant because what it tells you is that back in May, when he was facing just an election, he was willing to lie to protect his job and to save his marriage. Now, the stakes are even higher. They're far higher. So you get to evaluate, are the things that Mr. Tellis is now saying, is it possible he could be lying about some of those details?
Yep.
Because this is far greater than that. Think about the difference in his body language, his ease of sharing information. When I'd ask versus when he just had free reign to say whatever he wanted. They're like night and day. And the state would submit that the defendant's view of this situation is completely divorced from the evidence in the case. It's like he's talking about a thing it couldn't be farther apart. He talks about these conspiracies, but he's so short on details. Always. Oh, he took a bribe. Did you see someone take it? No, I didn't, but it's just in my gut. I think that happened. That doesn't work. That's not evidence. Something in your gut, or I just feel it. That's not evidence. And when you think about it, it does make sense. Because if Mr. Tellis had to be honest about what the evidence is in this case, it's a very difficult thing for him to explain away. It's his DNA underneath the fingernails. It's his car that's there. It's his Google Maps images in his phone. He's conducting surveillance at Popeyes. He's using his computer to look up information on this guy. He's got these text messages explaining how upset he is about everything involving German. That's a huge problem because really he's the only person who wants German dead. He's the only one. And really, this was kind of in my mind what jumps out to me. It's like a because I said so. Like when I pressed him on things, like why is this? Why is this? And it was just simply because that's how I feel. That's not evidence. And again, the defendant is also selective during his testimony about what evidence had been compromised versus properly collected. Great example was the scissors DNA. At the beginning, I'm like, the DNA in the fingernail, you couldn't get an inch out of him agreeing with that. I'm like, you at least agree with me that it's been planted, and you didn't even want to do that. But he had come up with a story about cutting his finger, so he's fine with that DNA being on the scissor. That's a nice contrast. And he picked and chose, and you can check your notes on that. But that to me is really significant because he was fine talking about certain pieces of evidence that he thought was good. Great example, the timeline on direct. He's happy to tell you his narrative on direct because he forgets about the where are you. And then on cross, when I confront him with the where are you, now things are a little bit different. But he had no issue with anything in that timeline at first. And another thing, when the defendant testified, a lot of times he didn't use phraseology like, I didn't do this, or I didn't do that, or I didn't stab him, or I didn't go to that scene. It was never that. I mean, maybe from times he would say it, you'll check your notes, but the vast majority of the time, Mr. Tellis would say it like this. I'd like to think I wouldn't do something like this. I'd like to think that I wouldn't do that. I'd like to think I wouldn't take my children's sports balls out of the bag to use for a killing. It's an interesting phraseology. The state would submit it's a bit of a tell. Because he could have just simply said, I didn't do that. I didn't touch that bag. But that's not how he words his behavior. It's this like Monday morning quarterback. I'd like to think I wouldn't. because it's really bad. You can weigh that when you're evaluating how honest and truthful he was when testifying. And again, for all his talk about being conspired against by powerful enemies, it's actually the defendant that uses the power of his office's proprietary software to spy on and discover where Gehrman lives and what type of car he drove. He used the power of the office, Mr. Tellis. And here's another thing. Remember the map that they brought up, kind of trying to show the drive from the PA's office to Popeyes? When you study that, remember Detective Analyst Hovanet's testimony. Those reports out of Axiom from the work computer aren't converted for UTC time. So he was trying to use it to say, like, I couldn't have done this at this certain time. It's not UTC converted. Then we get to where are you? Remember, every single message between the defendant and his wife on 9/22 are on the timeline, with the exception of where are you? So here are the messages, where are you? Now they're talking about his daughter, collecting or selling things. Wow, that's incredible. There's a doctor's appointment. Are you at the doctor's appointment? No, we're at the barbershop. Oh, okay. And there's text about the scheduling of the appointment. And then he also has picture read. All of that's on that Apple Watch. Oh, and also the deposited message. And then when you look, it's all the same stuff, with the exception of where are you? That's the one thing that's not there. There's the cards thing. There's that's incredible. At the doctor's appointment, the barbershop, okay, the appointment last week, picture day, and then the deposited message. It's all there except for where are you? So why is this significant? Number one, the defendant cannot answer this text or pick up her call because the phone is at home while he is murdering Gehrman. Number two, the defendant couldn't leave this message on his phone. Why? Because it would reveal that even his wife is looking for him at the time of the murder. And third, given the state of their relationship at that juncture, given what you've now kind of acknowledged what he was doing privately, if your wife calls and you have your phone on you, you're going to take that call. You're going to answer that text message. You're not going to let that sit for like 5 hours. No way. No way. Final thoughts. I want you to think about this one. This is something I never actually asked Mr. Tellis on the stand. And I really tried to ask as many of these, but this one really struck me. The Las Vegas Metropolitan, the Metro Police Department, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department was really in on the conspiracy to get the defendant, right, to truly get him. Here's a question for you. Why not let him die in the tub? You saw the video. Why not let that man bleed out?
That's
You
a
had
good
your
point.
opportunity, and yet they don't take it.
Very
Mr.
good
Tellis'
point.
life is saved that day. And who ends up saving his life? Why, it's none other than the head conspirator from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. It's Detective Derek Chappie. He testified that he spent 2 hours on the phone talking him off this ledge. 2 hours. And then you got to watch the footage. They saved his life. If the conspiracy is really true, Derek Chappie doesn't do that. Metro doesn't do that. They literally let him bleed out. But that didn't happen. And the reason is, ladies and gentlemen, is because there never was a conspiracy. You made a commitment when we did voir dire to follow the law. The law in this case is abundantly clear. These three theories of liability are abundantly clear. He is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on all three theories, and it's not close. And so we ask you to follow the law and follow the evidence. Do not speculate, but follow the evidence. As my co-counsel brought up, in the end, this is not a case about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And I want to end, if I could, I'll make sure that this is working, with something that Mr. Tellis said in his interview that really struck me. And I noticed it during the opening statement. And it's this.
And people just cannot get to do whatever they want.
And it's just that people don't get to do whatever they want. For once, the state of Nevada is in agreement with Mr. Tellis. He doesn't get to do whatever he wants. He took the life of an individual who was simply doing his job because he didn't like how it impacted him personally. Please hold him accountable for murdering Jeff German. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, the clerk will swear the officers of the court who will take charge of the jury.
You do solemnly swear that you will keep this jury together in some private and convenient place, that you will not permit any person to speak to them nor speak to them yourself, unless it be by order of the court, except to ask them whether they have agreed upon a verdict, and that you will return them into court when they have so agreed. So help you God?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be excused. When you go back, you're going to have lunch. After lunch, our two alternates, Mr. Max Gross and Zachary Creason, you will go with one of the court officers. At that time, the clerk will bring back all of the evidence and you'll begin to deliberate upon your verdict. So when you're done eating lunch, make sure Officer Hobbs knows and the clerk will bring back the evidence. Thank you very much and you're excused.
Thank you. All right, for executing
Yeah.
I love watching. It's like a coral, not a red. Well, maybe it is a red, but this woman right here over his right shoulder, oh, some of her looks were priceless. Okay. Here we go. 3:07 my time. Well, let me see. No, we're good. I'm going to go and change my thumbnail to Verdict Watch. Because we are in Verdict Watch now. So I got to fix that. So we all think guilty. And that's fine. But do you think that the video that was shared was enough of a situation with the hair that it could cause reasonable doubt within the jury? Is that something that you might see a struggle with? Just curious. Okay, now we got the Verdict Watch video thumbnail up. I know. It's National Dog Day today. Woohoo! Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't think anybody thinks this is going to go on. I was thinking the same thing, but here, let me try and roll this back. Here it is. Let's roll this back. Okay.
The image on channel 2, that's the same video.
I'm going to
coverage.
embiggen
Now it has
this.
a vehicle coming from a different direction.
No, that's not the direction I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for.
You have this evidence.
Okay.
It wasn't part.
I didn't watch Brandy. I didn't even hear what she said. I think what happened was I had Brandy, I had court TV, I had trial TV, and I thought RA all in the background. I do that in case my feed fails. But I think what I did when I started on the bottom of my top screen, you can click on it and see all of your open windows. I was exiting out of all of them. So that's why I think you heard her. But let's look at this. Very well could be right. That very well could be a hoodie because most people's hair aren't shaped like that. And if you have a hoodie that's sitting on a bald head, it's going to stick out a little bit. Sunglasses, no big deal. But that's awfully thick. And look at the ruffling, wrinkling. Doesn't that look like hoodie sleeves when you have your arm up and you have a hoodie? See the wrinkles in the sleeve? That looks like a hoodie or a jacket, doesn't it? What do y'all think? I need some input. And that is a very short chin. If that's not him, he could have the hat on under the hoodie. Let me look at the person walking. But that is a short chin. So if you have a hoodie drawn, to your chin, I can see that. I didn't notice it earlier. Where was the walking footage?
Goes to the side area of the yard.
My eyes are itching. We have allergies. We got stuff blowing here. Okay, that's there. That's too far. Let's see if we can stop it. And if maybe I can embiggen it. Okay, that's the actual crime being committed right there. Yeah, we don't need to.
Your action, and he was 60.
Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for.
So there's his BMW.
I'm looking for the walk. Was that her or the other guy? That was a closing. That was down this way. Trying to find where he met. Okay, here we go.
The shoes, which I think is really interesting. You know, but they don't act on it at first.
Yeah, that wasn't interesting.
But it's only when they see the.
I'm trying to find the other
Yukon
view.
that they kind of flip out and they're like, well, we probably should call on this. The only other person who came and said that wasn't him is Nicole. And listen, you'll have all of Nicole's texts. The state would submit to you that, look, there is no doubt she has a kinship to Mr. Tellis and Mr. Tellis, and you can see it in the text messages. You can go read through.
Okay, in one video, and I may have to find it later. Oh, that's their music. In one video, when they were showing him, it looked like there was, one of those they go underneath It's like a ski mask, but it's thin material. You know what I'm talking? Is there an echo? Is that better? Sorry about that. It's like what you would wear when you're motorcycle riding and you only have your eyes looking out. Oh, it was from the video. Yeah. Okay. So to me, I remember when we watched like a ski mask, but it's not as either way, his face was covered. Could have been the a beige hoodie that was tied up, and he had the glasses on. Because when you tie up hoodies, you can bring them up to here. It's very well possible. He was layered. Whoever that was, him, it was layered. Definitely. Let me see if I can find it. Because they had one, but you couldn't see the face.
Evidence to bring. Showing a man clad in.
I'm going to share this. I want you to see this. I'm going to embiggen it. I'm going to back this up a hair. See how low that hat is and how high it is? Let's watch. Oh, let's see if I can embiggen this. Nope. I can't.
The state, showing a man clad in orange, a large hat, gray shoes, and a dark bag, stalking through the neighborhood in a red SUV on September 2nd. Captured on surveillance vids, that man enters Gehrman's side yard and seconds later pounces on him. LVMPD detective Arthur Hawkins testified the bushes had been disturbed as if the man had laid in wait for Gehrman to approach and were left bloody in the attack.
Can you tell us anything?
Police searched Tellis's home on the floor, matched those worn by the killer. Then the proverbial smoking gun.
We saw it.
Matt
We saw
Clifford
it.
Mogg testified the hat, shoes, and black.
Is that the strap to the bag or is that part of a hoodie? The sound, why is it so echoing? It's only coming from one source. Let me play and let me watch my monitor.
Bag also found in Tellis's.
Okay, let me go into the sound. I got my mix minus on, so it shouldn't be echoing.
Matched those worn by the killer. Then the proverbial smoking gun. Forensic techs and scientists testified Tellis's DNA was found under Gehrman's.
Okay, that's weird. I only have one source. I apologize, but I guess what I'm saying is that he could have had a hoodie on, and my kids, when it was so cold outside, they zip it up and it would come up to here, and makes a little hole. He could have done that. Why would you be? You haven't been having that problem all day, have you? Is this echoing?
Going to be excused when you go back.
This is the
Hours.
original feed.
That's a problem. That's a problem for him. Especially, go look at, when you're not in the murder window, go look at the communications. So like when his.
So let me know if that was echoing, because that's the original feed we were watching all morning. I know. That is weird. Well, I think what I'll do then is let me just close down all the extra feeds. I'm gonna close down that, just keep that up. And I'm gonna reinstate the video. That's weird. Oh my gosh. Did y'all see this screen share for Brandy Churchwell's OMG? Really? Wow. Wow. Is something going on with Corey Richens today? We're going to go there. We're going to zoom back.
Hello.
Just while we're waiting for a verdict.
Did I scare you?
Who is this? Hey! Damn!
I'm trying to help you. Trying to figure out why
Well,
it's
appreciate
echoing.
it. Let's listen to Corey Richards and see.
Oh, that's way too loud.
I figured. Wait, something's too loud?
Yeah, the video's too loud, and you're not even sharing it on screen, which means we are hearing the sound from your computer.
That's weird. I've never had that.
I know, it's weird. And I think that's why they could hear Brandy.
Well, I know I wasn't watching her, but I always have 3 RA if Brandy and then court and trial just in case I have a problem. So I can direct people over there.
Right, exactly.
But I wasn't watching her at the stage. Okay, how does that sound?
Well, now I can only hear stream. Hang on.
First of all, there's obviously media here. They're live streaming this.
That's them because I am not that hot.
Hang on 1 second. Let me see how it sounds on my YouTube.
And at least initially, statements are going to be read on their behalf.
But that static is on their end.
As well.
Really quick so I can hear my YouTube.
They have requested that pursuant to Ohio Superintendent's Rule 12, they are not to be imaged.
Yeah, it's
in
not
any
echoing.
fashion by the media.
Are you still hearing it?
Photographs taken of them, period. There's not to be any.
Oh my God, that is wild. Do you know why?
There's to be no image of them, period.
This before when you would talk?
Yes.
And would talk, everybody's on the same channel. Now, somehow, you have your own control and I can control that separately.
Or videotape them when they come into the courtroom, when they're standing at the podium, and when they leave the courtroom. So I hope all of you understand that. I'm sure you do. You're professionals, so make sure you follow that admonition.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn this down and I'm going to turn this full. Tell me when it's comfortable. Tell me when it's comfortable.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right. And then there's a couple of other things that we're going to put on the record initially just to clarify some waivers as will become more apparent
way too loud
throughout this process.
How does that even happen? Okay.
There are 2 things that could be applicable, but really will not be.
Yeah, some things got messed up.
Charges that Mr. Norman would be.
I heard about that.
Oh no, you haven't heard. Loud.
It's too loud. There we go. That's good.
That's like on 2.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's way too loud. This is Chad Dorman.
Yep. I just put something on so we can figure this out.
I thought you said Richens, and I was like,
I thought it was, but I just grabbed it. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's so loud, though. My word. Way to go, Ohio, with our courts being blowing people out the water.
All right, how is that?
Is that your understanding, Mr. Colby, that can be
It's the
waived?
same. It's still really loud.
And Mr. Myers, when we
Yeah,
asked
and
Mr.
that's on their
Colby,
end,
it's your
Miss Trial.
understanding
They're
that,
super crackly
you're
feed.
going
I
to
don't know
waive
why.
those notices.
Okay, hold on.
And just for the record, I mean, there will be times when I ask both you and Mr. Haynes to
Still?
comment, but primarily
Yeah, it's
I'll
really
address
loud.
questions to Mr.
I'm
Colby
getting down
and
to 100%,
and that's no slight to anyone else.
better.
It's just easier. All right.
but I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I know. Just turn it way down and then turn yours back up.
But then yours is everything is equal level in my ears.
Oh no.
So now I can't hear them, and you're like,
I'm getting to that.
okay. I'm going to do something while we can.
Yeah.
And
that's
I may have to
down my
refigure this,
checklist.
but I've got you online. So
The
we're
second
going to do
item,
this.
is
I am going
Mr.
to
Norman is going to be entered a plea of guilty
disable
to,
this one.
3 counts of aggravated murder. And there
All right,
were,
can you hear it?
aggravating
I
circumstances.
can hear it. It's still really loud.
Return on all
I
of
mute-
those, which obviously made
Turn the
him,
volume down on the video.
eligible for the death penalty.
I can't even
The
hear it.
state, as part of the plea
That's much
agreement,
better.
we discussed,
I muted this son of a gun.
has dismissed those.
You probably have to mute it in here like this.
The all
No, I'm going to go
Now it's
into
muted.
output, media track, go back. I'm going to go to,
Yeah, can you check your
Routing?
hearing? Are you using hearing aid or in-ears?
oh, don't make me use in the ears.
No, I'm just asking because you may need to check and reconnect. Try reconnecting your hearing aids, like disconnect and reconnect them.
No, it's in the switcher.
Oh. So you got the switcher to work?
because in
Well,
all
I got,
other
no,
proceedings,
it's
when
in
this
my
was the capital case,
Rodecaster
there
Pro.
was a
Oh, okay. There we go. That's what.
physically present taking notes, which is
And
required,
that is
uh,
like a
for
soundboard
transcribing
thing.
events, which is required.
Oh.
And because this is no longer a
Hello, everyone. I missed you all very much. Bear with us while we deal with our technical things.
Well, I know the person tried to help me.
Yeah.
Have made that part of the
He
record.
effed it up.
Uh-oh.
Piece of this is,
Bad.
given
I
the
mean-
nature of the offenses that Mr. Norman
Hold on.
is referring to,
Plug in.
normally he would be required to register as a violent offender.
Oh,
As we work through this,
ears are all tangled.
the violent offender registration is inapplicable. And rather than read something that is essentially a Bain Act, similar to Reagan's hopes to read that's a Bain Act because it doesn't apply, both state and the defense are waiving any
Now,
necessity
now.
of hearing,
Testing. Okay, now I hear me. Can you talk?
registration.
Yep. Can you hear me?
And Mr.
Okay.
Colby,
But I still can't hear this. Can you still hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
I can't. That was what the guy changed on me. So I'm going to try and delete that particular fader. And that would be which one? The one with the, okay. I'm going to go in and I'm going to remove that fader.
Serious process, we need to get through this.
Click on that fader.
This is not a race, but it's much better if there's just no in and out of the courtroom, except for the fact that the victims will be brought in at some point in time. They're not here now.
Oh, the victim. No, not the victim.
So
What?
go ahead and
They're gonna bring that poor mother in there to give her a statement.
And again, I've acknowledged counsel and parties, and we have.
Yeah, we turned it down because it was super low, Ronnie. It was super loud. It was like blowing everybody out of the water.
And they are present. I've already discussed the requirements of the meeting regarding.
How do
photographing
I
victims when they are here.
do this?
And the two victims
Broadcast.
that will be here, at least at this point, will
Oh,
be,
okay.
Laura Dorman and Alexis Skeen, Mr. Dorman's former wife, and
I want it on broadcast
Oh, the
output routing.
stepdaughter. Oh, this case was heartbreaking.
In any fashion will apply to them. And initially, Mr. Colby, if you would represent, if you would state on the record the nature of the plea agreement that has been entered into in this matter.
Yes, thank you, Judge. It is an agreement.
Are you still hearing it?
Yep.
Dag nabbit.
Yeah,
But also I wanted to put your mind at ease that the original feed all day didn't sound like that, and it was fine.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. I don't know what happened in the last hour.
Okay, now when you talk, it's all on one feed. Talk?
Hello?
Yeah, but I don't want this. Before, you and this were all on the same wave thing.
Yes. And right now we're not.
You're separated somehow.
Well, look, I have an audience member. Wait, there we go. Hi, Ella. What do you need? I'll be right there. Yeah, I'm just finishing, and then Mommy's gonna make dinner. Everybody okay? Hello? You're just gonna stand there, I guess.
Well, okay, so you're still hearing it, right?
It's paused.
Oh, the video's paused?
Yes.
I didn't touch it.
There we go.
You're still hearing it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
It's a whisper in my ear.
It's very low now, but we can hear it. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to try and turn it up now. I mean, I wouldn't mind having separate audios. How's this?
Well, just to
That's good. It's still crackly, but that's their side.
correct, the Reagan folks piece of this
Is that a comfortable volume?
It's
now
bad loud. It can come down a little bit.
Sentence for
I can't even hear
count
it.
18 and count 19 would be an 8-year minimum sentence on each.
A little
Second, or 8 rather. 8-year minimum sentence or consecutively with one another.
A little bit, because I feel like we won't be able to hear you talk.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Okay, that's probably good.
Testing, 1, 2. I can go up louder.
No, we're good.
So let me go to my YouTube and see how it sounds on the computer end. How about that?
Would have been 16 to 20.
All right, I would turn the video down a little bit more,
To serve consecutively with,
and then I think you should be golden.
correct? And Mr. Myers, that's your understanding as well?
I can't hear. Okay, now just for giggles and grin, I know you might hate me, but let's go back to the original trial.
Yes.
I can't hear it.
I can hear it just barely. But that one is going to have a different sound because it was a different stream.
And it wasn't explained by Detective Cliff.
See you, Ronnie.
Is that good?
I'd submit to you.
Yep,
look at
that's
that
good.
image.
And no echo that I can hear. But let me check on YouTube really quick.
There's glasses.
Is that too loud?
Now, the state in rebuttal, and we'll address the significance of that. They have the opportunity
Bye, Ronnie.
address what I've presented to you.
No echo. Sounds good.
That's undeniable.
Huh?
What I'm going to show you next is the image on channel 2.
Oh, by the way, your
Video
verdicts.
coverage, but now it has the vehicle coming from a different direction.
Verdict?
The verdicts on us, how long it's going to take?
Yeah.
64% said 1 to 2 hours, 12% said 0 to 1, 12% said 2 to 3, and about 6 something percent said tomorrow or end of day.
Interesting.
So, how does this sound, love?
On that date.
It sounds really good.
Saw the person, nothing
But you don't have it pulled up. So I have a feeling that if you pull it up, it's going to have an echo.
Let's try.
Glasses, nothing. It's bland. Nothing was memorable.
Let me check on YouTube real quick.
Oh, 1 to 2 hours, 63%,
Okay,
less than an hour,
sounds good.
18%, 3 to 4 hours. So you ended the poll?
Mine.
A 13. You ended the poll, is that correct? Who ended the poll?
Oh, I did. Sorry. Did you not
Oh,
want
no, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make sure it was us and not somebody else.
Oh, no.
Okay.
me.
Thank you for hopping in.
You're
Missed
welcome.
you.
I
We gotta
know.
catch up, girl.
I know. Oh, it sounds like Mr. Kevin just got home. I got some babies getting upset. So I'm going to hop off and make some dinner. I'm listening.
Bye, love.
Bye.
Okay, so the good news is that the other case was super, super loud and not us. So sometimes that can happen, y'all. The video or audio feeds are so vastly different. Okay, so we're going to catch this up just in case there's questions or anything that happens. We're going to put me back on screen. There we go. And I'm going to try and go see if there's something we can watch that won't blow our ever loving ears out. But I do like having. Oh, that's that. I do like having separate channels so I can monitor whoever's talking versus the video because they used to be all the same. So that doesn't bother me. You just finished your meal. We ordered in beef ragu from, but they forgot the garlic bread. Oh, how can you freaking forget the garlic bread? I'd make them go back and get it. This chick don't play. I don't play when it comes to garlic bread. I do not. That's just me. Let's see what we have going on that we can do. For those of you who asked, Miss Jules is hanging in there. So she's hanging in there. She's hanging in. Keep her in your prayers. Keep her in your prayers. That's the best thing we can do for her at this moment in time. This is the moment. This is the hour. I'm trying to see what other cases are going on today. I've been so involved with this. Let's see what Long Crime has. Poison her husband murder trial of Corey Richens preliminary hearing. There we go.
And have you analyzed?
We'll share this. And I will keep an eye. I promise you. I will keep an eye on the other as well.
All right, before we go on the record, I just need to call a few names. If I call your name, I need you to stand up for me. Everybody here in the gallery has exercised great patience.
How is the sound on this? Do I need to up the sound?
Related to the admissibility of evidence. Couldn't have had that discussion in the presence of public in a way that would preserve the integrity of the process going forward. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Bloodworth, before we get rolling this morning.
How is the sound?
Housekeeping details we need to address.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to provide the court with something of an overview regarding how the state will present its preliminary case. The state has presented most of its evidence and arguments in paper.
Yep, the sound is on. This is a BIY.
The transcript of the detention hearing, which the court has already presented into evidence along with 60 and since now.
I may have to gain it up.
We intend to be mindful in our presentation to not belabor well-established evidence. To that end, we ask that the court moves along when appropriate. The opposite, of course, holds true.
I'm up all the way. It's the court. I can't go up any higher.
Of our papers,
That's why this is so important.
back in May, the state had submitted a bench memo.
Terrified to try it again. I really am. Hi, Josh. I can't. That's as most as it's got. I can't come back. Diane, love, we're just court hopping, so you can just take a break all day if you want. I'll text you if we get a verdict. I said I'll text you if we get a verdict. We're just court hopping.
Okay.
You're like, I'm out. She's like, thank God. I can't hear you. You're gonna. What, babe? I'll text you the verdict. Love you. Bye. Huh? Say that again.
All right, before we go on the record, just need to call a few names. If I call your name, I need you to stand up for me. Chelsea Barney, Alameda Staking, Kelsey Sorensen, Selma Lopez, or any of your spouses. Folks, you are potential witnesses in this case, and under the exclusionary rule, I need you to not be
We
present while
are
other
on
witnesses are
a
testifying.
short lunch, but then they're going to go straight
okay.
into verdict.
The state would like to provide the court with something of an overview regarding how the state will present its preliminary case. The state has presented most of its evidence and arguments in paper in advance of today, and notably including the transcript of the detention hearing, which the court has already admitted into evidence, along with 60, I think 6 now, other exhibits. We intend to be mindful in our presentation to not belabor well-established evidence. To that end, we ask that the court moves along when appropriate. The opposite, of course, holds true if the court seeks additional information. If the court would let us know, we will present it.
Understood.
Speaking of our papers, back in May, the state had submitted a bench memo. I have 2 errata that I would like to put on the record. The first is on page 20 and 24, Your Honor. There's a date of the first Friday, March the 5th, 2022. As a calendar will tell us all, that was Friday, March the 4th.
Okay, got it.
At page 10, in reference to a divorce consultation, the state wrote that occurred in January of 2022. The state asked that the court strike the date. The court will call some litigation related to this matter that occurred after the state filed that bench memo. That litigation revealed that date was not accurate.
Any others?
Those are the errata, Your Honor. The state will call in its presentation Detective Jeff O'Driscoll and experts Chris Cotradimus and Brooke Carrington. The state has provided the defense with advance notice of those witnesses. When the state calls Detective O'Driscoll, the state will not conduct a direct exam. Instead, the state will refer the court to his testimony at the detention hearing. The state is essentially offering Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination by current defense counsel within that scope as in the best interest of a fundamentally fair proceeding, since they've not yet had an opportunity to cross-examine. The state provided the defense with advance notice of this approach and reserved the opportunity to redirect Detective O'Driscoll.
This is my homework
Your Honor,
for one day in class. Holy crap. Anybody want to take it for me?
What we have labeled as 7A. Exhibit 7 in the court's binder.
The self-right extraction report.
It does, Your Honor, and it's in there, and we refer to it in our papers, because it has a screenshot of a navigation system. It is in 7A, but absent a telescope, the court's not going to be able to read it. So we
Yeah,
marked
Haley.
that up and labeled that 7A. I may pass it up to the court.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, the other document we've labeled 67. And that is some notice for claim stage from True Stage. They've been provided in discovery that can reference. They just not yet.
What's the number?
I got to get new glasses. These are bad.
What is 66? You referenced 66, but
right.
Understood. It's already in the binder. Got it. And 66 is exhibit.
Do we want to go to another case or watch this one?
Is 67
Your choice.
stipulated? Okay. 67 and 7A are.
Your Honor, ma'am.
Of course.
Thank you. Your Honor, the final two exhibits are docket references 123 and 124. I'm not sure how they got left out of some of the earlier discussion on this, but they did. So the state moves 123 and 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
Docket entries 123 and 124 are admitted for the purpose of today's preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, unless the court has anything to say, we'll call Detective O'Driscoll.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, anything housekeeping wise?
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
Okay. Detective, let's get you sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter?
I'm switching feeds.
Our docket.
There we go. Sorry, guys. Switch feeds. I like to support
Your Honor, the state tenders Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination.
Crowd TV.
Direct conducted at the detention.
Understood. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We haven't met. I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richards' attorneys.
Thank you.
So, Detective O'Driscoll, when was it that you were first asked to take over this case?
In March of 2023.
Go watch husband movie.
And who was
Enjoy.
on this matter before you as the lead detective?
Detective Jamie Woody.
And why was this matter turned over from Detective Woody to yourself?
Detective Woody moved divisions from the investigations division to the patrol division. She had an opportunity to have some auxiliary assignments that are only available in that division, specifically at K9 Handler.
We'll miss you.
Did you ever become aware of any evidence or any issues with Detective Woody mishandling evidence in this case or other cases?
No.
All right, when you first took over this case in March of 23, what was it that you reviewed initially?
I was not able to review the entirety of the information that was available in the case, but specifically, most of the information that I received was from updates from investigators that had been working the case prior to me. I was able to review some of the supplemental reports that had been entered into our CAD file, but I don't recall the entirety of every document or piece of information that I reviewed.
Did you review all the police reports that had been written up to that point?
From our office?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did you review all of Detective Woody's reports?
I believe so, yes.
Now, who did you interview initially when you first took over this case?
The first interview I conducted, I believe, was with Ms. Richards.
All right. So that interview, well, let me get back to that in a minute. Before we talk about the interview with Ms. Richards, did you
I'm gonna go back to the early morning of March 4th, 2022. Did you review evidence about the investigation that was done that night?
Yes.
And what investigation was done at the home that night? Or that early morning hours of March 4th, 2022?
Responding deputies conducted an initial interview with Ms. Richens. Detectives were then called out and they conducted, I believe, a separate interview with Ms. Richens as well as other people that were then at the home by the time they arrived. And I believe they conducted a search of the home for any kind of evidence that may have helped them understand what had happened.
And what was seized from the home that night as potential evidence? Are you aware?
I don't know a complete list, no.
Are you aware if anyone was searching for any illegal drugs in the home that night?
I do not know.
Were any illegal drugs found in the home that night?
I don't believe so.
So no fentanyl was found in the home?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were there any unidentified pills, light green pills, blue pills, dark green pills, anything like that found in the home the early morning of March 4th?
I don't believe so.
Were there prescription medications taken at that time?
I believe so, yes. Part of death investigation is to document and collect prescription medications for the scene. I couldn't tell you specifically which ones though.
Sorry, let me just go through. Were there any non-prescription medications or illegal substances taken from the home that night of any kind?
I don't believe so.
Eventually, or early on when you started the case, were you able to review the medical examiner's report?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what caused Mr. Richard's death based on that report?
The medical examiner's report identified that the cause of death was drug intoxication with a specific drug being fentanyl.
All right. But nothing was found or seized the early morning of March 4th that it included fentanyl. Is that correct?
No fentanyl was seized that I'm aware of, no.
All right. Was there any glassware seized in that initial search?
I don't know.
You don't know if there was glassware seized, such as copper mugs or shot glasses? You're not aware?
I know with review of supplemental reports I could find that information, but right now I don't know if during the first search on the morning after Eric Richard's death, if those were collected or not.
Were they collected at some other time?
Yes, I believe some copper cups were collected from the home subject to a search warrant.
All right. When was that search warrant that was executed on Richard's home? You said after.
There were multiple that were executed. The first one after Eric Richard's death, I believe, was in April of that same year, mid to late April. I don't remember an exact date.
Was this after the medical examiner's report had been reviewed?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
No.
But you reviewed reports regarding that search?
Yes.
Was there any Oxycontin found in that search?
I know during one of the searches that there were some prescription opiates that were not in a prescription container that were found in the home. I don't know if they were specifically Oxycontin.
Were they fentanyl?
No.
Were they tested at some point in the course of this investigation?
I don't know. I could review supplemental reports and get that information, but I don't know.
But you don't know. Were there any illegal drugs or drugs that were prescribed that were seized in that April of 22 search?
I don't believe so.
Did there come a time that some THC gummies were seized?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
I would have to check dates on the receipts of those items and evidence. It could have been during that first search in April, or it could have been on a subsequent search, I'm not sure.
So there may have been illegal substances or THC, which is an illegal substance, found in that search.
I believe THC was found in the home during one of the search warrants executed on the home.
Right. And were they in the form of gummies or some other form of THC?
They were edibles.
Edibles. So were the edibles, were you made aware, or are you aware of who the edibles belong to?
We received statements that they belong to Eric, the decedent.
Were those edibles tested?
Yes.
And did you review a report regarding those edibles?
Yes.
And did that report, that initial report, say that there were traces of fentanyl in those edibles?
No.
You did not review a report that said there was fentanyl in the edibles?
No.
So, as you were investigating this case, well, let's strike that. I'll come back to that. So you talked about that your first interview in this case was with Corey Richards. What was the date of that interview?
I believe it was April 14th of 2023.
So this was about 13 months after Mr. Richards' death.
Correct.
So you said before that conversation with Ms. Richards, and where did that conversation take place?
At her home at 282 West Willow Court in Francis.
And you had reviewed a number of reports prior to that interview.
Several, yes.
So you had an idea of the investigation that Detective Woody had already done on this matter.
I had a partial understanding of the investigation that she had conducted.
Who was with you when you did that interview? Were you alone or was there another officer with you?
No, Sergeant Hoffmeyer was with me as well.
Sergeant. Had you discussed this matter with him prior to this interview?
I just requested that he accompany me because we had both newly been put into the investigations division and would both be fairly involved with the case.
All right, had you read correspondence prior to this interview with Ms. Richards, from Ms. Richards' prior counsel to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
No.
So you hadn't read any correspondence where Ms. Richards' counsel asked that she not be interviewed with counsel present? You hadn't read those yet?
No, I had not.
Now, taking over as lead investigator, didn't you know that she was represented by counsel?
No, I did not.
During the interview with Ms. Richards, did you become aware that she was represented by counsel?
Partway through the interview, it became apparent, yes.
You didn't ask her at any time during the interview if she wanted counsel present, correct?
I did. I told her partway through the interview, her mother, Lisa Darden, came to the home and she made a statement about whether or not Corey should talk to us without, she said the word Sky, the name Sky. I assumed that that was an attorney that she had contacted. And at that time, I told her, if you would rather have an attorney present here while we talk, that's fine. She declined.
Let me show you just a portion of that interview. Hopefully, if you can give me that. Page 215. Can we show this on the screen to the witness? Thank you. If I could direct you, Detective, to the very bottom of that page is your statement at the bottom of that page. If you could just repeat that, not read it out loud, if you could repeat that. Now that statement was made as you were leaving.
I'll be right
the
back.
house. Correct?
It appears so, yes.
And do you recall that statement that you made to Ms. Richards as you were leaving the house?
Yes.
And what was it you told her then?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What was it you told her as you were leaving the house, reflected in that statement?
In this statement,
Yes.
That she could have an attorney present while we talk. I'm guessing that's what you're getting at.
Well, but you finished talking for that day, correct?
I believe so.
This was in fact the very end of the transcript that you were walking out of the house, correct?
It looks like it.
And you told her if she wanted an attorney at future interviews, that would be fine.
Yes.
Right. Does that, we'll strike that. Isn't it true, Detective, that that is the only time that you told Ms. Richards that she could have an attorney present when being interviewed, if she wished to?
I recall making that statement midway through the conversation. If it's not in the recording, then I didn't. But I do remember making a statement that we were happy to have an attorney present while we spoke to her.
At least as you were leaving.
Yes.
So let's talk about some of the investigation and interviews you did prior to Ms. Richards' arrest. As part of your investigation, isn't it true that you looked into Corey's relationship with a Mr. Grossman?
Yes, some other investigators, I wasn't directly involved with contacting Mr. Grossman, but yes.
And that is someone that you have referred to, or I don't know if you personally, but has been referred to in transcripts as Ms. Richards' paramour, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed texts between Ms. Richards and this individual, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Did you also investigate the texts between Eric Richards and the women that he'd been having affairs with during that period of time?
I didn't personally. I don't know that any of our investigators did.
Have you ever reviewed any texts or calls between Eric Richards and women that he was having affairs with prior to this?
Objection, Your Honor, that seems fast. It's also, yeah, so that's
So the first part of that objection is overruled. The second part, though, I'm not sure how this has an impact on the problem.
Hey there, Mom.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that the fact that nobody was investigated other than Ms. Richards is relevant. And this would be a potential alternative suspect that there was
Certainly
no
a
investigation.
trial, Ms. Lewis, I understand, but preliminary hearings are not supposed to be a discovery tool. The irrelevance objection is sustained.
So, Detective, are you familiar with someone by the name of Carmen, I believe it's Lauber, is that how it's pronounced?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with her?
She became a person of interest in this case at one point when detectives started investigating associations and
Thank you very much.
contacts of both Corey and Eric Richards.
4:30 Eastern.
Investigators from our office were familiar with her background in having a criminal drug
About
history.
another 30 minutes, 40 minutes for deliberation.
She became the target of a separate investigation.
Okay, guys, this is, yeah, Josh, you're fabulous. What do you guys want to watch? Do you want to watch the Corey Richin preliminary hearing? If you do, I'll keep it playing. Or what we can do is just leave the stream going and everybody kind of do whatever they want to do and just keep listening for me to say verdict. What would you guys like to do? We can find something else to watch, that's for sure. Yeah, keep playing it. Okay, we do it. There we go.
As she related to Ms. Richards.
Could you maybe just explain that for me a little more? How was she a target related to the Richards case?
Text messages were located in the defendant's phone from a phone number that was found to belong to Carmen Lauber. At that time, detectives started looking into Carmen Lauber and her activity. They found that she was on a drug court program in another county and started investigating her as related to Ms. Richens having worked with her and having cleaned houses for both her business, her realty business, as well as her personal home.
Just to clarify, Ms. Lauber did cleaning for Ms. Richens' business and in the Richens' household. Did I have that straight?
Correct.
All right. And did you execute a search warrant, or was a search warrant executed on Ms. Lauber's home?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
Yes.
And were there illegal items seized during that time?
Yes.
Was she arrested at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was towards the end of April 2023. I don't know an exact date.
So after Ms. Lauber's arrest, did you interview her?
Yes.
How many times have you interviewed her since April of 2023? You or others associated with this investigation? Clarify.
I believe 4 official planned interviews.
What about unplanned, unofficial interviews?
I've spoken with her, but not in an interview setting. Since that's what I'm getting at. Interviewing her in connection with this case, there were 4 that I'm aware of.
Do you know how many hours you spent interviewing her or others associated with this case?
I believe at the detention hearing, I testified it was around 10. I believe that's accurate.
So when did you initially interview Ms. Lauber?
It would have been, I believe, April 26th, shortly after her arrest, maybe the day or 2 after her arrest.
All right. And during that initial interview, can you tell me what took place during that interview?
We spoke to Ms. Lauber about the items that were found in her home subject to the search warrant. We told her that the charges that she was facing, that she was on drug court probation for in the outside county, could continue to be charged against her due to a violation of her drug court. We told her that she was facing felony distribution charges in that case.
Can I interrupt for a second? Distribution of what?
Controlled substance.
What did you seize from her home?
So the charges that she was facing in relation to her drug court were separate from the ones that resulted from the search warrant. But we found illicit THC products as well as a firearm in her home.
And why was the firearm of significance?
It was a violation of her drug court probation to be in possession of a firearm.
Well, she was a convicted felon, isn't that right?
Yes, that's also pertinent.
So she was also potentially looking at charges of felon in possession of a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And you told her that in the first interview?
Correct.
Did you tell her that those would be state or federal charges?
I believe we told her that they could be both.
They could be both, or either.
Either, right.
Did you tell her potentially how much time she could be looking at in prison if she was charged and convicted of these additional offenses?
I don't recall saying a specific number of days, but I know we made mention that there was significant jail time attached to those charges.
Significant prison time.
Prison time.
All right, so what did she tell you in that first interview about her associations with Corey Richens?
She confirmed that she had worked for Corey in the past. She told us that she knew Corey through Corey's Aunt Doreen, whom Carmen worked for, cleaning houses. She initially stated that she didn't know anything about what had happened with Eric's death or anything about fentanyl. And we explained to her that the position that we were in to try to investigate anything that might have happened, whether that was inculpatory or exculpatory for anyone, and that any information that she might have about it would be helpful to us.
All right, if we just break that down just a little bit, what did she tell you about ever dealing fentanyl at that time?
She said that she hadn't really ever, in her words, messed with fentanyl. Then she later admitted she had tried it once and didn't have a good experience with it.
Did she tell you a daughter had overdosed on fentanyl?
I don't recall. I could review the video and give you an answer on that, but I don't recall.
And isn't it true she told you she never dealt with fentanyl, that she dealt in pain pills and marijuana and other things of that sort?
In the first interview, yes.
And what did you tell her you could do for her if she gave you information about Eric Richmond's death or anything that could help you in the investigation of Eric Richmond's death?
We explained to her that if she had information regarding Eric Richmond's death, that we could work with the prosecutor who was responsible for her charges, for both the search warrant and the drug court charges. We didn't make her any specific promises, but we told her that we were willing to work with the prosecutor's office on those charges.
Is Ms. Lover in custody at this time? Is she in jail?
No.
Or was she ever charged with anything that was to do with dealing drugs, a violation of her drug court, or with anything that was seized during that search?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I had no dealings with the inner workings of that county's prosecutor's office after we interviewed Ms. Lauber. After we interviewed Ms. Lauber, we informed the prosecutor's office that she was being cooperative with our investigation, and then they and her attorneys worked out whatever kind of deal they worked out with her.
Well, isn't it true, Detective, that you went back and spoke with Ms. Lauber and guaranteed her that she would not be charged in any way as connected to Eric Richmond's death if she continued to cooperate?
I didn't make that statement in those words, but we impressed upon her that, yes, in exchange for helpful information in this case, that she could potentially have reduced or eliminated charges.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because I know you had a number of interviews with her, and I've certainly reviewed at least 6. Because those interviews were recorded, correct?
Correct.
And any interview that you have had with her would be turned over to defense counsel, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Well, we turn it over to the state, and I believe it's their
All right.
opportunity to turn it over to the defense.
So if I represented that they have turned over at this time 6 interviews with yourself and Ms. Lauber, or with, who was the other detective, I'm sorry, that was with you during those interviews?
Detective Maynard.
That they've turned over 6 at this time. Would that sound correct to you?
Yes.
All right. So I want to go to the 6th interview, which was May 13th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So isn't it true at that interview, you told her that she was going to be testifying in front of a federal grand jury?
I don't recall that. Am I in the video that you're referencing?
Yes, you are.
I don't recall that.
So you don't recall that you told her that you and Detective Maynard had discussions with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that they had guaranteed you that she would not be charged in connection with Eric's death so long as she testified in front of the grand jury?
I don't remember it, but it doesn't sound unreasonable.
You're the lead detective, right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Lauber testify in front of the federal grand jury regarding this case?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so. Do you know? Yes or no?
I don't know for a fact.
You don't know. Did you testify in front of a federal grand jury regarding this matter?
No.
Do you know of anyone in your investigation that testified before a federal grand jury?
No.
But did you recall telling her that she would be testifying before a federal grand jury the next week?
I honestly don't remember it. I'm not surprised by the information because when we were working with prosecutors' offices at the time, there were both federal prosecutors and state prosecutors that were involved in it. And that sounds like a likely discussion that could have been made, that she would need to testify before a grand jury.
The next week.
Like I said, I don't remember those. If I review the video, I probably could speak to it more.
Did you review an interview that Detective Maynard did with Carmen Lauber on the day before that, May 12th, regarding a Zoom meeting he had had with different agencies, in this case, federal and state?
I believe so.
And do you recall in that he explained to her what she would be doing in terms of testifying in front of a grand jury?
Again, I don't recall the discussion about the grand jury. If I review the video, I can speak to it more, but I just don't recall it from my memory.
All right,
I don't believe that video is one that I have recently reviewed. I reviewed the initial 3 or 4 that we had with Carmen prior to this hearing.
All right, we'll go back to this in just a minute. Let me ask if you recall this. Do you recall telling her on May 13th that she would be testifying in front of the grand jury, and that the goal would be to convict Corey Richards of murder? Do you recall that?
No, I do not.
Ms. Lauber got a letter of immunity from the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Utah, did she not?
I believe so, yes.
But you don't know if she testified in front of the grand jury.
I do not.
So tell me the first interview. I'm gonna go back now to that initial interview in April 2020 or April 27th, 2020. How did that interview end?
Can you tell me the date again? April 27th, the first time we
Yes, the
spoke.
very first time you interviewed her.
We told her that she probably had some things to think on and consider, and that if she decided she wanted to talk to us about this case, that she could contact us, or that we would be in contact with her again shortly.
Yes. So did you tell her you'd be back in a few days after she had some time to think about what had happened?
Yes.
And did you go back in a few days?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you went back?
I believe it was the following Tuesday.
So if I told you that was May 2nd, 2023, would you have any reason
Sounds
to?
accurate, yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk over each other. Go ahead.
That sounds accurate, yes.
All right. So the second interview. What did you tell Ms. Lover in that interview?
We told her a lot of things. Do you want to talk about something specific?
All right. Did you ask her if she had time to reconsider her relationship or her activities with Ms. Richards?
I believe so. When we first sat down, and then she entered the interview room, she immediately started telling us that she had been thinking about calling us and wanted to talk to us.
All right. And you reminded her that she was looking at serious charges, and you guys would have her back. You would help her if she cooperated.
Yes.
Had you seized a phone, excuse me, a phone from Ms. Lover at that time?
Yes.
Ophthalmologist. Was there more than one, or did you just?
Wanted to know if I was coming.
There was more than one. There were 2, I believe, that we relied on for evidence and content. There were multiple old phones, I believe, that were seized from her home, but the 2 that we downloaded and were subject to our investigation, there were 2.
Were either of those phones, excuse me, were either of those phones ones that she was using in March of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
I think one of them was. All right. So what did she tell you in that second interview about communications between herself and Ms. Richards that she thought might be helpful to you? Sorry.
In most, if not all, of the interviews that we had with Carmen, her memory went back and forth on what happened, what didn't happen, and which times those things happened. So chronologically, it's hard to say where we went in the interview. But she began very slowly, and it appeared to us that she was minimizing her involvement, but said that she had participated in some way in getting Corey illicit substances. And like I said, it began small and her minimizing her involvement and developed into more specific statements.
And these statements took place over the course of 3 or 4 additional interviews.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state objects on relevant grounds. As the court's aware, Ms. Lauber submitted testimony by 1102 witness statement. And the standard for the preliminary hearing is notwithstanding credible testimony to the contrary. The court's also well aware that Article 1, Section 12 of our Constitution and progeny case law says that discovery is not a proper purpose for this hearing.
Well,
Help me out, where are we headed here?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Bloodworth had stated as we were at the beginning of the hearing that in large part he was putting Detective O'Driscoll on in the interest of fairness and justice because Ms. Richards' current counsel had never had the opportunity to cross-examine him on his prior testimony. And he testified in his prior testimony about these things. So my understanding was that this was our opportunity, since we haven't had one before, that was agreed upon and represented in the court, to cross-examine him about that prior testimony, even though this is the preliminary hearing. And these facts very much go to probable cause.
It's the last part that I'm not following you on. How do these go to probable cause? I don't think I've heard anything that sounds like testimony that Carmen Lauber did not have the opportunity to perceive or know the things that she claims to have perceived or known. I don't get to weigh credibility outside of those extraordinary circumstances in a preliminary hearing. I'm trying to give you as much latitude as the state will agree to. I'm staying out of the way, but at some point the limits on probable cause determination kick in.
All right, well, based on the earlier discussion with the court, I'd like to go a little farther in terms of reviewing his testimony from the prior hearing.
Understood. If you need clarification of it, but if I imagine, don't hold me to this, but I imagine that if we keep reviewing the investigative steps and potential sources of bias on Ms. Lauber, you're going to continue drawing objections regarding relevance.
Understand.
We'll give Ms. Lewis some additional limited latitude here, Mr. Bloodworth. Let's see where we go.
So when you testified before, did you testify as to how many times Ms. Lauber had allegedly provided drugs to Ms. Richards?
I believe so, yes.
And how many times did you say that happened?
At that time of testimony, we understood there to be 3 transactions that Ms. Lauber participated in with Ms. Richards.
And what were the dates of those 3 transactions?
February 11th, February 26th.
Come on.
And March 9th of 2022.
March 9th, after Mr. Richards had passed away.
Correct.
Right. And did you testify at the prior hearing, or do you recall what Ms. Lauber said she provided to Ms. Richards? What sort of drugs she provided to Ms. Richards on those 3 occasions?
Again, it went back and forth with details and was clarified the more information she was presented with from phones and other physical evidence. The determination we came to after conclusion of all 4 interviews was that she had procured some type of prescription or non-prescription opiate on the first transaction, and that the following 2 were fentanyl pills, counterfeit fentanyl pills.
And so you said that in the first interview, She told you that she didn't deal in fentanyl. Can you just explain what you did in your investigation to try and confirm? How did you come back around to that it was fentanyl?
So in the initial interview with Ms. Lover, and the statements she made about not having dealt in fentanyl before, in my opinion, my experience with interviewing people, especially in custody, I think she was minimizing her involvement. I think she was trying to cover herself from any type of further legal problems. And then after we came back the second time, I think she had changed her mind about how much information she wanted to reveal to us. And that's when she started talking to us about the fentanyl pills and that she recalled specifically that they were fentanyl.
And did you interview other people regarding those transactions?
Investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did, yes. I wasn't involved in every single interview, but yes.
Did she tell you how many pills total that she provided to Ms. Richards, or that she recalled providing?
One moment, please. Mr. Levin.
Your Honor, the state produces relevance and objection. What's going on here is the defense counsel is asking questions about the detention hearing, which the defense counsel has a transcript of. Did she tell you this? Well, we know this because he testified to it.
Let's just assume that this question, which goes directly to the probable cause determination, is foundation for whatever's coming next. So I'm going to allow this.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. All these recordings are, all these interviews are recorded in discovery.
I understand. Your objection to the extent it's relevance is overruled. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Did she tell you a number of pills, the number of pills she provided to Ms. Richards?
Are you meaning in total or per transaction?
Either way, whatever is easiest for you to
She
explain.
made an estimate of approximately 15 to 30 pills per transaction.
So a total of
Maximum of 90.
75, 30 to 90,
30 to 90.
45 to 90 pills. All right. Did you have any of those pills ever been found?
No.
Not in the Richards' home,
No.
correct? Not in Ms. Richards' car, correct?
No.
So you've never had the opportunity to test any pills that were allegedly provided from Ms. Lauber to Ms. Richards, is that correct?
Correct.
Not one, correct?
Correct.
So the only knowledge you have as to what those pills were came from Ms. Lauber, correct?
And corroborating witnesses.
Corroborating witnesses that
That a
That supplied
That
Ms.
is-
Lauber with the bills or put her in
AC
contact with the
fan.
person that supplied her the bills.
in the
or drove her
microphone.
to the transactions where the bills were purchased.
So I'm who's crazy.
again, though, have you tested any of those pills or found any of those pills so they could be tested?
No, we have not.
So you actually do not have any idea what the pills were that were given to Ms. Richards, correct?
I don't know. Could be wrong.
Just based on the testimony, witness statements by Ms. Lauber and others.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
Thank
So
you.
you don't know if the
Thank
pills
you.
were Oxycontin, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know if the pills were fentanyl, correct?
Based on what Ms. Lauber told us, she was sure that they were fentanyl. And her description of them
You're safe.
match what I know currently to be Drug Trends street illicit fentanyl pills, with the description being a light green to blue round pill.
So let me ask you again. Do you know if any of those pills contain fentanyl?
No, I do not.
Do you know if these pills contained illegal drugs, opioids of any kind?
I do not.
When is the last time you sought evidence in this case?
Sought evidence, is that what you said?
Yes.
The case is active and ongoing until trial. I presume any new information that comes to us will continue to be considered as evidence.
Are you still interviewing witnesses?
Not at this moment, no.
I know you're not at this moment, but you're testifying. Have you recently interviewed witnesses or others investigating this case or involved in this case been interviewing witnesses?
Yes. Some of our team have reached out to witnesses that we've talked to in the past and have kept in contact with them.
Have you been provided statements or interviews by a private investigator in this matter?
They've been entered into systems that I have access to, yes. Not personally been provided with them, but yes.
Who's that private investigator work for?
The Richens family, the Eugene Richens family.
Is that who pays this private investigator to provide information to you?
I assume so.
When was the last time you executed a search warrant in this case?
I believe it was 1 or 2 weeks ago on the Richens home.
Still looking for the pills?
That was to seize a voice recorder that was located in the home.
Just give me one moment. Just back up for one moment about the pills. So you said you interviewed other people. I think it was one other person who provided allegedly fentanyl to Ms. Lover. Is that correct?
There were 2 individuals that we interviewed that were reported to have provided Ms. Lover with the pills. One with the non-fentanyl opiates and then with the fentanyl pills.
Okay, so one provided the one that did not have fentanyl, and one provided the ones that she claimed did have fentanyl.
Correct.
Okay, so that individual, or actually either of those individuals, were they manufacturers of those pills?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Well, one of them told you it was for prescription, correct?
I believe Ms. Lauber told us that. Would you like me to use names? That's fine. I believe Ms. Lauber told us that Ms. Kohler, who she claimed she got the non-fentanyl pills from, that they were somebody's personal prescription.
Okay. So we don't actually know when those pills came from either.
Yeah.
All right. And the individual who provided fentanyl, he was not the manufacturer of fentanyl. He told you he didn't manufacture fentanyl, correct?
I believe so. Other detectives in our office, yeah, interviewed him.
All right. Do you know what red devils are?
No, I did not.
Did you record all of your conversations with Ms. Lover, or if someone else was interviewing with them, were they all recorded?
Interviews, yes. Yes.
Besides Corey Richens, did you interview or investigate into any other possible suspects in this case?
Interview, no. I personally try to keep an open mind as to all possibilities of what could have caused Eric Richens' death. But I didn't conduct interviews with any other suspects that were persons of interest labeled as suspects.
You didn't collect phones or look at anything else from any other suspects, correct?
We collected several phones from involved individuals in this case, and potentially people that could have had access to the Richens' home at different times, that could give alternate explanations of how the fentanyl got in the system. But I didn't conduct any interviews of individuals regarding their involvement.
Nothing for your honor.
Mr. Letter, a brief scheduling question. Roughly how much time do you have on redirect?
Less than 10 minutes.
Okay, please proceed. Can we get some more water for the witnesses? Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've marked the State's Exhibit 68, Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, forensic analysis report related to the collection of THC copies. I'm gonna, Coach.
Of course. Ms. Lewis.
I just can't hear Mr. Bloodworth.
Okay.
So I'm
Say it a
sorry.
little closer to that mic.
I'm forced to remark.
So am I.
Evidentiary
Obviously.
argument this morning.
Oh, yeah, well.
I'll try to talk into the microphone, Your Honor. Detective O'Driscoll, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit for Identification 68?
Yes.
You testified earlier regarding toxicology on some THC gummies. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does that toxicology report reference the THC gummies that you were testifying to?
It appears to, yes.
And then are you familiar with the difference in toxicology reports between fentanyl being indicated and fentanyl being found?
Yes, I'm remembering discussions with our evidence technicians, our forensic technicians, and that there's a difference there that I didn't know before.
Thank you, Ms. Trioga. Thank you. Sorry.
What was the bottom line of that discussion with the evidence technician?
The bottom line was that something could be tested
So
and
he's in the
indicate
media
for
yeah.
precursors or some
Miss
chemical
Trial. He's in
structure
the
that I don't
media
fully understand
there.
that could indicate possibilities of fentanyl, but
Uh-oh.
the state crime lab won't say for certain that fentanyl is present.
In that instance, the reports read as that one does, am I right?
We may
Fentanyl
have some
indicated,
movement.
not identified.
Correct, this says fentanyl was indicated in the gummies in the plastic bag.
And actually, this, John, it's State Group States 68 in the evidence.
Is Lewis any objection?
No objections under the same considerations of all the exhibits. in this
It'll
hearing.
be admitted for the
I don't
purpose
know.
of
They put the
preliminary
camera back on the seal.
Yes, Your Honor, the state,
I don't know.
directs
We'll
report
see
to
if
item
we'll kind of
14,
keep
which
watching.
begins on the bottom of page 2 and continues to the top of page 3.
Thank you.
Detective O'Driscoll, you testified on cross-examination regarding interviews with Carmen Malver. Remember that?
Yes.
Are all
Now they
those
put it back on the other side.
interviews
Man, they just pulled them.
audio recorded, video recorded, or, sorry, audio recorded or audio and video recorded?
Yes.
And to the extent your testimony recollecting back over a year would differ from the reporting to the accurate testimony.
I do. I sympathize with Ms. Lauder at this point, having been a year past the last time we talked about this.
Sure. Did you have an opportunity to watch a video recording of an assistant U.S. attorney and some federal investigators interviewing Ms. Lauber?
I didn't view it, but I was told about
it. Were you told that they were interviewing her?
Hello, Miss Nikki.
Kind of pursuant to a grand jury subpoena and before the grand jury testimony?
95% say
yes,
guilty.
I'm remembering now
3
that
not guilty, 2 hung jury.
their appearance
Out of
there,
thousands
their
of people, 2,000.
interview of her was in regard to the grand jury subpoena that at the time we were
I
not aware
have
that
never seen a voting poll that bad. I mean,
regarding
that's horrendous, and I love it.
Ms.
God,
Lauber's
the
testimony,
screenshot this.
or sorry, Ms. Lauber's interview with you and Detective Major.
Wow.
I'm gonna
That's not good.
perhaps clarify some of the transactions. Is it right to say that Ms. Lauber testified to one
Someone said, guess who's having a harder time waiting for the verdict other than us?
Yes.
And then a transaction involving fentanyl on February the 11th, the second fentanyl on February the 26th, and the third on March 9th?
Yes.
We're at 52 minutes.
Regarding the fentanyl portions of the conversation, separate than the Roxy portions of the conversation, did detectives from Summit County talk with the intermediary between Carmen Lauber and the ultimate fentanyl dealer to Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
And did that intermediary say that Ms. Lauber requested fentanyl?
Yes.
Did Summit County detectives talk with the man who distributed the fentanyl to Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
And did he say that she requested fentanyl?
Yes.
And that he ultimately provided fentanyl?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Just for your floor
Shoot
questions.
in the scope of redraft, please.
Yes, understood. You said that all interviews with Ms. Lauber were recorded, correct?
For sure, all the ones that I was involved in, yes.
All right. So does that mean that there have been meetings and discussions with her, with Ms. Lauber and either yourself or other people, the Summit County Sheriff's Office or the prosecution not recorded?
Not that were substantive in content in regards to the case. We have on occasion spoken with Ms. Lauber because she was placed on supervised probation by an out-of-county court and was to be under ankle monitor that was supervised by our department. So we have talked to her about about compliance with those orders. We have also transported her, given her a ride to meetings with her attorney, and so there has been small talk, but not interview about the case that has not been reported.
You drive her to her meetings.
She needs a ride sometimes.
So you just, in discussing this with, in answering Mr. Butler's questions, you said that Ms. Lauber provided fentanyl to Ms. Richards 3 times.
I know that Ms. Lauber had difficulty remembering all the details of her interactions with Ms. Richards. I know at the time that we conducted the interviews, what she had told us in those interviews is what I testified to at the detention hearing.
And that was that there was 1 time that was oxycodone and 2 times that she said she delivered fentanyl. Isn't that right?
Correct. Since those interviews, new forensic information from cell phones was received, was reviewed, and determined that there were 3 transactions involving fentanyl, including one after Eric Richards' death. I believe the most accurate statement from Ms. Lauber is the 1102 statement that she submitted for today's hearing.
All right. You said that you spoke with an individual who allegedly provided fentanyl to Ms. Lauber and just testified that he told you she asked specifically for fentanyl. That's not accurate though, correct?
He told, from what I'm remembering from watching the video of the other investigators that interviewed him, he told us that Ms. Lauber requested, in his words, blues, which I understand to be fentanyl pills.
Didn't he say she requested Roxy 30s or Roxy's?
It's possible. I think blues was also mentioned.
Roxy's are typically oxycodone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as you're sitting here today, Detective, can you say with certainty that the pills that Ms. Lauber allegedly gave to Ms. Richards are the pills that were taken by Eric Richards, or what pills that were taken, if any pills were taken, by Eric Richards?
No.
And as you sit here right now, do you have any idea, like actual knowledge, not an idea, let me rephrase that, do you have any knowledge of how fentanyl got into Mr. Richards' system?
No.
Mr. Richards' system, I'm sorry.
No.
I haven't.
Anything further for the detective, Mr. Glover?
No, no.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, it's now an appropriate time to take a lunch break.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Come back at 1:30. Does that sound work?
On 190. Events is for country messages.
That was a quick lunch break.
Oh, we have break swearing.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the fees and penalties of perjury?
Thank you.
Sir, could you please tell us your name?
Chris Kotrodimus.
Common spelling of the last name?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kotrodimus, can you briefly tell us your background?
Yes, I'm a 23-year law enforcement veteran. The last 11 years of which was spent with the Salt Lake City Police Department Homicide Squad and the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office Homicide Team, where I was an investigator there.
And did you retire from law enforcement?
I did. At the end of 2022, I retired.
What have you been doing since then?
I started an investigations firm.
And what's the nature of the investigations that you do?
So we do investigations, training, and consulting work. So regular investigations for criminal and civil offenses, training for attorneys and investigators related to various subject matters. And then I also do some consulting work in criminal and civil cases as well.
Do you have any education, training, or experience with forensic digital evidence?
I do.
Can you briefly describe that for the court?
Yeah, so formal training. I have a 40-hour certification from the ZX Tracks. It's a 40-hour training course, call detailed record analysis and location mapping. I also have a 40-hour formal training, also with ZX Tracks, excuse me, as a subject matter expert. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator and a Cellbrite physical analyzer certified as well.
Judge, may I ask you, Mr. Rodriguez, to put the mic closer to him?
Thank you. And since you talked about that, what is Cellbrite?
So Cellbrite is it's extraction, it's device extraction, hardware and software. It extracts data from electronic devices.
Have you been retained by the state in this case?
I have.
In what role?
As an investigative consultant and to analyze digital.
Hello, Brett.
And have you analyzed and reviewed digital extractions of cell phones in this case?
Yes, I have.
I want to talk to you about a few phone numbers and just to identify phone numbers of different cell numbers or cell phones you have analyzed in this case. Do you recognize the phone number 435-671-1987?
I do.
Whose phone number is or was that?
That was the primary cell phone for the defendant.
You get kind of quiet again. Can you pull that microphone?
It's
and the phone. There you go.
Normally that's not an issue.
There. Can you just repeat that answer?
Yeah, that's the primary phone number for the defendant.
When you say primary, does that mean that there were other phone numbers that the defendant used?
Yes.
And do you recall what those numbers were?
Yes, there's two other numbers that we're aware of. One ends in 1152 and the other ends in 9592.
And when you say that the 1987 was the primary phone, what leads you to believe that was your primary phone?
In this context, it's the phone that the defendant utilized for her normal, everyday business, communications with most friends, her business, that type of thing.
And the other numbers, let's talk about the 1152. What kind of device was that associated with?
That was associated with her 1987 device, but it was a number being utilized on that device. It was a Google Voice number.
Okay. So can you just describe what a Google Voice number is and how it can be used on a cell phone?
Sure. It's basically a number that you create through Google Voice services, and you can use it just like a normal cell phone. You can make calls, receive text, that type of thing, and it's utilized through Google Voice app.
Now, the 9592 number, was there a device that was associated with?
Yes.
What was that?
It's referred to in evidence as a blue phone, but it's an iPhone that was obtained by the defendant after her original phone was seized by police in April of 2022.
So was that phone activated roughly at the same time?
Yes.
Now, speaking specifically to the device that the 1987 number was associated with, did you observe a forensic extraction of that phone?
Yes.
And did you analyze that extraction?
I did.
Did you notice any information or data deleted from that phone between January and mid-March of 2022?
Yes.
And can you describe what type of or types of data had been deleted off that phone?
A lot of data. Primarily and most relevant to the investigations in this case, the call logs, texts, web history, and web search.
So when you say that the texts have been deleted, does that mean the entire text thread between different parties?
Yes.
And was it everybody or in that time frame, or were there specific people?
Pretty much everybody.
Now you mentioned that web history had been deleted.
Yes.
And was there a specific date that prior to which that web history had been deleted?
Yes. So there on that phone, the web history for that device that primary device was basically ended. It picked back up on March 10th of 2022, but prior to that, all of it was gone.
The deletions that you observed on that extraction, can you say how those deletions were made?
No. Like, I would presume it was completed like most deletions are completed on a phone, which is manual deletion. But there's no indication in the software of, any other means of that, whether it was active or remote or anything like that.
Okay. The data's just not there.
It's just not there.
I want to talk to you about a person came up during this investigation by the name of Josh Grossman. Did you associate a phone number with a device belonging to him?
Yes.
Do you recall what that number was?
The last four is 1260.
And a witness by the name of Carmen Lauber, did you identify numbers belonging to devices that were associated with her?
Yes.
And was there a primary number that was associated with her device?
Yes, and I believe the last four of that was 6127.
Same question for a Robert Crozier. Do you recall the number for him?
Yeah, Indian 0540.
And finally, you're almost done with this test. Mr. Richmond's phone number. Do you recall the phone number associated with his?
Yeah, the last four of 9317 for restorations.
Thank you.
That passed.
Ready to get back to this. I want to talk to you about the defendant's communications with Carmen Lauber. Between the time period, well, let me ask this first. Were you able to determine by other means, besides the defendant's phone, whether there were communications between those two?
Yes.
And specifically for the time period of roughly January 1st, 2022 and March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And where were you able to see evidence of those communications?
Through the call detail records.
Who's call detail records?
I primarily focused on the defendants, but also Ms. Lauber's as well.
And what does a call detail record tell you?
A call detail record is exactly what it sounds like. It's a detail of calls recorded through a carrier. It will tell us, tell an investigator or anybody looking at the record when a call or text was made or received, the duration of that call, and potentially location information related to that account as well, for that device as well.
And who stores that information?
The carrier.
So that's separate from the data that's extracted from the phone, correct?
Correct.
So if data were deleted off of the phone, would that still be available through the carrier?
The communication, the timestamps and the direction of the communications would, yes.
What about location data?
Yes, potentially.
What you say potentially, what would cause it not to be available?
Time, quite frankly, is usually the inhibitor there. But most carriers retain call detail records for a year to 2 years with location history. It could also be that a carrier does not report location data for, say, for instance, text messaging. Some carriers do, some carriers don't.
I see. Specifically, the carrier for the defendant's phone, was location data available for the call detail records that you analyzed?
At the time the records were sought, no.
Did you know why that was?
Time. Okay. Yeah, Verizon retains location information within call detail records for 1 year.
I would like to turn your attention, if I can grab a finder of the exhibits that have been pre-admitted here. to Exhibit 33. Have you seen that Exhibit 33 before?
I have.
And what is that?
This is a Facebook Messenger record between Miss Lauder and an individual named Nicole Cummings.
Do you know who Nicole Cummings is relative to this investigation?
I do.
Who is that?
My understanding is a friend of Carmen Lauder, in which the friend is the one in which Carmen received a second phone number for Mr. Cruzier.
I see. Now, turning over to 34, State's Exhibit 34, do you recognize that document?
I do. 34? Yes.
Yes. And what is that?
I honestly, I hoped and thought it would come today, but they've got a lot of paperwork to fill out. It's not just making the decision, and they got to do everything correctly. So I would be cautious and not be too quick. That's my humble opinion. How you doing today, Ms. Sneaky? Hey, love. Hello, Miss Britt. Yes, ma'am.
1 second. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm
How's
having
that?
a heart attack because this is 1/4, and it's about a half an inch thick of everything a dyslexic person has to read, and I have to write one paper for one class, and I gotta do 3 papers for another class, and 2 tests by Friday.
That's a lot. That's a lot of reading. That's a lot.
Oh, well, I'll get it done. Oh, yes, we did watch that trial.
Is there
Gavel to
anything
gavel.
we can do to help help with that? I don't
Only
know how
thing
we're gonna.
I can think of is if we've got a trial and I need an hour or 2 for someone to just hop on, I'll sit here and still listen, kinda
Yeah.
be there. But right now,
Okay. There
I
will
think
be an hour or 2 spare that I can have while the dog is like sleeping and stuff. Like he's sleeping right now. He feels like crap. So,
it's not gonna
you
be
know.
today. It could be it
Yeah.
depends on
Oh,
what we have the
yeah.
rest of the week. But,
But
um
we can try and do that for you for sure. As
yeah,
long as he's
I
not
just
like actively having a hard time, then for sure. That,
well, I've never done what they're asking me to do. It's not so much the reading, it's like I'm gonna pull it up because I've never done this. Um, class materials, week 1, chapter 1. Okay, no, that's not what I need. Annotative, anno, annotated references.
oh, okay. So it's like
So I have to
how
read
to
all these papers, and there's 3 different groups. And for each article, you are asked 7 questions as listed below. Each annotated reference should consist of a citation that conforms to the APA guidelines. What the hell is that? And then along with the write up that consists of no more than 300 words. Each annotated reference should include, and then it gives the 7.
And learning those things is like really hard because I know there's APA, but there's also, I think it's MLA for when you do English.
I know MLA, but
yeah, I don't know APA. Like, I'm sorry.
There is a APA helper for free.
Well,
But
and I was thinking, once you're done, you should run it through Chat GPT and just ask it if it conforms to APA standards. Because I learned that from Preston.
Oh, a citation machine. See, when I was doing American Sign Language, everything was English, science, all of those basics were MLA and
yeah. MLA.
Whatever.
MLA, I think.
And so, but this, and it's like annotated reference. What each annotated reference should consist of a citation that conforms to an APA guideline. What the hell does that mean? There's 7 questions. So, what is the research question? Why is it important? Is it a quantitative or a quantitative research? What sample did the author or authors use that use? What is the sampling strategy? What is the unit of analysis? What is the dependent variables and how is it measured? What is the key independent variables and how is it measured? What's the main finding?
Did they make you get like an APA book or anything like that to go along with the course? No. I know they do have them, but I know like not all of them are created equal.
I'll call my daughter. She's going to the same school.
Great. I must like learning those things is so hard. Like once you get them down pat, great. It's a wonderful skill to have, but learning them, it's really I feel for you, Ada, because it's just it is quite a skill. Like
and
it is.
He sits there, the teacher, and told my disability people and my advisors that there's a class that I registered for the second 8 weeks that is going to be way over my head because I don't have enough basics in criminal justice to do the class. And I'm like, they told me to take it because the other classes were full. I'm like, you should know this.
That sounds incredibly disorganized. What is going on? And you would think the professor would know more than like the counselor or the people who are creating the schedule, but I don't know for sure.
And say, yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Or is
Yep. Well, I'll just see if we can figure it out. But
well, and the thing is too, is you can be like, I'm gonna prove you wrong.
Oh, that's me.
I'm gonna stick up a finger to
I'm
you.
all like, dude, come on, we gonna have a fight.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
today and tomorrow morning, I'm gonna read all this. Well, I got to figure out who's do what, when, what.
I just wanted to point out Andriel's comment because it's very, very helpful.
Yes, I heard about that.
Pretend judge. We were just talking about homework, but we are looking at Corey Richins. Is this the Corey Richins hearing from today? This afternoon? Ada?
Huh?
I believe the Corey Richens hearing is from this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we've just stopped very briefly to talk about APA standards and briefly about homework. And then we're just quickly going to continue onward. So thanks, Pretend Judge, for coming on and saying hi to us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we do.
And your name
always
is
comment, like, and
fascinating.
subscribe.
Exactly. Well, Ada, that sounds like something to chew on for sure. Sounds like a big bite of something to chew on.
I will get it done.
Oh. Apparently it was wonderful. I saw parts of it. I think that the prosecutor should do deadpan stand-up comedy.
Both of the prosecutors did a phenomenal job on the opening and even more so on the closing. And some people were like, well, why isn't he addressing the hoodie or the hair? And I'm like, y'all, don't bring attention to negative, only the positive. And here's another point. If I'm a juror and I know better, and I do, I can say that evidence that he spoke about, that hair, was not brought up in trial. His closing is not evident. If it was not presented in the trial itself, we cannot consider it.
Right. And so him bringing it up there is like it's a cheap trick.
It is. It's trying
it's a
to
good
create
trick, but
doubt
it's cheap.
where it was like, oh crap. Now I remember when they first showed it and I'm like, that looks like hair, but he's bald. What could that be? It's not a baseball cap. Could it be a jacket with the hood? Possibly. And then I let it go.
Yeah, and I did too. And then we continued on with the smugness of tellers for the whole trial. And now we've decided that during members only, we may play Pin the Toupee on the tellers. We don't know yet.
Give me an opportunity to play.
Yes.
Was he conceding as
he was condescending?
He was during his little moccasins.
Yes, he was a very, very condescending man. Yeah. I just,
keeping my mouth shut. I'm putting my lip gloss on.
And I heard his name with moccasins in the same sentence, but I wasn't near my computer, and I was like, oh, they must be white man moccasins. And then I just laughed and continued on with my dishes.
You got two native girls. Scott native, native. And I powwow and we make our moccasins. We do native work, regalia. So them white moccasins.
Yeah. I actually have a pair of moccasins that I wear around the house that are like at least 25 years old. So, it's funny. But yeah, the prosecutor said it. And so anyway, I was doing my dishes at that point in time.
Y'all are moccasins.
Beautifully beaded. Beautifully beaded.
Buffalo.
And you guys, people don't get buffalo hides anymore.
They never stink. I need to condition them.
I need to condition mine too. Like mine always get bad. Here, I'll go get mine.
What do you use?
Mink oil, or you can put another layer of leather down and like sew it down on top of that, or like kind of glue it. But
not on buffalo.
Well, I have never had buffalo. I was just saying, I've never had buffalo moccasins because you can't buffalo hide, like it's hard to find and it's expensive. It's delightful, I'm sure. Looks wonderful.
comfy.
Wonderful.
And I
Ooh,
had to
pretend
make them a
judge.
little bit wider and a little bigger so I could wear winter socks.
That's nice. Pretend judge is from Eastern Oklahoma. So yeah. Okay,
Ooh,
I'll
I'm
go
from
get my moccasins. We're showing off moccasins today.
Yeah, and I'm Cherokee Cree, and she is Cree. I'm Irish. That's all I have. Irish and Native. And then she's Scottish. So we a pair. We's a pair. I still got about 10 of these to make, but what do you think about this?
Oh, that's beautiful. Wonderful. All right, y'all.
Moccasins. Let's see.
Are you anywhere near Idabel? Is that, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. These ones are 25 years old. I wear these during winter. I wear these during the summer. Like at least 25 years old.
I want those.
They're just
Find me a pair.
Very basically beaded.
I'll beat them.
And I have another pair that's just like regular
Your
short
Muskogee.
moccasins. Yeah, like, and so I have a pair of like regular short moccasins, and they were beaded by a Dene woman up in Fort Ware or something like that. And she's like she was an 80-year-old Dene woman who totally had like the best smelling moose hide ever because they had like brain tanned the moose hide like traditionally, and it smells so good when they do that because it just smells like smoke. Except for like really, it smells wonderful.
Okay.
I'm not describing it correctly, but it smells how do you describe traditionally tanned like hides?
It's
The
kind of
smell
weird
of
for
it.
me, and everybody smells a little different. For me, it's a nice, warm, earthy undernote to the smell, and then there's a hint of sweet. Just
Yeah, it's earthy, sweet. It's a bit woodsy, and yeah, it's smoky. It's good. I'll be back, guys.
Okay. I'm muted. You're muted. So yeah. Now, pretend judge. Do people ask you if Muskogee and Cree are the same tribe? What's your answer to that? Because I know Muskogee and Cree. No. So, isn't another name, I may have said it wrong, isn't the other name for Muskogee Creek? Another name for Muskogee. Sorry. Creek. Let me bring that up. The Muskogee Nation, also known as Muskogee Creek Nation, is federally recognized and Native American tribe based in Oklahoma. Its descendants is from the historic Muskogee Confederacy, a large group of indigenous people in the southeastern woodlands. The term creek is more properly spelled as Muskogee. So, yes, you and I are of the same tribe. You and I are of the same tribe. Come here, baby. Come on, up. Oh, come here. Oh, mama. Oh, I have my baby. Oh, does that feel good? Oh, mama getting it. Is mama getting it? Here's your baby girl. Love you. Go. Go. Lay down. Oh, I need you. There. Thank you. That was my service dog. I'm totally deaf for those who don't know without my hearing aids. And I can talk because I grew up hearing, but I'm more deaf now than hearing. I can't hear. I feel vibrations. I hear some pitches, but other than that, it's gone. Hence why we sometimes have an interpreter when she's available. Okay, so let's go ahead and hop back over there. We had our little native lesson.
This is a, it's like a phone extraction record.
And the bottom input in that records, is there any number there that is relevant to this investigation?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a message, or this is a contact in a device for a number identified as Mr. Crozier's number, the ending in 0540.
And is the name of that contact Robbie-Nick?
Yes.
Is that the same Nicole that we spoke of a moment ago?
Yes.
Now, I don't necessarily need you to go through those, but I'm referring now to State's Exhibit 35. In Ms. Lauber's call detail records for her device, do you see communications between her and Crozier on February 10th of 2022?
Yes.
And you recall approximately when those began?
It was in the evening. I don't recall the exact time on the 10th.
You see calls between them on February 11th as well?
Yes.
Also on February 11th, through Ms. Lauber's call details records and the defendants, did you observe any text messages between them on that day?
Yes.
You recall how many?
About 30, I believe.
And were there any text messages the next day, February 12th of 2022, between Ms. Lauber and the defendant?
Yes.
And
do you hear all that? I feel like there's static on the line. I don't know how to describe it. It feels like rain and static on my eardrums. Is that in your audio?
So what's been happening is every once in a while I hear an echo. Thank you. I didn't get the right one. And I think it has to do with how the court is wired, because it wasn't happening when we were watching other things.
Matt, can you get that? Hold on.
So I think it has to do with this courtroom.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. And so I think that could be how your hearing aids are interpreting that.
The sound I'm getting, I could equate it to what, like having a fan on a microphone. It's like,
Does it go in and out?
Yeah, listen.
Does it happen for a couple of seconds and then?
It's constant.
Okay, never
I
mind.
want to say midday, but I'm not.
Can you hear it?
But those would
Yeah,
be
that's
contained
AC.
in State's Exhibit 35.
That's got to be the
Yes.
AC kicked on.
And speaking of these,
That people don't realize I don't hear that. I feel it.
Yeah. I'm just thinking Corey Richens was in Florida, wasn't she? Was Corey Richens in Florida? So, or is that Utah? I was just thinking, are they somewhere where they really need air conditioning?
I don't. Everybody has AC now, don't they?
Up here we don't.
What accounts?
Well, it's the same feed. Everybody has it. I've looked. If they're streaming it, they have it.
Thank you. Hello, Britt. So the thing I was talking about is I'm hearing a hot mic and it's interfering every so often with other mics in the room. And then you're definitely hearing an AC, which you just pointed out to me. So that for sure. But thank you. Hello, Britt. Hello, it's Britt. Because of the hot mic in the room. Yeah.
I'm feeling it more than I'm hearing it. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Did you know that Mariah Carey's sister and mother passed away?
A signer, I don't see any transactions that indicate that he would have accessed that.
Can you generally conceptualize how 2204, that joint account, was used?
That appeared to be the account where typical household expenses were paid. The mortgage on the house, the credit card payments, the kids' expenses, insurance payments, various things associated with the family.
Purchases in the grocery store?
Things like that, yes.
Are you, through this work you've done for the county, and let me ask this question. Were you originally hired by the estate or someone else before being hired by the county?
Yes, it was.
Who hired you?
I was brought into the case to work on behalf of the estate of Eric Richens. And so I worked on that case, but then when I was hired by Summit County, I ceased my engagement with her.
So in part of your work, did you ever become familiar with a premarital agreement?
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to refer your attention to docket number 106.
Okay.
Did you, in your work, did you examine this document?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
This is the premarital agreement between Mr. Richens and Ms. Richens.
And I'd like to further direct your attention to section 2 of that document.
Okay.
In section 2, is there something relevant to today's inquiry?
Yes, this section states that the business C&D Masonry would retain its character as separate property belonging to the husband.
Even if funds were commingled?
That's correct.
Personal and professional? But was there an exception to that?
Yes, if the husband should die prior to the wife, then his interest would transfer to her.
So what was Kay Richens Realty?
That is Ms. Richens' business, primarily in the real estate business.
Did she have other businesses that you're aware of?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that business was formed?
Yes, in April of 2019.
Might you should take a look at State's Exhibit 19, please? What is that?
This is the Certificate of Organization of K. Richards Realty LLC.
Does it indicate when the company was formed?
It does on yes, it does.
What is the date?
April 26th, 2019.
And does it also give an address for this business?
Yes, it does.
And what is that address?
282 Willow Court in Camas, Utah.
Is that in Summit County?
It is in Summit County, yes.
Just generally speaking, how does this type of business work? Ms. Richards was
She appears to me that she was a licensed real estate agent, so she did represent buyers and sellers, but primarily she was involved in fixing and flipping homes.
So she would buy it, fix it, then sell it? Is that what we're getting?
That's correct, yes.
This began then in 2019?
That's right.
Were there other purchases or transactions that predate 2019?
Yes,
And where did those take place?
those were in South Carolina.
So the market in 2019, do you have any idea what the market was like, real estate market was like in 2019?
Yes, it was robust.
Meaning properties could come up for sale and be gone within a matter of days?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
And what were the interest rates like? Conventional loan interest rates then versus say today?
Fairly low. They were still very, very low at that time.
Rough neighborhood average?
Well, depending on your loan, but 2 to 4 or 5%.
Safe to say that's no different today.
Safe to say, yes.
So in that business, it would seem to me that you would need to be able to act quickly to obtain properties before they're suddenly on the market.
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
So how do the practitioners of this type of business work? It would seem you'd need some capital. So.
That's correct.
And what are the possible sources for capital?
A business in that field could have its own capital. It could borrow from financial institutions. They could borrow from friends or whatever, hard money lenders, or have investors.
Okay. So what do you mean by hard money lenders?
Hard money lenders are, well, soft money lenders would be like traditional financial institutions where it's a conventional loan, there's a conventional loan application process, due diligence by that financial institution, or and they're typically regulated by state and federal agencies. And then hard money loans are called that colloquially because they have more strict terms, the harder terms, usually a higher interest rate, very definite zero tolerance default clause usually.
Okay, so I guess the advantage of a conventional loan would be lower interest rate. The disadvantage would be response time because of the due diligence required.
That would be, yes.
The others are more responsive in time, but have these more draconian clauses.
Yes.
prior to the April 26, 2019 date, was there something else that you found that was important for our inquiry today?
Yes.
What was that?
The home equity line of credit that was taken out on the home.
On the family home, the marital home.
The home on Willow Court, where the family lived, yes.
Do you know whose name that, the first of all, was there a mortgage on that home?
Yes.
Do you know whose name was on that mortgage?
The home was owned by Eric Richens, and the home equity loan that was taken out was also in the name of Eric Richens.
Could you give us a very brief description of what a home equity loan is?
It's a line of credit typically that is established. There's a loan application process. There's a line of credit that's established that someone could tap into their equity that they already own. So
you could make home improvements or whatever you wanted to do, I suppose.
a person could tap into it for any number of reasons.
In this case, there was home equity line of credit for how much?
$250,000.
And when was that?
That was in March 2019.
And so does this in effect, is it secured by the home itself?
It is, yes.
So this is essentially the second mortgage.
Your Honor, I know this is an expert, but we're doing a lot of meetings, so I would just object and ask if we could maybe let the expert be the expert here and object.
I think it's just laying foundation and so overrules, but if we can keep it moving, Mr. Bruce.
Do you know if this was, there was any in order to obtain this, I guess is where we need to look at this, in order to obtain this loan, home equity line of credit, on a home owned by Eric Richens, how does that happen?
There's a loan application process, and in this instance, it was signed by Ms. Richens, referencing a power of attorney.
I'd like to direct your attention to States Exhibit 123, States Exhibit 124. Take 123 first.
Are you talking about the dockets?
Yes, I'm sorry. Docket number 123.
Okay, yes, I got those.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Is there the difference on the date signed by the reported author of it, I guess?
Yes.
What's the difference in the date?
Docket 123 is signed and dated 5/8/13, and docket 124 is signed, dated 5/8/18.
During your investigation and examination, are you aware of whether those docket number 123 and 124 came under suspicion?
They were.
I'd like to direct your attention to States Exhibit, or docket number 127.
I don't have a 127. I do not have a 127. Wait, never mind. It's just in different order.
Yes,
Sorry.
it's out of order.
That's okay.
Totally my fault.
Okay,
You know what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the expert report by Matt Throckmorton.
And those, he examined 3 question documents, is that right?
That's right.
And 123 and 124, are they any of those question documents?
Those are 2 of the 3.
I'd like you to take a look at now. We do have. I think we have marked them as State's Exhibit 70 for the court. Clerk's the witness.
Of course.
I'm not sure she has State's Exhibit 70.
Go ahead.
Can you please just describe or the title of that document for the record, number 70?
This is the Willow Court Loan Advances and Payments.
Okay. When is the first withdrawn that home equity line of credit?
It's March 26, 2019 for
My birthday.
$60,000.
When is the next withdrawal?
August 5th, 2019.
Could you describe the next couple of withdrawals on that?
Following that $2,100 in August, there are a series of withdrawals for the next few months.
In August, is there more than one or just the one?
There are several.
Does that strike you as important for today's?
Yes.
Would you explain to the court what you draw from that?
Beginning in August of 2019, this is around this time is the first property that Ms. Richens purchased after obtaining her business license. It's a home in Heber City. As far as I know, that was her first home in Utah that she flipped.
We have State's Exhibit 71.
Mr. Bruce, are you offering state 70?
Yes, yes, I will be offering State 70 and 71 as
Welcome
summary charts.
to the family.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
Stacy Ray.
70 and 71 are
Welcome.
admitted.
Could you read for the record the title of 71?
Encumbrance and Real Property Chronology Trust Deed Summary.
So what, does that help you state for the record what that first transaction was, and where?
Yes. It's the 550 house. The first warranty deed involving K. Richens Realty was August 1st of 2019.
Now, I'd like to portray that in another way. Did you prepare a timeline bar chart?
Yes.
Does it depict much the same information, just in different way?
Different format, yes.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 69. We're just going to go for the first chart, which is the title.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 69 is admitted.
That's the whole PowerPoint? I'm sorry.
It is, but I've only laid the foundation for the very first time. Is that the bar chart you were just referring to?
Yes.
And so, can you just explain to the judge how this chart works?
Sure. I think you've seen this before. The colors don't mean anything. They're just to distinguish one line from another. I just got the years along the top and the months, and then going down the different properties just as some sort of an illustration to depict when properties were held at any particular time.
And then within each bar is the address of the property purchased?
Right, and so if you wanted to know what was held in June of 2021, you could draw a vertical line to see which properties were owned at that time.
Okay, so any more purchases in 2019 by K. Ridgely's Realty?
Not that I know of, there could be others, but this is what I have been able to compile.
How about in 2020?
2020, yes, there were others.
Okay, how many purchases by K. Ridgely's Realty of property in 2020?
I think there were just the 5.
Is there one that stands out to you?
In 2020,
Yes.
not particular, well, the Franson Lane one toward the end of 2020, in October of 2020, the Franson Lane property in Oakland.
I see. Let's drill down into the Franson Lane. You said, when was that?
It was acquired in October of 2020.
Is it different from the previous 5, I guess, County 28?
Yes,
In what ways was it different?
it was a more robust project, more ambitious project in amount. You know, it was, I think she acquired it for 1.3 million. And the others had been somewhere in the neighborhood of like $300,000 or $500,000.
Did she require money, outside money?
Yes.
To make this investment?
Yes.
What sort of investors?
They were hard money lenders.
Do you know who they were?
Yes.
Who are they?
Sierra West Capital was the primary lender, which is this, as is the case on several of her properties. And then there were other investors who contributed the funds basically for the rehab.
Was there something else different in this application that you garnered from all the financial records?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
That's the way I roll. Okay, was there something else that you found in reviewing all of the documents, not just the local documents, that distinguished this purchase as opposed to the ones that have gone before? Involving, all right, how about this? Do you know if C&E was involved in this project?
C&E was involved in this project.
Okay, and what did you discover about C&E's involvement?
After the acquisition of the Oakley property, the Franson Lane property, C&E, there were several checks from C&E that were deposited to the K. Ritzen's Realty account. And they specifically have a memo on them that tie them to this property. And so over the next, between October and when this property was sold in March of 21, there are a series of checks. I think there are 6 or 8 checks that are about $133,000 a day.
Was this property ever sold?
Yes, it was.
When?
In March of 2021.
What happened to the proceeds from that sale?
This was a property where the net proceeds were about $466,000, which came into the K. Richens Realty account, that 6577 account. And then from that, $217,000 was paid directly to C&E. And then there were some other payments, transfers out from the account that were associated with this property as well, and left her with about, around $200,000 in net proceeds.
In your examining of all the evidence in this case, were there other things that you looked at to inform your examination? that took place in October 2020?
There were other things in October of 2020, yes.
Did you take a look at State's Exhibit 22? Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Could you explain what it is?
This is an intake form from a divorce attorney describing that Eric Richens was wanting to consult with his attorney on a potential divorce, and it's dated October 8th of 2020.
In the wake of that, are you aware of any other instruments that were created out of that?
Yes, there are the notes that the attorney appeared to have handwritten during the course of that first meeting.
Were there financial arrangements made after that meeting that you're aware of?
Yes, the notes indicate that there was some new information by Mr. Richens that there was the HELOC had been taken out on the home, that as if this was new. And then from this, he set up the Eric Richens Living Trust and also a will.
Was there something dramatically different about the trust situation is before?
Ms. Richens was not the beneficiary of his estate. It was to be for his children, and the trustee was going to be his sister, Katie.
So I'd like to go back to 70. It should be the HELOC loan balance for Willow. By August of 2020, what was the balance?
August of 2020, $246,931.
Is there a significant, well, up until that point, how was there money being paid on that debt?
Yes, they were the interest-only payments. The minimum payments were about $900, $1,000, something like that, that were made every month.
Did something different happen in October 2020?
Yes.
What happened?
There's really the first significant payment, and it's $50,000 on October 12th.
Do you know what the source of that fund was?
Yes, Ms. Richens had sold the Cleveland Avenue house in Salt Lake, and from that she received net proceeds of about $63,000. There was a transfer, and then this $50,000 was sourced from that.
On October 12th.
Yes.
Bringing the balance to approximately what?
196,000.
Do you know whether in October she was in a financial position to just pay that $196,000 off?
She was not.
Let's go into 2021. I guess we still got the timeline up. Direct your attention to timeline. Could you describe for the record a summary of what purchases, et cetera, took place in 2021?
Yes. So she acquired a property in Heber City before she got the proceeds from Branson Lane. And then after that, she acquired a number of properties throughout the summer especially. And then ending the year acquiring 3 on the same day in November. And I think there may be another property that she was working on that I don't have on here, but all in all, she had about 15 properties in 2021.
So, did she go to the same lenders for all of these 15 properties?
No, there is some consistency in the lenders, but she did diversify a little bit.
Can you tell the court some of the lenders that you found she used?
So she primarily used the Sierra West, and that's pretty consistent through here. And the those investors who would have been taking second, third, or fourth position were pretty consistent as well.
Those are like Cockerhands?
Cockerhands, Ellis, Soto, Lieb, there's a number of them. And then she also went to a company called Iron Bridge, a company called Boomerang. She did 4 projects with Boomerang.
So let's take, first of all, when did she go to Iron Bridge? When to Boomerang?
Those were in the summer of 2021.
And Iron Bridge, how would you describe what Iron Bridge is and does?
They appear to be a hard money lender. The terms are somewhat more flexible than typical hard money lenders, but the interest rates on that loan, I believe is 13%. It was 13%.
And in 2021, is that high?
That would be high, yeah.
So how did the application process go between the defendant and Iron Bridge?
There is an original application that is submitted. It appears to be online. I don't know that for sure, but it appears to be online. And then there was a series of emails back and forth where the person analyzing the loan or underwriting the loan is asking her to submit some additional documentation.
Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 58, please?
5-8.
Yes, 5-8, State's Exhibit. Is that what you were talking about? It's an email going back and forth between Iron Bridge and the defendant?
Yes.
Is there something about a bank statement in there?
Yes. It asks for personal bank statements, the most recent.
Okay. Based on your experience in training, why would they want to know that stuff?
Typically, they call that proof of funds. They want to, they need to verify, in banking terms, is KYC, know your customer. Every financial institution needs to know and verify the individual and entities that they're dealing with.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 59, if you like. What is State's Exhibit 59?
This is a secured promissory note for what I call the 299 house in Heber with Iron Bridge.
And first of all, this is K. Richards Realty purchasing this, is that what it is?
That's right, and I misspoke. This is 10%. I misstated the interest rate earlier.
And what is the amount that they're loaning?
$346,500.
When?
This is in July of 22. I'm sorry, July of 21, sorry. It's signed July 7th, 2021.
Now, did you examine a bank statement from Iron Bridge purportedly given to them by the defendant?
You mean from Iron Bridge, meaning
it was obtained from Iron Ridge, so let's submit it to it. That it used to,
It was part of the Iron Bridge loan information that we received, yes.
okay. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit 11, please? What is State's Exhibit 11?
This is America First Credit Union bank account statement for May 31st, 2021 for K. Richens Realty, account number 6577.
And do you know where this was sourced from?
This was sourced from Iron Bridge as indicated by the number on the top.
And how do you know it's K. Richens Realty?
The header on the bank account statement purports to be K. Richens Realty.
And then in the body of that statement, does it give the amount in the bank account?
Yes.
What is that?
The summary of the accounts for the three accounts that are included in this bank account statement is $210,898.61. That's the ending balance.
So I'd like to direct your attention now to State's Exhibit 12. What is State's Exhibit 12?
This is the America First bank account statement for K. Richens Realty for that same month, May of 2021, for account 6577. This is the actual statement that we received from America First Credit Union.
In what way is it the same and in what way is it different from the State's Exhibit 11?
The header is the same, but the body, the transactions that are contained are different.
What is the total balance?
The total balance is $15,609.
All right, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 13. What is that?
This is the actual bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, ending in 7664. This was the document that was received directly from America First Credit Union.
And how do you know it's C&E's?
The header indicates that it's C&E's, and the transactions appear to be consistent with what C&E would be doing, and it matches the bank account statement that Iron Bridge produced, but it has the different header on it.
So let me make sure I understand this. 11 has a header from her account, K. Richens Realty, but yet the body of C&E's May 31st bank statement.
That's correct.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 60. That's 60. I believe that's an email exchange, is that right?
That's right.
What's the subject?
Quick question.
Okay, and is the quick question physically below the response? Is that?
Yes.
So what is the quick question?
This is from Mr. Amy, I don't know how to say that, from Iron Bridge, emailing Ms. Richens asking for an explanation about her credit score, the credit cards, and referencing that bank account statement.
Okay. Is he perplexed? I mean,
Just speculation.
Sustained.
Specifically, what does he say to her?
He says when he first ran her credit, it was lower than expected. There were some delinquencies on the credit cards. but he can see from the bank account statement that she provided that she's got plenty of money in the bank to cover expenses.
How does she respond to that?
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please. Can you just read what she says in that question?
Says, hi, Richard. Hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. Yes, sure. Everything is paid off now. It just probably hasn't updated. I recently learned about all of this as well, LOL. And then my husband decided to explain to me that this was his doing a while ago. We are in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them. To keep it short and sweet, LOL. It's been crazy to say the least. I look forward to working with you guys on our first and hopefully many projects.
Okay, you said she obtained some loans from Boomerang for, I believe you said.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 14. What is State's Exhibit 14?
This is from Boomerang, but it's an America First Credit Union bank account statement for Kate Richens Realty, account 6577 for June of 2021.
And how do you know it's Kate Richens Realty?
It's just the header.
What is the balance on that?
The ending balance is $702,831.
Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 15 then. Now, what is that?
This is the actual statement that was obtained directly from America First Credit Union for Kate Richens Realty, account 6577 in June of 2021.
The header says Kate Richens and Realty and 6577.
That's right.
What is
We really appreciate you being here, Ms. Trial.
Okay, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 16.
Got to turn the hearing aid down, man.
What is
Hard to
that?
talk over them.
This is the actual bank account statement that was obtained directly from America First Credit Union for C&D Stone Masonry LLC, account 7664 for June of 2021.
And it presumably says C&E and 7664
Yes.
in the header?
In the header, yes.
What's the ending balance?
The ending balance is $702,831.
That's the same as State's.
So we're at about
The
2
one that
hours,
was,
7 minutes
issued
ish.
to Boomerang, or submitted to Boomerang, yes.
So once again, cut and paste of header for K. Richens Realty, and the data, the amount of money on hand from CME.
That's correct.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 61, if you would. Could you describe for the record what this is?
Yes, this is from Boomerang. This is a document that came
Thank
directly from
everybody for
Boomerang.
hanging in there with
It's
us. We
a
appreciate
kind of an
it.
internal review summary of a potential loan, kind of ahead of that would be prepared in the midst of the approval process.
And what was the property?
This is for the 75 East Midway House, I think. Yes. The smaller Midway House.
Okay. And in there, does it reference, well, first of all, how much is the loan amount?
The loan amount on this is $454,750.
And does it talk about the defendant's liquidity?
It does on the second page.
And what does it say about it?
Let's see. It says under liquidity and net worth, Corey has liquidity in the amount of $702,000. She has a net worth of $2,719,000 made up of cash, securities, life insurance, retirement funds, and real estate investments.
And so that number 702,000 is that same figure from CME that she's submitted in State's Exhibit 14?
Don't remember the exact exhibit number, but yes, that number's drawn from that bank account statement that was actually CME, not Cambridge.
Lots of family here for both sides, both for Eric and for Corey. Corey's mom has been here during the day. It says I've got 5 bars, but it keeps dropping out. I just got out of court. The Corey Richards hearing ended today. The state rested. The defense rested without calling any witnesses. The judge, instead of just calling it quits for today, has said, "Hey, we're going to come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we're going to have the colloquy with Corey Richards to see if she's actually going to testify in her own defense, because that's an option that's available to her. We're also going to have arguments about the whole purpose of the hearing. It's a preliminary hearing to see if this case is going to go forward. I've got a spoiler alert for you. This case is going forward. Corey's not going to testify in her own defense. There's no way she's taking the stand. So that's where things stand today. It was crowded today. We had everybody, Law and Crime, Court TV, NBC, the 4 local major news channels, AP, Associated Press. I was there. A couple other people in the media room. It's actually the juror deliberation room they've got us in. Which is good, but bad, because when this actually goes to trial, we have to be in a much smaller room than what we're in now, and there will be more meters than what we have right now. So it's going to get a little crazy once this goes to court. The way the court worked, audio was very low. We couldn't do anything about that. The judge, but let's see. Sorry, jets are flying over. Fighter jets. The judge would not allow us to move the mics at all. We only have 2 mics. He won't let us clip them onto anything. We can't use the audio feed from court. So I'm going to go home. I'm going to do whatever I can to improve the audio a little bit, because I need to do that. And then we're going to post these live so we can have better audio. I know this morning the judge also changed his mind about this hearing and said, wait, I'm now going to let you live stream, but it has to be 1 hour delayed. Well, guess what? I can't do that. I can either live stream live or I can post it later, but I don't have internet connection good enough to live stream on a delay. So I'm going to look into some options for tomorrow to see if we can live stream that portion, but it's going to be fairly short. But that's about it. I still have no idea what went on with Robert Tellis. I saw some tweets where it was pretty funny and interesting, but I'm not sure exactly what happened. I have to say a big shout out to Krista, who came up and saw me at the trial. It was fun to see her up here and get to meet her. Thank you, Krista. That was really neat. But I'm going to drive home right now. It takes me about, 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic, to get home. Then we're going to start working on this video. I think we're going to do live tonight. I owe some birthday songs to people. Yes, I did meet Krista. That's awesome. I also met Amy from Fox 13. I made a couple really good contacts here, actually. The person who's the Law and Crime's hired here, we'll probably be talking to them again here soon. But a lot of fun. It's a pretty good group to hang out with in the media room. But it's good. Tellis has been deliberating over 2 hours, no verdict yet. Awesome, I cannot wait. I want to hear those closing arguments. Thanks for watching some of the other channels. I know Brandy was covering this. Ada K, I think Danny on Direct was covering it. Melanie Little, I think. There were a lot of people, a lot of different ways to go. But hope you had a good time. Sorry, I missed it. It wasn't the same without you. Closings were good. Which Krista? Krista from Utah. That Krista. Krista actually sent a beautiful blanket to my wife and I a month or 2 back. And it's just...
I sent him pickle and her lotion.
We might watch the Tellis closings together tonight. Depends how tired I am when I get home and how much I can edit. Trail TV Live was great. Wonderful. There's some great people out there that definitely can step up and fill any hole I leave. So, Okay, so that's the plan. I'm going to drive home. I realized I stopped like right behind this hill behind me. I think that was between me and the cell tower, so I've got really bad connection here. I think that's all. I was the only person in the media room who had the ability to play video with sound in the media room. And you might think that's not a big deal, but
That's huge.
we are all
That
sitting
is
there watching
huge.
screens that are recording, and none of them can play sound. So I was able to take because I have a billion cables, I was able to take my my HyperDeck and take the HDMI out feed, put it through a Magewell converter as a USB webcam into my computer, and play the audio over my computer. So everyone listens to the audio over my laptop today. So we'll probably do that tomorrow. The sound is terrible. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to fix it. We've got an air conditioner noise and bad mic placement.
No kidding. Hopefully they fix it tomorrow.
Sherry Smith, that is awesome. That's awesome. Tellis had scrunched face the whole closing. It was hilarious. Didn't somebody say look at his face or something like that? I saw a tweet where somebody said, look at his face. No, it was fun. There's a couple of people there. I met the Court TV guy. They just hire locals, is what they do. So I met him, and he's like, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I've never been here before. And he was bored out of his mind with the court and law and crime, trying to help out a little bit with some gear for what she has going on. But Brandy did great coverage. I knew she would. She's incredible. She's amazing. What web can I watch you on? Rosa, I'm going to put the videos, once I get the audio fixed, on this channel, but it's going to be tonight. And I'm going to try to put them all together in one big clip or two big clips. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Brandy is still alive. Awesome. Awesome. Vertical browser and treat. Aren't they good? I've worn them one time, but I practically have them all the time. I mean, I like to say I have a vertic brow instead of vertic brows. I was not in the gallery. This is another strange thing about this court. The judge does not allow media to sit in the courtroom unless they are the pool media person. So we have one photographer and one pool cameraman. Other than that, if you're in the courtroom, you stay in the courtroom till break. And if you leave, you can't come back in. So they just run a really tight ship for weird reasons. The whole idea about you can live stream, but only after an hour. It is what it is. The judge makes the rules, but I've never seen it anywhere else. Leslie says, I'll be there in the morning. Can't wait to meet you. Okay, it's going to be 10 o'clock in the morning. It's the start time. I'm probably going to be here at 9 because we're fighting for space. There are a limited number of connections for media. And if more people show up tomorrow, because that's sort of like the decision day when the judge might make a ruling on when the case is going to happen and everything like that. Because of that, I want to make sure I don't miss it. Let's see. Yeah, the gallery was completely full. It was completely full. Granny Church, 13th juror. Yes. Wear a straw hat tomorrow. I dressed pretty nice. I mean, I wore a polo. I've got pants on. I could show you, but you know, I've got pants on, and one of the guys in the pool media showed up in shorts and a t-shirt. I'm like, I didn't know that was an option. If I had known that was an option, I would not be wearing this today. Did the AC work? Yes, it's beautiful. The only thing this courtroom does not have is any type of vending machine.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Her first day at college, my first day at college, I got questions because she's in college at the same college I am, but she's there and I'm here. Okay, so we do have a verdict watch. I'm going to put music on. I got to get to ladies' room. I shall be right back, y'all.
All right, lovely people, we are back. Just for me to say hello and see how y'all are doing. I am very happy to see everyone today, mostly just because you guys have put me in a better mood, because it's been a little bit of a hard day just trying to get. Ooh, there's movement, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get set.
Just 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Put his tie on.
Hi, Diane.
Go ahead and stay where you are if you want. I'm trying to plug my ears in.
Diane,
So what
I
was
got
the
my dog
question?
to the vet today.
Huh?
Oh, we just literally just got into the courtroom. The question has not been asked yet. Thank you for asking, Diane. I got my dog to the vet today. We got him some meds. He's still not well yet, but we're working on it.
Do you know that I had this before Emily D. Baker has it?
Really? I didn't know what it was. Is it like a shawl? Is it?
It's half between a poncho shawl and it's kind of like a
The jury panel, I received a note
sweatshirt
from the jury
material. It's unusual.
It's been marked as court
It's a
exhibit
hood
number 24.
and it
First question is, can we add
has
more paper? We have
great
taken more paper back to
traveling.
them. The next question is, how do we zoom in on the videos? I don't know how to do that. We don't, that's why we asked you to bring your IT person. And so,
I missed it. What?
We have.
sure. I mean, I don't know if we can show them, if we can show the foreperson how to do it, or we'll have to bring them back in the courtroom.
Are they asking
Mr.
if the
Raskovich
foreperson
did it.
could be a tech?
Yes.
You did it.
Mike knows how to do it. I got you. He's doing
Okay,
it.
but they have a laptop
Are they
back
wanting
there.
to look at a video?
And I was told I did have a Zoom.
I'm
Which
not sure which one.
One with the hair?
Okay, will you just
How much
come
you
up
wanna
and
bet
state
it's
your
the
name
hair
for the
one?
record?
Sure. My name is Jetta Baldami.
Okay,
That's
if we brought the laptop out, would you be able to determine?
Sure, I can take a look at it. Depending on what the player is, it should have that capability.
Do you know what the player is on the?
I've never seen one player before, so I would have to inspect it.
Hi, Callie Girl.
Oh, you mean the laptop, whatever's on the laptop?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so I'll go out and I'll ask the
Oh,
officer
they're
to
asking
ask the foreperson to bring the laptop out. You wanna come in the hallway? The attorneys can come back here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, say that again.
Cali Girl 15 just said they're asking if they're able to zoom in on the video, which is very helpful. So thank you very much, Cali Girl 15. We appreciate that. We are not sure which video
So
yet,
that
which somebody else might.
means that
They want to
don't
look at his
own-
face or the hair.
and that means they don't understand that video, yes, is there and everything, but what he said in closing was never brought into evidence. I need a lawyer type person to tell me. Well, the videos were brought into evidence. I questioned it when I first saw it because I saw what looked like hair. He may get off.
Well,
Or
and
we may
the
have a
thing
hung jury.
is that if the jury decides to focus on that, which is technically not a piece of evidence that was
The video
or
is
the
evidence.
video
Theory
is
was not brought in.
evidence, but yeah, so they can technically consider it. They just there's very
But my
interesting.
question is okay, but how do you, if he's wearing a hoodie, a jacket with a hood on it, it's going to do that. What about all the other evidence?
I don't know how they
In
would
his
get
home.
over DNA evidence. Delightful. Thank you for showing up, Cali Girl 15. We appreciate you joining us. K-Swan, your delight.
Oh, it's a dang hoodie. But they don't know that. DNA under the fingernails. Hello. Okay, it's all they need to create is reasonable doubt.
And the thing
Somebody
is,
asked, why am I always eating on X?
Because we're fucking hungry. Sorry. We're hungry.
Teachable moment.
True story.
I've had severe stomach issues and stomach surgery. I had a pyloric sphincter repair. And because of the damage done to my stomach, they had to cut some of it off. They decided to do a full sleeve because of the problems I was having and the meds. I was overweight. So I eat small amounts in shorter increments. About every 2 hours, I should eat something. So I graze. Okay. And it was sweetly asked. I guess people are concerned that I don't get up and go and eat, and I may sit here all day, and that's the other thing. So I eat about 4 ounces of food or less every 2 hours.
Makes
or
sense.
3. Technically, it's been a while because let's
Better
see, I
for your
ate.
stomach, isn't it?
It's been about 4 hours since I've eaten.
Isn't the smaller meals incrementally throughout the day? It is better for your digestive system in general, right? So
Well, and
that's
it
why
keeps your
they
metabolism
suggest.
going. The bad thing
Right,
is
okay.
drinking while you eat. And I don't want to get into details, but
I'm bad for that.
your food is supposed to be broken down and gone through the system, but when you drink in a lot of fluid and eat at the same time, it's like putting a funnel with applesauce. It's supposed to drip that way, but when you put water in it, it just flushes through and your body doesn't absorb the nutrition. So you shouldn't eat and drink within 30 minutes. However, I can't do that if the food is a dry food. Now, cottage cheese, it's a wet food. I can do that. I just don't like to eat dry.
It's harder to get it, like, honestly, for like a lot of years I did have like appetite issues and stuff, and it's like it's really harder to get like a lot of dry foods down. You're just like, this is not as appetizing.
Well, I've learned to mix my dry foods with my wet foods. Sometimes you can do that. So if I really want to have a cracker or a chip, I try to have something wet with it, like ranch or something that's got moisture. In my humble opinion, it's a no-brainer. Karen, I like you. How are y'all liking my background?
I like it. It's pretty.
Do you like that one or do you like this one better?
I like that one better, but that's just because I love the it's kind of, would that be called like a watercolor paint stain almost, like in different colors?
Or this
No,
one?
the other one. Yeah, because I don't really know how to
an
describe
abstract.
that, but it's such cool.
Watercolor
It's so
abstract.
cool. Yeah. I really think
It matches
that one's
my
neat.
background. If you see I do this, it matches the background.
Yeah, it works so seamlessly with that I really enjoy that one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to change it up every once in a while.
Plus, it's got a whole bunch of different colors that work really well together. So
I still don't have anybody
super
who's
cool.
designed a logo. I have 1 entry and I need at least 3 for competition. I'm looking for a logo. We have a competition. I'm going to play that. The competition's still open. Well, guys, it's that time. We need a logo, we need merch, and a website. So I decided to have a competition. The person who creates the winning logo will get a t-shirt, hat, and a $50 gift card. And the logo will be featured on everything that we have: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, the website, my email, all the merch. So if you're interested, deadline's August 15th. The winner will be announced on the 1st of September. Thank you so much and good luck. So I'm extending that through the 15th of September. How do you get it to me? Well, you can go to our Discord and you can leave it in the member chat or just let me know, hey, I got a logo, and I'll send you a way to get it to me.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that would be great. If anybody has any logo ideas, that would be lovely. And Ada said
Now,
that if you just
kinda
have a
see my
concept,
colors.
that you can sketch
I have
it
to
and
re-record that entire commercial.
Oh.
Well, let me see if I can do that. It's not easy to go back and re-record when you've already saved it, because then I have to recreate the entire thing again. The
Fair
whole
enough.
thing.
I don't know how to make those, so fair enough. I can imagine there's probably a lot of work.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, he's looking a little more confident right about there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a look of, yeah, we're good. I think we might be good after all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's good.
This guy does not know.
Yeah, but that's nice. He said that
The
I'm
rug is
lip-reading.
about to be pulled out from under him. He's about to get his bell rung.
He is hard to lip read.
He actually
very
is, yeah.
hard because he doesn't move his upper lip. He talks
He
very
grimaces.
bottom lippy like this. And
Yeah.
Let me shut the door. My son's getting a little lively. My spiders are thriving.
Good.
My little spiders are thriving.
I think he said, I'm not sure if he understands.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went, and then I think he agreed with something. But yeah, he's hard to pin down.
I will tell you that when you've got a poll of over 3,000 people watching and 98% say guilty, I don't think I've seen numbers that high.
Yeah,
No, it was
insane.
96%. Then it was, the rest was not guilty and hung jury. So
Look, he looks
we'll
like
see.
he's thinking along with us. He's like, yeah. Yeah. I wonder about
what
my
he
date.
looked like with hair.
I wonder what he looked like.
You
with the
could
glue.
tell he's got some hair. He's got that little beard graying on his skin.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Karen, I don't know. This guy might be really disappointing. So
Miss Karen,
maybe you should go to
the way I
slot
did it
machine.
is I would take $20 or whatever, play that, and then
once it's
I don't care
gone,
how much I won, I pocketed it and walked away after the $20 was gone.
Mhm.
Just to say I did it. I've been to Vegas 21 times. I used to go 3 times a year for 7 years with my ex-significant other. His family, Vegas nuts. He ended up moving there. So say, lay down. Down. Come on.
The record reflect that the hearing is continuing to take place outside the presence of the jury panel. the state, and that's an employee from your office, correct?
That's correct.
Jetta Balgami, she went with the court officer back into the jury deliberation room, showed the jurors how to do it, and they did that without objection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Draskovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so they're continuing to deliberate. Thank you.
She is so quick to get off the stand.
She has such a nice voice and she looks so spunky and cool.
But her hair is always a hot mess. Her hair's a hot mess.
Honestly?
I just want to go fix whatever little thing that's out of place.
Yeah, I really think that she's
a sweetheart.
Everybody has like a friend that has really unruly hair, so I don't know what she's working with.
Well,
Perhaps
it's like she halfway fixes the hair. Let me see if I can get it up earlier where she's sitting here going through the. Let's look at this.
She's got some like quirky justice stuff going about.
Hey, look at that hair right there. Right there. I just
Okay, so that happens to me. No, see, that happens to me. That is baby hair that never grows away, and it will always go like that, or my one hair will always stand up in the wind, and no matter how much you like hairspray it down, it is gonna that sucker, unless you have good hairspray or like pomade or some sort of wax, that sucker is going to stay upward. See, it's this right here. And if this starts getting unruly, I've got most of it back, but
it wasn't doing that yesterday.
And
yesterday
then
it was in
wind
the
is
back.
just like, ooh.
Hey, it's probably from putting on that robe and taking the robe off. I see what you mean.
So it happens, and then you're like, that looks like a crazy woman, and you're like, yeah, maybe. The sad thing is you don't know when your hair's gone crazy, and then you don't know when you look like a crazy woman. And then the thing is, you also don't know when you have like the RBF going on. So you don't know when you're looking like a crazy woman, and you don't know when
You
you're
mean like
looking
this?
PO'd. Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow at 2:30 my time, I have an eye appointment. So I don't know what we'll be doing at that point. May not be doing anything.
Maybe not.
We don't have anything to. Oh, yeah, we do. We have this Corey Richens tomorrow.
Do we? 2:30 your time would be 12:30 my time, I believe.
So I got to go to the eye doctor. I'm going to hopefully maybe get contacts and then get my other glasses, not these, new lenses. And then later get the new lenses because it costs, my lenses are $500 to $600 for my lenses. I got that bluing in other words, it looks a little yellow. It cuts the bluing.
Yeah.
And I have to say. No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I have that as well, and it's supposed to help with your eye strain, right? Like the blue tint is supposed to help with the eye strain with the computers and like other electronic screens. And I find that it's just so distracting to other people that people just for like the first 2 years of me getting my glasses were just like, what is that? What is that? And so it was like, I don't know if you noticed that with people, but
yeah, they think I have the tinted lenses that'll go dark because there's a slight color.
Yeah, I also have those, but
thought about going to the same place that EDB goes because I have dyslexia and I have migraines. And
yeah, she's got something called Erlen lenses. IRLEN. There's something called Erlen lenses, IRLEN, and it's something you can get tested for by I know naturopaths up here do it because my mom works for one, and they can.
I have to go 2.5 hours away to the closest place, and I'll go.
Yeah, that sucks.
But I need to get that done because it will probably help me in school.
But,
Mhm.
yeah,
And,
then
like,
I'll
they'll
really be
test you
accused of being EDB.
they'll test you, and there are certain colors of Erlen lenses, and, depending on what your needs are, like, there's a woman that I saw, and I was trying not to be nosy, but she was just like an office administrator of somewhere that I walked into for a medical appointment, and I was like, "Excuse me." She had like yellow tinted glasses, and I'm
I
like,
don't
"Are
want
those?"
yellow.
Well, you can't choose though. If that's
I
the
know
color
you
that
can't
helps
choose, but
you.
I don't like yellow. I
I
hate that.
know. And the thing is that
This is yellow enough.
she says it really helps because I asked, and I'm like, I asked, I said, "Excuse me, do you mind?" I'm like, "Are those Erlen lenses?" And she said, "Yes, they are." And she's like, "Most people don't know what they are." And I'm like, "I only know because my mom works for somebody who can test for them. That's the only way I know
Is the
what
test
they
like an eye
are."
exam or more of a talking and
It's an eye
questionnaire?
exam, like, you look at things, and then you talk to them, and I think it's about, kind of what things you can see, kind of what colors and things like that. Um, but she said that it really does help her, and so, like, I just asked, "Since you've gotten your lenses, has that helped?" And she said, "I've had them for about 6 months, and they really help." And
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna
I
go
just,
ahead and do that.
like,
I'm thinking about making these, if they will put new lenses in these, because I love the frame, because the frame is like a tortoise shell. It doesn't it's prettier, in person, but I
Mhm.
really like these frames, and I would love to use these for those. And then I have silhouettes, which are my other frames I wear more often that I wanna get my regular prescription in. So when I'm doing all this and reading a computer, these are my glasses. And
Yeah.
then I also am gonna try contacts.
Contacts are nice. I usually have some around, just kind of for days when it's too hard to have glasses on, except for I just ran out, but they're really nice to have, like, for days if you're doing, like, something more active or things like that. It really is nice.
Well, I
Yeah.
haven't worn contacts in 25 years.
It can be hard to get used to, but they've gotten so much nicer. They've got so much more comfortable in the last 20 years.
Well,
'Cause I
she
started
told me
wearing
they have
them
the
20
daily
years ago.
wear. They're 300 for 90 days.
That's
Basically, I guess $10 a day. Oh,
The dailies are good because you can just throw them out at the end of the day. You don't have to worry about doing any sort of, like, contact solution, stuff like that. If there's one, like, lens that you feel is a bit wonky, you're that's your lens for the day. It's gone, right? And, if you feel one of the lenses that you got is defective, you can call the place you got it from and say, like, "Hey, there was a defective lens," and they should technically be giving you another one.
I have to answer this. This is the school calling. Can you
Mhm,
manage this for a moment, please?
mhm, mhm.
Thank you.
Alright, everyone. So, it's been an interesting day. We've had a Corey Richards hearing. We've had, the Tejas business. We've had a really great closing for Tejas. Uh, Great closing. And now we are waiting on a verdict, and it's been more than 2 hours, which some people really did not expect. Uh, Most people do believe, in terms of common kind of opinion, that he is guilty. Now, I guess the only thing that really matters are the people in that jury room. So we shall see very shortly, I guess. Well, we'll see how shortly, but I would think in the next 2 hours. Like a
I
2
think that if we're gonna have anything today, it'll happen sooner than later.
Mhm.
Do we wanna continue watching Mr. R.A.?
I would like to.
Here we go.
So you
Good
can't
job.
get yourself a drink or a snack or anything, and we're clear out
Right.
away from nowhere. I mean, we're in Park City, but we're off Kimball Junction and back in the corner. It's a new development area. It just doesn't have restaurants or places to get food around here. This jury is still out. I've never stepped a foot in this courtroom, not a single time. I haven't even peeked in through the door. But they were so late starting today. They were supposed to start at what was it? It was 9:30. I got here at 9 o'clock, and I was mortified. I was like sick to my stomach because I was so late. But I got here at 9 o'clock, and they didn't start till 11:30. They were supposed to start at 9 o'clock, but they actually didn't start till 11:30. So it's crazy. Lots of family here
Actually,
for both sides,
RA,
both for
they
Eric
didn't
and
start
for
till
Corey.
almost
Corey's
12
mom
our
has been
time.
here during the day.
So, I mean, their time.
Just crazy
They were
stuff.
way late.
Crazy.
I want to know why they were late. And I found out. No, wait, wrong, never mind, wrong jury. I mean,
all right, I'm gonna drive home because the sooner I get home, the sooner I can start uploading video and fixing the audio. But so tomorrow we're basically gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna be back here in the courtroom. It doesn't start till 10 o'clock tomorrow. That's the start time in court, which means who knows when it's actually gonna start.
12:30.
But we'll be back live here tomorrow. I can't be live. I might try to figure out how to get it to play as if it's live, but it's tricky. I was going to have it post so that I just didn't upload it until an hour after it started. But if I upload the whole file and then make it go live right then technically some material is less than that hour. So I can't do that. I have to follow the judge's rules exactly because that's how we get kicked out of court if we're not careful. Court will start at noon. They say 10 o'clock. I think this one's going to be a little quicker. Corey was not in handcuffs today. That was one of the deals they wanted to work out. So she was very free. Her arms were all over the place. She was waving all day long. She was enjoying that. But she took a lot of notes. The judge took a ton of notes. He was watching like a hawk. Every time there was an exhibit, he was following along with his copy, making notes on everything. There's a big semi behind me, so. How's that for some graphic? Some good video work. All right, you guys, thank you very much. I'll see you tonight. Law and Crime Feed is on delay. Everyone's on at least a 1 hour delay. I don't have the ability, and I'm not going to complain about it because everyone followed their own set of rules, and I'm not doing that. But I don't have the ability to stream somewhere and then post it on a delay like that. Because I'm recording it on one device. I don't know. I might look at options tonight.
He'll be running to a store real
Sorry,
quick.
thank you.
Best
I'll see you in a
Buy.
little bit. I'm
Here
headed
I
home in Park
go.
City right now. Might stop and get some food because I didn't eat breakfast and I also didn't eat lunch, and now it's dinner time. So
he pulled an 8
I'll
up.
see you guys tonight. Have a good one.
Not a bad
It's always
picture.
delightful. Yeah.
Of nowhere.
It's always a good update. Okay, so thank you, Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake, for continuing to have us on a timer because of
I'm like,
wardrobe
come on,
malfunction.
y'all. Really? Really?
But ever since they started that delay business, it's just been like, no, we need to have a delay. It's just like, okay, whatever you want.
Delay this. Never mind.
Well, and it was like delay by 5 minutes, and now it's like delay by an hour. And it's just like, excuse me?
Andriel, trust me, when you're one of us, food is not more important than cables. Because when I got my Switch Friday, as soon as I got off live, I grabbed my sister Tracy, my girl, Tracy, the one with cancer. I went up to her house, said, "I'm kidnapping you. you're riding with me to San Antonio. That's an hour and a half drive. And put her in the wheelchair and pushed her around. Got all my cables and later.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to Hobby Lobby and I'm pushing her around in a wheelchair and she's happy as can be. And then drove home and then went, oh, I don't have any money to eat.
Oh,
Sometimes that's not true, Miss Andrielle.
That happens. Yeah. Yeah. That happens. Ada and I will spend it on tech or vet bills or something else before we apparently spent it on groceries.
When you were ready to start looking for what you were looking for that you didn't get, I will be happy to help you.
You know, it's a funny thing, but I sent you that message and I was being such a salty heifer before about not getting that camera, about that camera falling through and them selling it out from under me, and now I'm like, well, it's
Maybe
good
that was
that
a
they
God
sold it
thing
out
because
from
he may have
under
known
me.
you were going to need the money for the puppy.
Well, you know, it must have been some sort of universe, sort of kind of karmic thing, because it worked out the way it should have been, because, oh, I'm sorry, Karen, that sucks.
Do we ask how much you dumped?
Well, I hope it was just $20. We were talking about $20, but yeah, like that, Andrielle. And it's hard when you're like, oh wait, I haven't eaten or done any sort of self-care things in like 8 to 12 hours, and I should probably do that. But
97% on Trial Live is saying he's guilty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I totally voted in that for sure. I did. But yeah, so I was just
I'm
like,
kinda dude, y'all, come on. 20. Okay.
So
is it
that just
$1?
needed to
Yeah,
be
I remember when it was a nickel a
cover.
pull. We had penny
Yeah.
and nickel slots, and quarter slots were
Remember-
the big ones. The dollar slots were the rich man's.
Do you remember when penny candy was a penny?
There was one place in Vegas that had penny slots.
That's cool.
And do you know where I made my money every time I went all of those times? 21 times? Bingo!
Awesome.
You go in the bingo
Well,
hall, their
that's
pots
the
are like 5 and
indigenous
10
way to
and
do it, Ada.
25,000. I mean, I'm sorry. It's 100 and something degrees, and I don't want to sit by the door next to someone with that heat coming in, smoking.
Hi, Jules.
So if I want to go anywhere, oh, Jules! Jules! Hi,
No verdict
beloved.
yet.
We're still waiting, honey. We're talking about Las Vegas.
Yep.
Because Miss Haley Mouse is sitting in Las Vegas airport waiting to get on a plane
Karen
to head home.
is, rather.
Beloved, how
but
are you?
yeah.
Thank you for hopping on.
Mm-hmm. We are waiting. We're surprised that there's no verdict yet, but we're thinking that it
There
will
was a
happen
question.
this evening. Yeah, there has been a question.
Yeah. Do you know what? Vegas, the old style before it became a playground for children, was fabulous. Now, the most expensive show ticket I ever paid was $75. Now you're looking at $300 or $400.
Mm-hmm.
There was a video that was played where the vehicle is caught on home cameras, and the defense in the closing arguments zoomed in and said that couldn't be the person, their client, because he's bald, but the person in the vehicle had hair and glasses. Now, one of the things I said, yeah, I've been in that airport over 21 times. The person in the vehicle, well, of course, he could have had glasses on, but it looked like he had hair. But myself and Brandy are thinking, no, it's a jacket or hoodie. Because when he was when the person was walking down the street, he was kind of covered up in this area. So we're doing well. We're doing well. Everybody has missed you, love.
I haven't seen that meme, Andrielle, but I definitely do want to shop like it's 1999. Holy crap. Dear Lord. So the question was that the jury wanted to know if they could zoom in on a particular video, and the tech wasn't sure. They didn't really have an IT tech there, so they were wondering if they could get somebody else in the courtroom. The lady in the park said that. Yeah, so a lady in the park said that she saw him passing and he had like a face mask on, but he had a hood on or some sort of hood over his head, I believe, and it wasn't the hat. It wasn't the weird granny hat.
That's right.
But
so that little brim sticking out, because when you're bald, look.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jules, we're trying to explain two different things, but jury wanted to zoom in on a video, and then there was also another piece of testimony where he apparently.
What does that look like to you?
It looks like it could be hair. Looks like it definitely could be hair. There was a woman who saw him pass by in a park walking. Well, he was actually running by, but she said that he had his face covered and he had a hood over his head. And she thought he was sketchy looking to be around the children. That's exactly what you want around a neighborhood park.
I hope the jury remembers that.
I'm pretty sure that they will, because I was thinking about that, and I'm like,
to help them zoom in on a video.
Yeah, so they had someone there who says, I think I can do that, but it wasn't a tech person. It was just someone who was there.
It was one of the assistants to the DA.
There we go.
But I mean,
she had a little
did it, and if I'm in a car driving by, and that it was a hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
So I still hope they find him guilty, because he's guilty as hell. Hey,
Yes.
Jules, beloved, have you ever seen, and you may have, but I haven't, where 93 to 98% of all the polls on guilty or not guilty are pleading guilty? 98% or 93%, depending on which poll you look at.
Mm-hmm.
Have him guilty. I mean, I don't ever recall a trial where the guilt was that high. Sorry, I'm chewing a little gum. I know it's disrespectful, but my mouth is dry.
I don't know if there's another trial that I can think of. Well, anybody in Canada, which would be no one, but Robert Picton would be one, but everybody knew he was crazy. So
my video is out of sync.
Stouch. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know who this is. Can somebody fill me in? I'll have to go and Google. I'm sorry.
Is my video out of sync for you?
No,
so
I can see it, and it seems to be matched up
same?
with your. Yeah, it seems to be matched up with your mouth. Like, doesn't seem to
it
be.
Could possibly be you, Miss Haley Mouse. Could be your internet connection. That's true.
Oh. Okay.
But that is super high numbers. So if it's a hung jury or not guilty, everybody is going to hit the freaking roof. Because, I mean, you can't deny all the other evidence that's sitting there. Oh my gosh, yeah. We got to get back on that trial. I watched the video that she did, and I put it through some big speakers and everything, because I wanted to really hear it. And for her to what she said to her victim, Sarah Boone, and how she said it. Of course, she's drunk and probably on drugs, God knows. Pure evil. Pure evil. Don't know that one. But the big thing is the DNA.
Yep.
The defense
The
said there was
DNA, they
no
shouldn't be able
DNA, but the prosecution said there was.
And the other thing too, oh Jules, we are, because I can't think of doing Sarah Boone without you, because that's just sacrilege. Like,
well,
we're gonna make
Jules,
sure you're around in some capacity to be helping with that. Whether it's just like an hour or something, if you can, like, we need Jules as part of that.
If you can't physically be there, Jules, we'd love to have you with us live when you can. But I'm believing you're going to be up to it. I'm going to believe it.
Yeah, ADHD jelly bean, that is the case.
Oh, praise God, it's only 4 more. I remember 3 times worth. I remember. Oh, 5 more. This week, the next one plus. Yeah. Are you once a week, babe? See, I was doing my stuff was 1 week on Monday through Friday, 2 weeks off. 1 week on, 2 weeks off. Monday through Friday, I go in and have my treatment. Yep. Everybody's is different. People don't understand. Not everybody will lose their hair. Not everybody loses weight. Some people gain weight. You know, I didn't lose my hair, but I sure gained a lot of weight because my particular cocktail, as we call it, had a lot of prednisone, steroids in it. And I packed on the pounds. Now I lost 6 pounds last week.
That's awesome.
You got this, Jules. We love you.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you really realize how much you are loved. Chemo belly. Yep. Like I said.
The prednisone can be so hard on people, which is hard to, like, I've never been on it, but you hear about it for different conditions, and it just seems really hard to try and kind of taper off of and things when you're doing a bit better.
Well, and people think chemo's only for cancer. I have rheumatoid arthritis, really bad. And I was taking methotrexate injectables at home. And that is a form of chemotherapy. And it's one of the chemo drugs. And it's one of those things that, yeah, it's a difficult thing. And I chemotherapy for 10 years.
Interesting.
Jules.
Know that,
Not
Haley.
Jules.
That's
Hey, you
interesting.
private chat me for a second. So, what was I going to say about that? Oh, so, but the good news is that you're doing it. You're doing good. You are doing good.
We really appreciate that you stopped by here. And we
yes,
like,
babe.
we can't
We love you.
think about doing Sarah Boone without you. You bring a special kind of gumption to everything that you do. So just any sort of analysis you have, whether it's a sentence that you type or like, if you can, we love you. You're hilarious. So just.
Well, I think, in a way it's a double-edged sword, because you're poisoning your body to get rid of something. But I will tell you, if cancer today or anything like RA or MS or cancer or anything like that today is so the treatments are so better. When I had it back in 1997, I had an ovarian cancer, and that usually is a death sentence. And I was diagnosed super early because I thought I was pregnant, but I wasn't having a cycle and all this stuff. And I thought, oh, it's ectopic because the press tests weren't coming back positive. So they did a scan, and I had already had several miscarriages. And so when they did a scan to see if it was ectopic, they found the cancer. So I was super, super lucky. I was one in a billion, they said, because usually by the time ovarian is found, it is very large, metastasized, and not a good prospect. So I was very lucky. Very, very lucky. But the chemo treatments back then all but killed you. I mean, it was horrible. And so, yeah, and I went through it alone. So, and then the next one was breast with mammocyte radiation and a mild form of chemo. It was a lumpectomy. And then just a couple of years ago, I had a melanoma on my back, and I got a scar this big and one this big. So I've got a sideways T on my back. So I get it. Chemo with up.
Yeah.
And that chemo, I didn't lose my hair. And people thought I was lying about it. I was accused of lying because I wasn't appearing to be chemo sick because I wasn't bald.
Oh, Jules, that's good. I think like that must help a lot. I'm
Well, honey, though, but
anemic right
please
now,
be
so
careful.
I'm on
Still, I
iron.
mean, they may not be that hard. Chemo treatments are not as bad anymore in a lot of ways. Some of them are, depending. But keep up your vitamins as much as you can. Keep up your nutrition. That's huge. Huge. Fluids. When I had my
This
ovarian, the first cancer, I couldn't eat or drink anything much because I had mouthful of blisters, was one of the bad side effects. And about the only thing I could get down at any time was a Wendy's Frosty.
Jules, just because I said that you're witty and we love you for it, doesn't mean that you have to be witty all the time. We don't need you to entertain us. We love your comments. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that clear.
We love your insight.
Yeah, you're a great person to have around for this, and so we just we appreciate it, but we know that we know that it can be difficult, so I'm not expecting you to put on a show. I'm sorry. I'm
Your
not
hair may
expecting
be
you to put on
thinning.
a one lady show.
Your hair may be thinning, but it definitely isn't balding, so there you go. I know. The energy level sucks. It really does. Thanks for joining, Miss Corina Bowman. My best friend in high school was Erica Bowman. But
Cool. Thanks,
yeah.
Karina. We appreciate that you're making the rounds on the live stream before the verdict.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We appreciate
really
you so
like
much.
that. That's a lot of
Well-
community like engagement. That's super cool.
I have a question for Jules. Did you watch the closing arguments? Because the defense brought up a theory that had not been presented in trial. What they presented was the fact that the video, when you zoom into it, you can see somebody driving it and they're saying they have hair and glasses, hence the hoodie example I just did. It was not brought up in trial as any form of evidence. Some of the people are questioning, is the jury allowed to consider that an evidentiary part of their deliberation, because it was only brought up during closing arguments. I mean, the video was introduced as evidence, but that theory, the the jury was told, and they should be understanding, which by the question that we had, they're not, that what the attorney says here is not evidence. That's right. So the jury is now looking at the videos zoomed in, which tells me that they are taking that as an evidentiary point, and
Value,
it's
yeah.
not. So if I was the prosecution, I'd be objecting off my ass and say, objection? That was not brought into trial, but the video was. Oh, so if the jury gets hung or not guilty based on that one fact alone, so say he's innocent, okay? And then one of the jurors talks and they said what nailed it for all of them was the video and the hair and all of that. Would that be an appealable situation? Yeah, I know they didn't, because in closing arguments, it is not evidence. So that's why I don't think they objected. And I think by them objecting, wouldn't that draw more attention to it that you would not want to draw?
Yeah. See, that's what we were thinking. It's like you can't
Exactly.
explain the DNA.
And the blood on the shoes and the hat and the shoes and all of the other evidence. Who could get in his house that quickly and plant all that evidence? Yes, ma'am, they had a question. You missed the question. You missed
And
the
especially
question.
with the DV charge too. It said he choked his
They
wife.
didn't bring that up in jury. I brought that up.
Well, and the thing is that was that allowed to be brought up?
No. The defense won on that argument to not bring it in because he was able to his connections to get the charges dropped. Because he was not found guilty, they could not bring it up. And you know darn well, by the time she calls the police, there has been more than one incident of DV.
And if a man gets around to being able to choke you, or if he chokes you, the statistical likelihood of him killing you shoots up. Like way high.
So if he can choke her, he definitely could kill somebody else.
Yeah. If he can choke her, he can definitely kill her, because the statistical likelihood of him being able to do that, the proof of that just went up. So the fact that he said it's not within me to unalive someone is complete and utter horse-wooded doo-doo. He's a doo-doo head. So,
well, and the other thing we're forgetting, I know OJ's finger, but look at the cut on this guy's finger. Do you know what it looks like to me? I'll use this fork. Make sure nothing on it. Pretend this is a K word. Okay. And you're doing this. And this finger is the longest finger. And you're pushing in. It slides up because it doesn't have the sheath, or it passed that little stop. It is going to be the first one. Look, that is what that cut looks like. And it's on an angle. I bet you 10-1 odds that that's where that injury happened. And if you look, it looks like the nail was ripped back and off because it was cut this way. And it was deeper here and narrower on one side and deeper on the other.
And
Yes,
that's why
it
it's
is.
so
It is,
important
Jules.
that they didn't find the murder weapon, because his blood would be on like the hilt of that
I thought they
blade.
did find the murder weapon.
I don't
No,
think, did
I
they?
don't think they did. I
No.
can't believe they. Well,
So
he was already disposing
that's
of evidence. He
huge, right?
washed the vehicle and he got rid of the shirt.
So if somebody found that murder
I'm gonna bring the
weapon,
mic
that
closer
would
so
be
I'm not yelling.
huge. That would be money, because
That's a
theoretically that would have
possibility too.
DNA. Also true, yeah.
That's a
Very
possibility,
possible.
true, very much. But the thing is that who would have been able to plant that underneath his couch? And if you're gonna plant something, you're not gonna take time to cut it up. You're gonna throw the shoes under the couch, and you're not gonna cut the hat up. You're gonna throw the hat in a box in the closet or somewhere. You're not gonna cut it up. No professional hitman or anybody trying to frame is gonna take the time to do that. Because the more you handle whatever you're putting or sabotaging with, the more your DNA gets on it.
And you know what is a man's hiding spot? Underneath the recliner.
I wouldn't
Let's
have
put
thought to
stuff
hide it
under
there.
the couch. It just seems like such a juvenile man thing to do. Let's shove it under the couch. Let's shove it under the bed. Like, it just seems so silly.
Hell, it would not have been in my home.
Yeah.
It
I just
never
don't
would
know.
have made it into my home. I'm not kidding. It would never have
it's
gotten
just-
into my home in any way, shape, or form. Just saying.
I'm interested, like, I think that it's a very good theory on how his finger got chewed up, but it got chewed up in such a way that, like, I've seen, because it's very common when people get stabbed, like the person who is inflicting that damage will often cut themselves with the force of that. But a lot of the time it does look different. However, it can look different depending on the situation. However, it looked like really kind of eaten up, like it was rough, like almost a serrated edge or like a rake or something.
Damaged or partially cut, and he tried to take care of it himself and rip it the rest of the way off. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly though. So I just was like, that is.
You know,
what they
that bag
focused
that he was
on.
carrying, he could have had a trash bag in that bag. If he's
Yeah.
smart, that's what he would have done, lined it with the trash bag.
Well, and he's like, I wouldn't take out the sports balls of my children to
And
commit unaliving. And I was like, really? Because it looks like you did.
That is not, see, all my, you've seen my straw cowboy hats? The straw cowboy hats that I do? Some of them are cheaper than others because that's, you know, they bring me the hat. And that is not hay. That is straw hat in the bottom of that bag. And the moment I saw it, I said, straw hat. And if you fold them and roll them up and shove them in, they do break off and you will have pieces. I mean, even as gentle as I handle them, I sometimes get a shed because straw overlaps when they start a new one. And unless they trim it, it can bend back and flake off a little piece. And that's exactly what it looks like. I can go get a hat and show you. But
oh, it does look like that for sure.
And
Absolutely.
so that to me was like, I saw that immediately, said, that's not hay. That's not grass. That's
Or
part of
wood,
the straw hat.
wood dust or wood sawdust or whatever
Wood
he said it
chips,
was.
sawdust.
That man has never been around a saw or a bandsaw or any sort of saw, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Please.
This is true too. This is true. He could have cleaned up at the gym and nobody would have known it. He could have rolled all of those clothes up, taken them off in the car, rolled them up, put him, he could have had his gym clothes on underneath, rolled all that stuff up, put it in the trash bag that's in that big bag, gym bag, walk into the gym, go in, get a shower, dispose of the pants and shirt first, get home going, crap, what am I going to do with this? Yeah, he should be featured on America's Dumbest Criminals. Just saying.
I was watching an interrogation tape of this young kid who is maybe like 18 or 19, and he unalived someone, but he ended up fully confessing to the cops about 3 years later because he just felt really guilty. And when they were talking about the weapon, they were talking about a pew-pew, and they were like, well, what did you do with that? And he's just like, I cut it up into pieces and I threw it out in the dumpster. And they're like, which dumpster? He's like, the dumpster in the police station out back. And they're like, which one? And he's like, the one out here. And they're like, the one in the back parking lot near the staff parking? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you know what? That is the only part of the video that I would probably be proud of, because that is funny. Because it's long gone. It was 3 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, shoot, you got one over on them. Because he had been brought in for questioning and stuff. Anyway, I was like, huh. So, America's Dumbest
This is
Criminals.
insane.
If you need a dumpster, maybe just go to the police station.
Oh, they got too many cameras now.
Yeah, that's true. Depends on where you go. Maybe if it's like a sketchy police station in a really small town or something.
I think every police station now has cameras because if they have to, when they bring people in and all that, they got to make sure that
they're conforming to standards and that nobody's being abused when they get out of cars and things like that for legal reasons, stuff like that.
Yeah, they may be crappy like in the Karen Reed, but they're still there.
Mm-hmm.
Hot tea time. You know what? I have not had tea time. What y'all don't know is usually about 4 o'clock our time I'd have hot tea. But I haven't had any today.
It's delicious. We are huge fans of tea in this virtual house. Absolutely. We love the tea.
Time. It's 7:30 here. I'm 3.5 hours past my tea time.
Yeah, we gotta deal with that. Gotta get some tea.
So if you guys have not subscribed, please do. We have done so well. For those of you who didn't hear, we hit 50,000 views. Oh, don't mean to do that. We hit 50,000 views today of all my videos.
Oh
my gosh, we have dropped 6 people in subscriptions.
It's okay. It's all good. It's probably because
I hear that YouTube takes some of the people some time.
That is true. Karina, I usually have a lemon and ginger tea because it helps with acid reflux. I know that is such like a boring thing to say. And then I have this little kind of honey crystals that are honey and ginger that you can put in to sweeten your tea, and it will make it more gingery. And so I do that.
I love ginger. I used to keep it in my fridge and I just shave off little pieces, or in my freezer really is better. It's easier to shave it or grind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ginger is great.
7:30 in the morning? Oh gosh, that's right. Oh my gosh, that's right. It is now officially fall because Starbucks has launched their pumpkin spice. Oh, I got the apple drink thinking it would be good. Oh, it was the worst thing I'd ever tasted from them.
Oh,
horrible. It was a caramel apple, type thing, but the apple flavoring was so overpowering. It would be like taking the apple Jolly Ranchers and putting 5 of them in your mouth.
Yeah, see, that's That's crazy. Um, Morales, we love that you check to make sure that you're subscribed to us, and we love that you're always here. We do. We love it. I don't like pumpkin spice either. There's something
I'm not
about it
into
that's
it
like
either.
a weird, the artificialness. So when everybody starts freaking out over pumpkin spice, I'm like, can it be gone now? I don't get it. But you know, each to their own.
I
What
not
kind of tea
fan.
do you like?
Hmm?
What kind of tea do you like? I don't know if I heard.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I like Twinings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the coffee drinks over at Starbucks. They're too bitter for me. I love their tumblers, man. I collect them. So if you want to bless me, get me a good tumbler. But the coffee I'm in love with is our sponsor, and that's the Hitchman Homestead Coffee, freshly roasted, freshly ground, not bitter. And you know what? I am due for a commercial, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now.
Oh.
Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. And they keep me in coffee. And this girl, we went to, my daughter loves Goodwill. And I should take a picture of this to show you. My daughter is a Goodwill freak. And we find some good stuff. Well, there's this shelf that was on eBay for $25. They had it marked for $3, and the tag was the color for 50% off. So I bought it for $1.99. I mean $1.50.
Sweet.
And guess what? It was still in the box, never put together. All the screws and everything were there.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice find. I love that.
So what is your favorite tea?
I have a few different brands, but you know, every once in a while, like I just get whatever's cheapest. Because groceries are so expensive. But I really like Stash tea. They have a really good tea, and I always like to pick up some of their tea when it's on sale. And yeah, Twinings is good tea. Enjoy that.
I like
I
Earl
was
Grey.
really
It's good.
surprised. I was just surprised up here to see that Diane said that Starbucks went bust in Australia, and there's only 2 stores open in Sydney. And just because Starbucks is like everywhere, it's just so surprising. But it's like, yeah, absolutely. It's hard to say what will work and what won't.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is that Starbucks here we have 2, and we just had the Dutch brothers open up. Now, I like them. I was shocked that I liked them.
Really?
Really was. But I'm not. But the thing is I don't like their prices. So I like the A to K bar in my office. I also have what's called a friend of mine gave me oh gosh, what is it called? It's one of those what is it called? Um, you can make your own espresso.
Like fancy French press machine?
A
Or sorry,
Nest
espresso machine, like
Is it
the big
Nestea?
ones?
It's,
Oh, the Nescafe ones that make espresso?
mhm.
There's like a Nescafe
It was an
machine that has
$800
an
one.
espresso pod or something like that,
Yep,
I think.
that'd be it.
Yeah. Does it make decent espresso?
Oh, really decent espresso.
Oh.
I was really surprised how decent the espresso was. But For me, I really don't like, if it's bitter, I'm not only going to take a few sips and I'll be done with it. And with this, man, it was good. It was
That's
good.
nice.
Here, I'm going to show you. I downloaded a picture. These are videos. These are here. I'll download this. This is my fabulous little coffee bar. And it's really just right here to my left. And that little shelf fits the Homestead coffee. You see the little 6 coffee boxes?
Yeah, that looks very fancy. It's a very nice photo.
It was just a little shelf. There's my hat, my pictures, and my coffee. Now, what's on top of the coffee is my tea.
Yes, that's a nice coffee bar. It's a nice drink bar of
You should see the
heated
one up
beverages.
in the front of the shop with the nesting, and then the other Keurig, and oh yeah, I love their boxes. They're so cute.
Yeah, those are cute.
But
That's
anyway,
awesome.
we are waiting.
We are waiting, ladies and gents.
Case one, so do I. I like chai tea. Chai tea.
Chai tea is good.
Yeah, no. If it's weak, it's nope. I like that green tea that you serve with a whisk. That's good.
Interesting, Jewel.
Yes, I have one of those, Jules.
Cool.
Yep. My grandma did too. I have my grandma's. I don't use it anymore because I don't use it because I'm afraid, I don't want to ruin it.
Court is it my time? Court?
It's 5:39
5:39
their time.
Yeah, so it's 5:39 p.m. The jury decided to go back in to continue to deliberate, so they are on hour 3 and a half, 3:45, 3:40, 3 something like that. So we'll see. And yeah.
I'm going over to Brandy and see what they say. 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I am surprised that we're almost at 4 hours and we don't have something, honestly, because I thought it would definitely be before 4 hours.
Oh, I know, right?
So that is surprising
I think that
to me,
comment
ladies
in
and
closing
gents.
is what's nailing it.
That's I don't know whether to be PO'd or impressed with that.
I'm hoping
It's a
And you hear
dirty trick.
Brandy.
that they will
Yeah.
come back with a verdict tonight since they're staying late.
I know, right, Brandy? You don't know we're sharing a live now.
Maybe.
Let's see.
I honestly thought they would have it by now because I have stuff to do. I was planning on
Yeah. Got a dog to feed meds to.
working on the podcast. I worked
Oh,
on it all
Jules,
morning.
you lost a bet.
Still have
Oh,
more to
crap.
do.
I'm glad I didn't put money down.
Oh, I know, me too.
Okay, waiting for verdict. How are you? We are waiting impatiently.
Hold on. I said, we
Very
can hear you
impatient.
on our live. Say hi to everyone. Hey, Zach. What are you doing over there, Zach? What? I get it, Zach.
We can hear you on the live. Say hi to everyone. Hi. Hi. If y'all haven't subscribed yet, make sure you do it now. Do we have the link in there?
Oh, she's so awesome.
To miss it, okay?
Wow.
I keep telling her
It's her fancy.
we still need to do a joint live.
Be good for you
There we
guys.
go.
Oh, they just. Oh, thank you.
There's a link.
Thank you.
So I can make sure you are subscribed.
He just said,
very impatiently is right. We are waiting very impatiently.
Mhm. Very impatiently waiting.
everyone says,
for.
hi. Hey, we're
Oh, the
talking
Juror
about
50 has
coffee.
expired.
What's your
Wasn't that the
favorite
one?
coffee? Oh, Jules is over there now.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. That might have been the old episode.
Jules hopped over there. Jules, you abandoned ship. No.
You never know. She could be in both.
I know she can be in both. Keeping up the chatter. Hello. Keeping up the chatter says hello, everybody. Do you know what I'm going to do? I think what I'm going to do is I'm sharing her screen.
Okay. For sure. Jules is the master of both domains.
I know, right?
Oh, that was the old episode. Shoot. Let me see what the new one is.
Let me see. Okay, let's get it back up there. I said, sharing you in my life. They can see you.
They can see you.
I don't want
They
to be on
can
one at a
see
time. It's
you.
okay if you want to go over there.
You can see. Can see Randy.
Randy, it says your jury 50 has expired. I just tired.
Oh, they haven't given me my script for the new one yet.
Hey, Zach.
Mm.
Oh, thank
Hi,
you, Zach.
Zach.
You didn't have to do that, but thank you. We love you.
We do love you, Zach.
We do. We love your shenanigans.
We do. We love you in short.
Let me see.
Frankie is being a pain in my butt. He loves you. Oh yeah. We filed requesting for more of her behavioral
Oh, it still says
notes.
Juror 50. Juror 50 is the one that it says. This one on this one too. Factormeals.com/juror50.
Has expired.
Use code juror50 to get 50% off. So it should be that.
Her hair is all cute.
Yeah, she looks so pretty. Her hair looks so cute today.
I know. I wish I looked that cute when I did my hair like that. I didn't. Did not.
What's
Let's
the only
see.
code I have? Juror. Yeah.
Oh, she put up her pupper cam.
Oh, nice. So where all are you making the rounds, Karina? You were with
Almost
Brandy
4 hours, y'all.
earlier. You gonna go buy RAs later?
I see
when
the
he
text.
does all
I have
his
not been on
editing?
Twitter much. Let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right? I'm not good at braiding.
Yeah,
I am so not good at braiding, y'all. My daughter is fabulous. Some of the most
Gotta be in
fabulous
November.
braids I've had is my daughter, not me.
I wonder if that was
So
going to be
not me.
streamed. I wonder if we can see if that one will be streamed.
Oh, them be fighting words, Zach.
We'll have to look, Mary. That one sounds
You
interesting.
don't necessarily do that. Them be fighting words, my man.
I have shared you on my live. They can see you. Hello, Ada K friends. Hello. Is it spinach something?
Sorry about that.
That's fine. That's super fun. Yeah, her beach
4
cam
hours
is
is more
like
than enough for due
super,
deliberate.
super
Yeah, I know.
calming.
And that's it. See, this is the thing about
Very calming. Oh,
about
sorry, Karen.
Drake
Schnork
watches
is
too.
Zach's
Because we're sitting
dog.
here and okay, I've been sitting here trying to like come up with entertainment for 4 hours now, right? We've gone through the Laura Shaver stuff. We've talked about
I know the
we've gone through the
pain.
papers
I
for
feel you.
the lawsuit
I gotta
from
stand up.
Paul O'Keefe and their family. We've gone through all of this conversation, all of these things, and gone back and looked at other stuff again.
Nice.
Talked about it, debated it.
Karina
We're
can
still
braid hair,
waiting.
ladies and gentlemen. So, fear not.
Hi.
Yeah. It's got very
I'm
cute.
stalking Matt Johnson's Twitter. I know, I've been stalking them too. I keep stalking him and oh goodness, somebody just tagged me in something. I thought it was a thing. Him and Vanessa Murphy. I was stalking hers too, waiting on an update. But
Yeah, how are we at the 4-hour mark?
I don't know. I don't even know how.
But nothing
Well,
yet.
if I only had pictures, let's
yet.
play the
How are we at the
guessing
4 hour mark?
game.
Very few people thought that we were going to get this far. I didn't. I definitely didn't.
None of us did.
For sure.
Oh my gosh. Headphones have died like 3 times. They're like, give it up.
I know.
Tell this man what the sentence is. Go home.
Maybe.
Let's see how many
Just
Hammer
hit 4
respond
hours.
to
Way
the
done.
hair in the closing issue.
How can you tell if the trial will be streamed? If the court documents are available, which with Massachusetts, most of them are not available on the court clerk site directly. You have to request them.
That's true.
There will usually be a request for media. If they don't have their own
I love it.
website
Somebody
where
in
they do
her
it. Like
thing said,
a lot of some of them in Florida
"Doesn't
and
the
Vegas
jury
will
know
do
I'm
their
on the East
own
Coast and it's past my bedtime?"
website will stream everything. A lot of them in Florida
I just
do actually.
realized with 1.1K
I mean, a
people
lot compared
here,
to other states.
I can
But
recognize newbies
if
like
they don't
a
have
real
that,
one.
then
I've been watching live trials
there will
daily
usually be a
since
media request.
January
So
with Brandy
I'll
and
try to look
RA.
into it
Aw,
tomorrow
Lisa
and
P.I.,
see
that's
if I
sweet.
can find out if there's been a media request for it. And if there hasn't, we'll see if maybe there's going to be a
Florida sunshine laws are great. We can get almost all documents. I know. We can't. Texas is hard.
a plan to put one
Very
in.
hard.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, babe. Karen, go get a
We're
cup of
trying
coffee.
to help. We're trying to help, Karen.
We're trying.
Because
We'll try and tell the jury to hurry up.
Curious. That video.
I just asked Brandy a question. What was her favorite moment in this trial?
Nice.
Let's see if she sees it.
From today.
What is your favorite part of the trial? What
Mine?
is there a moment that you go, ah?
The closing so far.
Is there,
Honestly.
Jules? I'll go look.
Oh, sorry. Are we talking to Jules?
No, go ahead.
Somebody
Oh,
asked if
sorry.
they
I
could
was just thinking
see.
the prosecution closing today. It's been really good. It's been great.
We could pull up again. I pulled it up earlier. We've looked at it.
Paris
twice.
Hilton's was something that was not
Pull it
on
up
my
again.
bingo card.
See, the
Yeah, some
problem
people
with
come and go.
Texas is most of their courts are not live. So if I want to cover anything in Texas, it's not live. Yeah, there's a missing woman in Austin. Let's see, a missing Austin area woman thought
Oh, his face.
ex-boyfriend was
As soon
going
as I
to
pull it
kill
up,
a
I'm
record
already
show.
annoyed again.
Brenda Swindell told
Ugh.
Travis County Sheriff deputies last month that she thought her then boyfriend, was going to kill her. Now the Austin Police Department is investigating her disappearance after she was last seen with the man, and this is August 26th.
Here it is.
Swindell is a mother of 3, daughter of Greg Swindell, who pitched for the University of Texas and had a 17-year major league baseball career. She's been missing from Austin since Thursday. Her
That's the one
mother,
that
Sarah Swindell, said on Facebook post.
they were questioning,
That sounds so sketchy.
saying that this is hair and that's not him.
Hold on.
Because that's hair.
Yeah, that so looks like a hoodie. I gotta go start my dog's med routine, which is gonna take an hour and a half, guys.
You have that.
I'm gonna
You
be
give
in
it a
and
laptop.
out, but I'll
Look
be
at
listening
Okay.
to you.
All right.
This
guys.
was an
It's been
image that
lovely.
was not part of his presentation to you at his testimony and during his testimony. This laptop has the ability to pause. It has the ability to zoom. Watch this.
So what I'm doing is I'm inviting Brandy to come look at my live. And when she does, I'm going to put my hood on. And I want her to see.
We're going to slow this down now.
Want her to see. Because look. Does that look close to the image? If you're bald, what does that look like?
Let's see. Images. I think, to me, personally, this is just me, I think it looks like a hoodie. The way that it's pulled. Like hair doesn't do like that. To me, it looks like it's a hoodie and that it comes down like, and see his chin or his neck wouldn't be all the way out here either. So to me, it looks like a hoodie that's.
Nope. Let's see if she does it. She's still playing with the. But for me, yeah, he's got short arms, but the rippling of the arms. That's, to me, the rippling of the arms is what gets it. Along with.
On the me.
I know what she's doing. She can try and shrink him down and impose him. That's what she's doing. It's okay. You can be over there, Jules. We're good. I love Brandy. But she's right. That nose is distinctive. That chin is distinctive.
That's
and it depends on the angle of his head.
They logged me out. Can we only get to 5 memberships? Thank you.
Don't forget the angle in which his head is turned too. If his head is slightly turned, it's going to change the angle. Seriously. Does not look like hair to me. What do you think? What do y'all think about that? Looks like him to me.
See if we can.
What are you doing in here? All right, Cincy, go lay down. Go lay down. We're not going home. We're in for the long haul. What is that ding? Oh, don't tell me that's going to happen. I have a ding ding going on my. What kind of hat? What kind of hat would that be? A hood?
See right here too.
See? And you can see the
That looks like
shadow.
a hoodie to me.
A hoodie. That looks like a hoodie. That's not a. That's kind of like I can't see.
Knock off
myself.
Nikes. Knock off Nikes. That's really funny.
Could be a beanie. Anything to hide that shiny bald
They
head.
said stop the clock.
Are we going live?
They're done for the day.
They're done for the day.
They're done for the day. They're going to continue tomorrow at noon.
Ah, gee gads. Are you kidding me? Okay. Is it still there? Place.
Dang.
Are you kidding me? I'm still hearing her. How am I still hearing her when I... Oh, she's still there. Dang it. That sucks. Y'all. So we have the verdict watch and we still have the other trial tomorrow. The Richens trial tomorrow. I don't know, Miss Kevin. Wait a minute. What do you mean, wait a minute? I don't have the connections you guys do. So if something's happening up a day to me, maybe I should get back on with her. Maybe I should.
Sorry, let me correct myself. 9 Pacific, 12 Eastern. Sorry.
11 Central.
11 my time.
11 Central. Unbelievable.
He could have had a wig. To me, it looks like a hoodie. It could have been a wig. It could have been any of that. Like I totally can see that. To me personally, it looks like. Look, am I gonna have a? My vertic brow's already starting to come off. I must have rubbed my eyeball or rubbed my eye. It's starting to come off. I think it looks like a hoodie, but I could be wrong. Especially because there's no space between, like, look at this.
I'm typing something to her.
Pull it up one more time before we finish. There's, like, your chin doesn't go from here to Like your neck is not all the way out here.
No.
This is not, this whole thing is not a neck. To me, it looks like it's a hoodie that comes like this. So,
I don't
or
know
it's the
if
blonde wig
she'll-
from his glamour shop.
I don't know if she'll read it, but
You're
that
right.
is,
One or the
I have
other.
a question for her.
One or the other.
We'll see if she reads it.
Dang. All right. So 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific. I will get the stream set up. We can take a look at more of this tomorrow. The nose
So
looks like him.
frustrating.
I'm going to mess with some tomorrow. I've got to work on the Black Swan episode tonight, but I will work on it
Jules,
some more tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a
please
verdict
rest.
tomorrow. But we'll work on it a little bit and kind of compare it and see
Jules, get some
if that
good
looks like it
sleep,
could be a
love.
hoodie.
Really get some good sleep.
Sound good? I know. Half my verdict brow is gone. I don't even know how that happened. I must have wiped my face and not realized it. Maybe when I
She's
started
got-
sweating when I took Lucy out.
She has one brow on and one brow off. Okay, let's see.
Oh well.
Well, I did laundry,
Still got one
dishes,
verdict
got
brow.
the kids ready for school tomorrow while I'm
Hopefully
here with you. Well,
I
thank
sleep
you.
on this side tonight and not this side.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We are so blessed to have you, Jules. A lot of people have been asking about you, baby girl. So good to see you. Glad you felt well enough to join us. Glad
All right,
you felt
y'all.
well enough to join us.
Thank you for hanging out. Sorry we didn't get.
So she's out. So everybody take care. Everybody get some rest. I've got homework to do. I've got college work to do, y'all. I've probably got about 4 hours of homework I got to do, and it's already 8 o'clock. So it'll be midnight before I get to bed. But we will be back here tomorrow for the verdict watch and for also the trial for I just said her name and now I can't remember it. But we will be here. Please, if you're new to my channel, please come back. Please, we appreciate having you. Y'all are awesome. And you are welcome here. Until next time, nighty, night, nighty, night, nighty, good night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.